Okay, I am so sorry about that, everybody. Can anybody hear me now? I think we should have our audio difficulties figured out. Yes, awesome. Thank you. I was giving everyone this wonderful description of what AM2R is, and nobody heard me at all. So, uh, welcome, hello everyone, and welcome to the 2023 2D Metroid Relay. Um, so we've got an awesome show for you guys. We are This is the first year that we have included AM2R, another Metroid 2 remake. Um, so, extra special treat. I did want to just kind of, at the start, do a little what is AM2R, because people might not actually even know what this game is. It is a fan remake of Metroid 2. So, it did get a cease and desist order from Nintendo. Little misconception there. It is only in regards to the original developer making the game and updating it. So it is perfectly fine to stream this game on Twitch and anything like. So if anybody is interested in this game, wants to know more, you'll have to do a little searching to figure out how to get it. But it is pretty easy to get. The original developer no longer works on it, but it is still being updated by an open source community. So, with that being said, let's get right into it. We've got EOD Tex up in the top left, Lyncher up in the top right, and Glitzy down in the middle of the bottom. These runners are absolutely amazing. I've been really intently watching their grinds leading up to this. There have been something like 11, I think, world records in the past couple of months leading up to this. And all 11 of them have been between EOD Tex and Glitzy, and Lyncher is right behind them. These are the top 3 runners right now for this game, so this should be an awesome show. So you'll probably have noticed by now that our runners stay in Morph Ball a lot. Just like in the original game, morphing is going to be for the most part, the fastest form of travel for the beginning of the game, at least. Once they get Speed Booster, that will change up a lot, and there are a ton of really cool momentum conservation techniques that will come up when they do get Speed Booster. But for now, they're going to be doing a lot of going in and out of Morph. You will see I missed it a little bit back there, but you saw them doing a little bomb jumping back there. That is to skip the spider ball, so you won't see any spider ball techniques in any percent. That up there on EOD Tex's screen, you just saw him save. So in this game, it's not necessarily a safety save, but when you do save, the game will refill all of your ammunition and health. So it's just a super quick, convenient way for them to refill. So that also does make this game very stable. It's not super dangerous at most parts of the game because of that. So there are lots of saves. So if you want a nice, easy speed run, this could be a great first one if you're just looking to get into it. Yeah, thanks. It was really really hard making sure that this game got in, and it was honestly, I almost was about to learn to run the game myself It actually has commentary from me, not because I actually do runs of this game. I started learning a little bit, but I haven't actually. I didn't make it very far with that, but I was about to learn to run this game just to get it into the relay, and we ended up getting Tex, which is I'm super glad that he joined, because he's going to put on way better of a show than I would have for sure. So couple things to note. You may have saw the runners can just sort of like straight jump, and instead of having to respin before they do a wall jump, they can actually do a wall jump straight out of that straight jump. That also works for space jump when they get that later. So that'll speed things up quite a bit. It makes it pretty interesting, especially once again when they get speed booster, things get really interesting. Another thing, if you just saw Lyncher just laid that bomb and then unmorphed to shoot it with, you can do it with a missile or a beam, although you have to be pretty precise with the beam, because the missile has an AoE that actually makes it a lot easier. You can just shoot the bomb after you lay it, and that makes it explode a lot quicker. So there you see it. Hey, that just happened again on Lyncher's screen. Another thing to note, EOD Tex, you may have just seen he did a little unmorph and remorph there in midair. That can help to bridge a gap. You can sort of move across a further space because it stops you from falling. Right here, it's in a lot of Metroid games you will see people jumping through the water to kind of stay going. In this game, it's generally fastest way to get through water without gravity suit is going to be just morphing. So that's pretty common. Yeah, when in doubt, ball mode is definitely going to be pretty safe in the early game. Once these runners get speed booster, and especially after they get space jump as well, that will change drastically, and things will start to really heat up. There's a lot of really cool tech. So you see EOD Tex here, that Alpha Metroid, he's alternating between the normal shot and the missile shot there. What that's for is so when the Metroid dodges, because it has a sort of dodge AI routine, that makes it become vulnerable sooner. And so that shot just sort of baits it into dodging, and so he can shoot it a lot quicker in that way. It also does help for positioning with certain Metroids, because it sort of like stops them from moving forward. Some of these Metroids are a lot more aggressive than they were in the original game. So, but it is generally the same. You kind of just want to bait them into going where you want them to go, and then spam missiles into them until they're dead. Often you just bait them towards the exit of the room because when they die, the counter goes down instantly. So you don't really have to wait for any of that death animation or anything like that. Yeah, so there is one runner for each of the games. So you can see down there in the bottom left which runners will be doing, or what order the runners will be in actually, and then on the right the games themselves that we will be going through. So after this one will be Zero Mission. So the Nestroid category that they'll be doing is going to be any percent all bosses classic. I'm not actually sure what that is, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a no major glitches category. So yeah, that would definitely be more of Scotty's forte there. So all right, so EOD Tex is heading into the Chorizo fight. So for phase one, he's gonna want to get a fireball attack because you can get in a lot of easy damage, and also you can just kind of farm those fireballs for drops. Doesn't look like he got that, so we're gonna head into a phase two now, where he's just gonna fly around the screen. So during this dive attack, you'll see Tex is going to just lay some bombs. For whatever reason, during that dive attack, Chorizo takes less damage from most things. Bombs is really the only thing that's worth hitting him with there. So kind of an interesting touch. Bombs are usually relegated to just like traversing in most Metroid games, so kind of interesting to see it used for an actual boss fight. And it looks like Glitzy is caught up, taking a little bit of a lead here. Oh, what happened to Lyncher? I did not see. Uh-oh. I think. Yeah, okay, I think what might have happened is that Lyncher has had some internet outage problems. So hopefully we can get resynced, get him back in there. In the meantime, though, we still have Tex and Glitzy really tearing it up. So now that we have that speed booster, you'll see the maker of this game was inspired. You can see one of those nice, interesting chains there on Glitzy's side, chaining Stein Sparks together and her and such. Definitely inspired by the Metroid. I think Fusion was the first to do it, but I think you also can do that in Zero Mission, if I'm not mistaken, chaining the Shine Sparks together with slopes. And because of the interesting little spinning or respin mechanics in this game, you get a lot of really cool mechanics with that. I'm not sure what's up with Lyncher's screen. I think this must still be the VOD, actually. Oh wow, that was really cool. I don't think I've seen Tex fling that super from that far back before. So now that they have Speed Booster, you'll see a lot more just running normal. Speed Booster, it doesn't take very much time at all in speed boosting to overcome the speed of the rolling, and so at this point, it's pretty much if you have space to get a full speed boost, it's worth it to just go ahead and do it standing up rather than in morph. You'll also notice that they sort of do a little mock ball. I'm not sure if that's what they call it or not, but it's pretty much similar to what a Super Metroid runner would do. It works a little bit differently, so you can be a bit further off the ground when you morph, and I think you actually want to be a bit higher up off the ground when you morph. But that's actually going to make it the fastest method of travel is speed booster during mock ball, or I'm sorry, during while morphed. That's the word. So a little speed ball there. So there you saw Tex just shine sparked directly into that Metroid, and it knocked him directly out. So it's a neat little bit of tech where when you shine spark into an enemy and you take damage from it, it knocks you out a lot quicker. So normally you see that little crash animation. It takes quite a while, and so for the most part, our runners will avoid doing shine sparks, just because it is actually quicker to space jump, especially because, as you can see Glitzy doing down there on the bottom side, it is actually, you can sort of reset the space jump if you're trying to go straight up by just breaking spin, and then you can space jump directly out of the unspend jump. So you don't actually need to respin first, so you can immediately start climbing and just chaining those spin cancels. All right, I think we've got Lyncher back now. Yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's confirmed. Lyncher, or it looks like, is a little behind. But that's to be expected. Lyncher is our third place runner. Um, Lyncher's PB, I think he just got another one yesterday. Um, and so he's got a 55. I think it's a low 55. Whereas Tex and Glitzy are neck and neck with theirs, right at about 54.08 and 54.04, I think. With Glitzy being the current world record holder, but it just keeps going back and forth. Right now, I think Glitzy is still in the lead, um, but EOD Tex is not far behind. So yeah, you saw Glitzy just came back for that Metroid that EOD Tex just skipped, so uh, just a little ways ahead. Um, and there goes Tex. So um, you may have noticed that drops spawn very quickly in this game as opposed to other games, and so that helps out a lot with all of the fast movement and the momentum tech. You can't you don't really want to wait around for those drops to appear, and so they don't really have to. It seems like a lot of this game was almost coded for with the speed run of the game in mind, which is really fun. A little bit of a rough Metroid fight there on Lyncher's side, but that puts Lyncher. I want to say that was roughly uh, about a minute and a half behind. So Purple Gang, Purple Gang may very well be up for it. All three of our teams have some very strong runners. So looks like Tex is just on Glitzy, just right behind him. Do we not have a global timer? I did not see one on the screen. So Glitzy's at one of my favorite parts of this run. You're gonna see. Hopefully, we're gonna see this one shine spark. You just gonna carry it for really forever through multiple Metroid fights, and um, it's just a some. Oh, I fell in the lava. So those bubbles are kind of weird. They slow you down as you pass through them, so they can cause you to kind of mistime your jumps in that particular room. Let's see if how Tex does with carrying this. Oh, he fell as well. "29 seconds seems about right, yeah. So the way that it will work is when the runner gets done with the game, they're gonna ping a little get ready message in our Discord, and then at the see you next mission screen, they'll ping their follow up, and that will be the cue to start. So we will be watching the credits for each one of these. Yep, just a little bit of aesthetics, so it's easier to read. Helps out a little bit. Um, Tex having a little bit of a rough fight there. This is also a section that I've seen Glitzy practicing a lot, and you'll see another shine spark into an enemy. Um, Tex is definitely closing up that gap. Both of them wanting little extra drops there. Normally, those get skipped, so I'm not sure if they're playing it safe with the relay or just having a little bit of rough ammo management. Oh yeah, Texas is only a handful of seconds behind at this point. So this is turning out to be a really fantastic race. Lyncher is a decent little ways behind, but that is okay. Our teams are pretty balanced, so we've got wherever there's one of the runners is a little bit slower than the other runners for their game, you'll have a faster runner put on that team for another game. So our teams are pretty balanced based on rough estimates and averages of recent runs. In theory, There should be only around about, um, I think it was 40, 45 seconds at most of variance between the teams. So with any luck, um, these three teams should all be finishing pretty close together. And EOD Tex has definitely retaken his lead. Still just neck and neck though. So here the wow, that was really fast underwater bomb jumping for Tex there, and a nice solid segment there for Glitzy as well. The underwater bomb jump um, in this game, it's a much tighter. Yeah, you can. It is much tighter though. It's a very different rhythm than the normal bomb jumping, and so you kind of have to have two different versions. It's really hard to get. I've seen all three of these runners practicing that segment a lot, and sometimes it just really doesn't go well. So that was really awesome that they both had through it. Hopefully Lyncher as well, when he gets there, will just not have too much of an issue. So there's lots of cool little puzzles here with these balls. Have to get the doors activated. So it's pretty cool. They also explode. Can do a little bit of extra damage there using those. So that was a crazy awesome sync. They are just neck and neck right now, and it is really fantastic. Here goes our underwater bomb jumping section for Lyncher. And he breaks the surface of the water with no problem. That is fantastic. Really glad to see that. So those things, when they explode, those things do a lot of damage. So definitely want to hide from that. But yeah, we're just gonna use the AoE from the missiles to just kind of pop that over. Glitzy having a little bit of a rough time with that one ball. So Tex is taking his lead back. We'll see how long he stays up there. Okay, so apparently when those balls explode, they don't actually do damage. They disable your weapons and also kill robotic enemies instantly. So that's really cool. So same thing for these little areas. I do know that they also make it so that you can't shoot. I'm learning. As I said before, this isn't actually the my speed game, so I've been learning while during the watching these runners derust and practice for this relay. So if I do say anything wrong, please feel free to um, to correct me in the chat, and I'll try and put that out there. So, oh no, we've got a death from Lyncher. I am not the commentator for all the runs, thankfully. We're gonna have about 6.5 hours. So, as I said before, there are a lot of saves in this game just because they're refills. So thankfully, that shouldn't put Lyncher too far back. Um, I'm. This is the wrong gang, Merrick. I can't do that right now. Although I really want to. Thank you, Omni. Um, but yeah, so again, like I said, this isn't my game, so I will be putting the GTC propaganda in the chat during SM, especially since this is allegedly the any percent relay. So this is a cool little thing. The fight with all the group of alphas, swarm of alphas in this game that you didn't get in the original. Oh no, Lyncher accidentally exploded that ball, and so it's gonna have to wait for a new one to respawn. The Alpha Squad. Yeah, I really like how much more dynamic the Metroid fights are in this game. So now we have a couple of I believe those are Zetas, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, the group fights and then all of the different are those gammas? They may be gammas. I thought gammas were the biggest ones. Maybe not. They might be giants. Lyncher having a little bit of trouble getting the Robomine to cooperate. So we have the Ceres fight. There are some different versions of this game. What they're currently playing is the 1.5.5 version of the game, and so this fight is actually one of the biggest differences between the different versions for the speedruns. So in 1.1, I know that this fight is a lot quicker. What they're going to try and do here is shoot certain areas on the wall and electrify those little ports to do extra damage. So pretty good fights from both Tex and Glitzy. Yeah, the conduits were added in a later version. Absolutely. That is one of the coolest things about this game is the music. Um, all of the music is redone really well. So I do know that that is also actually another one of the differences between 1.1 and 1.5. I'm not sure when it got added, but um, a lot of the redone music tracks were added in later versions. So I know that when Dr. or is it Dr. M64, the original developer, got the cease and desist, he was planning for a lot of those new tracks to be added to the game. So, oh yes, short charge. So yeah, that's another thing that you'll see. The way that the short charge works in this game is our runners can do a little stutter. Um, so in between uh, getting their speed and going into speed boost, they can either release and repress forward a few times really quickly, or if they're playing on keyboard or a controller that allows it, they can press on the backwards direction and just tap it, and that will allow them to get their short charge in a shorter amount of space. Hence the short charge. So a little different than what you would do in say Super Metroid, but um, again, nice little speed tech. Yeah, this has been a really fantastic run. The back and forth between Tex and Glitzy has really been a fantastic exhibition of sorts. So got Lincer coming in on the Saris fight. Hopefully, he can have a pretty smooth fight. You can definitely see why they've been trading world records, and I have it on good authority that Glitzy is planning on just grinding out some world record stuff. At the moment, they've been going for sort of relay safe strats. Um, I don't know about Tex, but I do know Glitzy is really planning on grinding out some of the more risky strats for world records and really pushing this game down once this relay is over. Um, so the fight with that Metroid on Tex's side, you might have seen there's a tiny hitbox, the little green area on the Metroid's back. Um, that little spot, our runners are going to try and hit it when it opens up, and that will do triple damage. So it goes from being, I might be wrong on this, but I think it's 5 supers that you would need to kill that Metroid, down to if you can get 2 in the back and 1 in the chest, you can do it with 3. So those are the Omegas. Thank you. Also, I just remembered this. Some of you might have noticed that Lyncher and Glitzy have a different color palette a little bit from Tex. The palette swap mods in this game are actually legal for the speedrun because they're literally only changing just cosmetic stuff. So that would be why the screw attack is a little different color, and also Glitzy's suit, gravity suit, is quite a bit darker, more purple than pink. Oh, that's cool. The fusion design for gravity is what Glitzy's suit is based off of. I kind of like it. It's I actually thought it was a little more Super Metroid like because Super Metroid's is definitely a lot more purple than it is pink. I do like the fusion suits. I like the smooth aesthetic on them. So Tex is at the baby. We have a little egg here. So closing in, we're at the genetics lab now. The baby, TM. No, definitely don't want to be playing this in fusion mode. There are harder difficulties for this game. They should be playing on normal. Um, so, but there is a fusion mode that makes this game ridiculously hard. And here we go. Tex is dropping into the Metroid Queen fight. Glitzy just cleaning up some of these Metroid rooms, and we'll be right behind. So you can see there, again, just like in the original, you can kind of damage the Metroid Queen with bombs there. I don't think you could do it during the like without being inside of her, because you like get eaten or something, right? In the original, and you lay bombs inside of her. This fight is quite a bit more dynamic than it was in the original, which is really cool. It's less of a just stand up slog. You have so many spaces that she pushes you back. Also, it is worth noting um, every I think it's super missile pack that you pick up increases the amount of health that she has. I think it also does that for another boss. I think it's the guardian in the beginning of the game, that first little mini boss. Or no, it's missile packs actually. So yeah, getting less ammo. Is it? Yeah, it's okay. It's just missile packs. Thank you, Scotty, for the clarification on that. So yeah, getting less ammo overall actually does make it a little faster. And we have this little nod to the original to finish her off, get eaten, and lay a bunch of bombs to deal the final blow. So Tex is done, and meanwhile, Glitzy is finishing up his fight. Looks like he's having a little bit of more rough time. Lyncher on the catch up is fighting. I think that's the first Omega. That was the last Omega. My apologies. So, not too far behind. Fun fact, there is a glitched version of any percent that pretty much nobody runs, from what I can tell, where you can get out of bounds in the beginning area and sort of juice out of bounds, go backwards through that area, pick up the baby, and just leave. So there we have Tex finishing up in the lead, our first to finish AM2R. So huge congrats to Tex. GG. We won't be doing interviews until the end of the relay, but we should, if any of our runners want to come back at the end, we may not see these guys. I know Glitzy is in East Asia and Lyncher is in Europe, so it's going to be pretty late for them when it's over. Tex may or may not show up, but yeah. Got Glitzy not far behind. At what point do they swap to the next game? So they will swap to the next game at the point when they see the see you next mission page. Each Metroid game after the credits will have that some form of a see you next mission pop up, and that's the cue for the next runner to start, and we'll get the gameplay feed switched over. So GG's to Glitzy, bringing up the second finish, and Lyncher is just cleaning up the genetics lab now. And here we go with our final Metroid Queen fight. See you next mission. So we are on to Zero mission. And I should have...
Oh, sorry, I was like late.
There he is.
Sorry, but here I am. Yeah, so we are into Zero mission right now. So if I may begin talking about Zero mission, so any percentage, there are technically two routes for any person. You can do either Great First or Regular First. But we will really not see Great First today because it's harder and slower, so it's more of a challenge you do by yourself rather than something you are likely going to see well, it's not a marathon, but something like that. So, about the game, I think we all know at this point, Zero Mission is a remake of Nestroid, the first game, which I think is the next on the list actually, so that's cool actually. And because of that, your objective for the game is like to defeat the two main bosses and then go to Mother Brain and, well, destroy the Metroids and Mother Brain. After that, there is post-game content with, I don't know how many people are familiar with that, but, well, we'll see. Hold on, let me open Speed Gaming Chat.
So we just had Lyncher finishing up his Metroid Queen fight and is just gonna go pick up the baby and take off. So huge thanks to our AM2R runners getting that into this relay for the first time. Hopefully this sparked some interest. Maybe we get a few new AM2R runners next year, and we'll get some better commentary than me. So hopefully I've had an okay job and have done it justice. But we are about to finish that up.
I hope in the future we can even get Metroid Samus Returns in the relay. Due to being a portable 3DS game, it's really hard to record, but we are getting tools to record the game better recently, so maybe we can see it one day.
That would be really cool. It would be really cool because that is the last one that we have not been able to include of the 2D Metroids. So if we can get that one in as well next year, that would complete our lineup.
So about what's happening in Zero Mission right now, maybe some people in the have seen some speedruns of Zero Mission long time ago, where getting the charge beam was like a terrible decision. You just did not get the charge. And we do get the charge beam now, because right at the beginning of the game, you have to wait to get more missiles from the charge worm to begin with. And if you do that, you really might as well just pick up charge beam and eliminate RNG in some of the upcoming rounds. It's hard to explain exactly what's going on, but it helps.
So that's GG for Lyncher. That is our final AM2R runner done. Uh, thanks everybody for having me. I'm gonna sign off here, and we should have our other commentator for Metroid Zero Mission joining soon. So everyone enjoy the show and have a great day.
So right at the beginning of Metroid Zero Mission, it's kind of very linear, very streamlined. Very, I don't know the best possible adjective. Sorry, I'm not a native English speaker. But oh, hello, Visu.
Hello, what's up?
So now that we have bombs, we can kind of do our routing for the game. Again, it's now possible to already go to create, but we're actually going to do that much later because it's faster. So the best thing to do to finish any percent as fast as possible in Zero Mission is to go to Norfair and from there not only collect items and return, but straight up already go to Ridley's hideout. So that is what Rocky and Mike Food are going to do. They are going to Norfair and from there to Ridley right now.
Something interesting is that there's an additional route deviation in Norfair where you can grab high jump first, or before you go into Ridley, or after you go into Ridley. I know Mike and Rocky get late high jump. I'm not sure about Valkyrie. I don't know what Rocky does, but they're basically the same as far as time goes. But having high jump in Ridley changes the way you approach certain rooms, like Pillar Room and entering. You actually enter Ridley in the back door, so to speak. Whereas normally you would have to fight Imago, which is the giant bee. But, you know, we don't do that because that's slow. At least not in 90%.
It's kind of cool how much the route changes by collecting or not collect high jump first, yet the time is overall about the same. It's like collecting high jump first is less than 1 second faster than collect high jump later. So you can straight up get world record with late high jump. Although world record does get early high jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen Mike, who is on Team Omega, who is a late high jump runner. He's improved significantly in the past couple what, 2 years it's been.
So the
And
first thing we gotta do. Oh, sorry, this is.
oh no, yeah, you can go ahead.
I wanted to say the first thing you gotta do once you enter North is actually go left and then go to Crateria, I don't know, to get the power grip. The power grip is kind of a good item, but honestly, we couldn't work without it. We would have to do some more bomb jumping, more wall jumping, but we need to get it anyway because it's the only item in the game where Nintendo decided, okay, you have to get this item. That's no arguing. Because if you don't get it, there's an arbitrary barrier right at the next room in Warfare that you can go to the end of that room without power grip by bomb jumping. But then there's a barrier there which you cannot go through, so it's kind of arbitrary. It just it is going also get the power grip. So you have to get power grip, and on one hand, it's unfortunate because it makes it run slower. On the other hand, it's actually very fortunate because then you need to get a very useful item.
Mm. Yeah, unfortunately, we have to skip. Or we can't skip power yet.
I really hope power grip skips never found because it's good to actually have it. Like we would save so much time by not having to get it, but it would also be just much worse. So Valkyrie has already got the his charge beam. Mike Food, despite starting slightly later than Rocky, Mike Food is already nearing Rocky. Mike Food is among the top 3 runners of the game, so it's highly likely he'll finish before the other two.
Yeah, I was about to pay mention to the fact that Mike is making really good time.
And by top 3, I mean top 2, by the way. He has second place. He's really good at the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mike good. No one would ever dare say Mike bad, right? And the Rocky right now is in the room where you can go through without power grip, but jumping, yada yada yada. And then there will be a barrier right there.
Now, missile count is really important in this category, because you want to be able to have enough missiles at 18 to kill the Imago Cocoon. And ideally you want to not refill, but Rocky's refilling. I'm not entirely sure if everyone's doing a refill skip. I don't. Is that even in the rules? I don't know. But ideally you want to have a lot of missiles, but sometimes it's really
My
hard.
understanding is that the 2 rules we added is get the energy tank behind Ridley and also refuel during suitless. So yeah, Rocky just did a safety refuel there. It's good to eventually refuel before uh, before you fight Imago, but well, you can also just don't do it and have better luck on the drops and be faster. I don't. So here's the dev-intended shortcut Rock is taking to Ridley right now. Oh, no, boy, do you mean the right at the final run of the game? If there's like too many bosses you have to fight, right? Well, most people do a cheese strategy during them because it's hard to fight the legitimate, and the cheese strat is like really good. It's really fast and super easy and consistent to do.
I could not tell if Mike got any corner boosts falling down there, but um, he was going. He was going for them. By the way, corner boosts are when, if you noticed, he was like sort of spinning into the corner. It sort of just pushes you forward a few pixels and it saves like 2 frames every time you do it. I don't know the exact amount. Mike and Rocky are entering Ridley at like basically the same time. So hopefully neither of them die to Ridley. Surely I've never done that before.
Oh well, there's a secret spot up there which they are taking to actually go to Ridley. Meanwhile, the way to Ridley is they're not going to immediately go to the fight. They will pick their first super missile before going to the fight, and then backtrack a little to get their second super missile because they're on the way. I think this is a good time to mention ammo in zero mission because we mentioned that you need a good missile count for that weird giant cocoon thing. It's not the only worry about ammo in the entire game. I think zero mission is about the one Metroid where you very rarely use your beam, like not literally very rare. Of course, they're showing as being a lot right now. But like your beam's very bad in this game, basically. Your missiles really are the way to go. Missiles do 20 damage, their beam deals like 3 right now. 3? Yes, 3 damage. And if you charge, it deals 4 times that, so it's going to do 12 damage. A missile's far stronger than a charge beam in this game.
As opposed to Fusion, where it's the exact opposite. Your beam is extremely overpowered in that game.
So Mikey has already got his first super missile and he's now backtrack to get the second, that's this turn around. And yeah, you just as far as I know, all runners will do the strategy where you pick up only 2 super missile tanks before Torian, and then pick 1 more just before the final boss. You can pick a 3rd missile before Torian. It's good for safety at all, but it's very hard to actually pick it up fast because you need a precise shine spark. I don't think we'll see it today. Sorry.
Does Sprint Star Super make RNG and Torrent any better? I can imagine
well,
it doesn't, but I don't know.
So in a in a PB attempt, Mike Food will probably skip the dinner thing he just got, but for marathon safety, we decided everyone has to pick up that thing. So Ridley died in 4 supers and 30 missiles. I think that's it. And since we don't have enough health to just tank him, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Ridley down. Very fast fight.
Oh, wow, look at those supers.
There exists a way to actually make Ridley stop attacking. It's a quite precise trick, but it saves very small amount of time because how you save is a refill later. So we're not going to see it here. But it's funny because people fight about what's the best name to give to the trick.
Kirby Air Ride. Yeah, the time save from that trick, I think Scotty, who is the world record holder, I think he's the only person who does it. I'm not sure
I
if anyone
think
else.
JRP does it too. I think JRP with 3rd place does the trick too.
Basically, the time save just comes from him. I think it comes from not having to.
Oh, Rocket decided to pick a 3rd energy tank with Mike Foot didn't. So that one's just for safety. It's a very fast energy tank, so it's kind of silly to skip it. At the same time, if you clearly don't need it, then of course you just decide not to skip it. I don't know.
Yeah, skipping energy tanks in this game, especially in this category, is a dangerous decision. Especially because the pirates in Chizodia are so so dangerous.
If you're going for very fast time, you eventually start skipping energy tanks. But for a relay, for a marathon, it's not a marathon, it's a relay. But for a no reset strategy, it really doesn't hurt to pick up the. Valkyrie decided to pick up the high jump boots early. So as you can see, he has to make a slightly larger detour than everyone else because he has to go up, and now he has to go down again to finally go to Ridley's hideout. However, high jump boots saves a lot of time anyway, because high jump boots do not like outer gravity or anything. Which funnily is what happens in Samus Returns. In times of gravity change, once you pick up a high jump, but not in this game. What happens is that you jump faster. That's literally all that happens. Samus jump with a higher starting speed until she achieves higher heights before she starts to fall. Which is exactly how you would expect this to work in real life. And because you jump faster, coupled with the fact you can now jump in ball form, high jump boots end up saving a lot of time, even though there's a detour to pick it up. So not a whole lot happening right now. Rocky and Mike Food are just backtracking to Kraid. Valkyrie is going through something we have already seen. Although if you guys pay attention to Valkyrie's screen right now, you'll see quite a lot of room he does in slight different, slight faster ways because high jump boots, they really help that much.
Mm-hmm. Or I'll just pause champing, waiting for Mike to get to the acid room skip, so we can talk about it.
Well, I think we can begin. You might notice there's a zip line in the scene where Mike Food is about to go. You're supposed to activate it and then go to the left of the room. But you can just not activate it. You skip the fighting the boss as the worm. Those we call it as the worm skip.
Yeah,
And he got
he
it.
just did it with no issue. It's
really,
a lot
this is not.
harder than it looks.
I'm of the opposite opinion. This is as the worm skip is not that hard. It's very scary because it's punishing. If you fail as the worm skip, you have to reset the room. That's like almost an entire minute of time loss. But once you get the hang of it, you notice it's not that hard. It's literally just spam bombs, then go left and morph me there. There is a method of doing. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, like, I don't mean to imply that it's hard. It's just like it takes a lot of practice to get used to. Yeah, it looks like Rocky got it too.
Rock got it too, yes. Of the three runners, Rock's the only one to sometimes complain, man, I hate S-drum escapes. So I think we are going to see three. Oh, there's Grady. Bye, Grady. And I think we're going to see all three runners get S-drum skip first time. It's really cool. So Ridley has. Grady has 300 points of life, of hit points, I don't know. And well, that's clearly an amount that was balanced without super miss. Like devs realized you could get super misses before Kraid, but they thought, oh, we're going to balance the fight, so a player comes here without super missiles. If you do have super missiles, it's just a 3-hit kill. It's this fast. No glitch involved, not a trick, no precision. Literally just fire, crits. Oh yeah, and we also get the speed booster. In the following room Mike Food will have to go, there's a zip line, so that's actually the second part of S Dwarm Escape. If you can't perform this, you're soft to lock it in here. He's zooming. Yeah, he got it. Say hi to Kraid again, folks. Say bye to Kraid again, folks. Valkyrie is also skipping that third energy tank, so only Rocky decides to get for some safety.
Mike's on his way to Torian, which is probably the most infamous area of this game for its dependence on at least in any percent, its dependence on RNG and drops from the Metroids. So the Metroids have a pretty high chance to give you super missiles, at least compared to all the other enemies in the game, but they never do. So, you know. Yeah, so Metroids die in 5 missiles, but they die in 1 super missile because 1 super missile is pretty much equal to 5 missiles. And we obviously want super missiles. But we can't always guarantee that we're gonna have super missiles. So hopefully we don't have issues with that. And additionally, at the very end, because you need 4 super missiles to kill Mother Brain. Well, you don't need 4 super missiles to kill Mother Brain, but you really should have 4 super missiles to kill Mother Brain. And there's a really long room at the end with a bunch of Rinkas that you have to farm for more supers if you don't have any or enough at the end of Torin.
If there's any math nerd in chat, I can give you the numbers. Wow, the first Metroid dropped 2 super missiles. What? We're just talking here about how rare it is, and it's happening. So, Metroids have 2 drops. Each drop has a 10% chance of dropping a super missile. So, Metroids have an 18% chance of dropping at least 1 super missile, and a very small 1% chance of dropping 2, which is just Sao somehow. I really thought we won it. And if you want more numbers, in Mother Brain's room, in Mother Brain rooms, Mother Brain itself takes 15 missiles and 2 super missiles to die, and her tank takes 20 regular missiles to break open. And each super missile is exactly 5, so that's 20 for Mother Brain, 35 for Mother Brain, plus 20 for her tank. So we kind of want to get to Mother Brain with 35 missiles and 4 supers. And each Rinka, each Zebetite, oh, my foot gets really good RNG at the end.
Yeah.
Each Zebetite takes 7 missiles. So the standard strategy in the past was enter the Mother Brain's room, destroy 2 Zebetites, then you go back and fill up until you have 49 missiles and 4 supers, which is exactly 1 missile away from maximum. Oh, Valkyrie has missed SDRAM skip, was not expecting to see that.
Something else that isn't really talked about much, but I think is pretty cool. The green Rinkas always drop something. So when you see them farm, they'll always be killing the green ones. And looks like Mike is trying to do the Zeb skip, and he gets it second try. That's a frame perfect trick, by the way.
Yes, Zebetite skip is actually really hard. Okay, Valkyrie got the SDRAM skip second try. So as I said, in the past... Sorry, you can talk about. I'm talking about.
The Zeb skip basically just allows you to skip farming for missiles a second time. So the normal strat, you walk in there, you kill, I think it's 2 of those Zebetites, and then you go back into the long hallway and farm again up to full, or up to however many you need to finish the fight. But with Zebetite skip, you only have to farm once, and it unloads 1 of the Zebetites, so you only have to kill 2. And it gives you just enough ammunition to kill Mother Brain.
Oh yeah, someone asked a nice question in chat. Another 1% double super missiles drop. What's going on here? This never happens in PB attempts. So yes, as a boss is dying, if the boss stops you from running forward, the game actually allows you to build a Shine Spark. This is not dev intended. It's one of the very few non-dev intended shortcuts we get. Building up building up a speed boost during the modding. The reason this happens is because the game, instead of pretending you are running into a wall, it just pushes you back. Since you're being pushed back, according to the another piece of code from the game, you are still running, so you can build up a speed boost. Noticeably, this actually happens on Crate too. However, you cannot actually get Speed Booster before finding Crate because Speed Booster is just behind it. However, if you're playing a randomizer, or, well, if you just hack your Speed Booster in, you can build up speed as Crate's dying, which is kinda cool.
Scotty, you can bomb jump over Crate.
Wait, did I say something wrong? Sorry. To my understanding, as Creed is dying, it pushes you to the right. So you can build a speed boost there, expect that in game it just never happens because you can't have a speed booster there.
So Mike's
Oh
about
yeah, Rock.
to.
Sorry. I keep cutting you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So Mike's about to enter the space pirate mothership. Well, let's see if he gets the hardest trick in the game, the map skip. He gets it. So what's weird about that map, the map room, is that the hitbox for the map station kind of extends outward, like way further than you think it does, and you have to do the awkward jump like over it, because you only collect the map when Samus is standing. So you kind of have to do this awkward jump over it, so um, you're like not in contact with the hitbox when you land. And luckily, all the runners are going to be refilling, so there's way less danger in Chizodia, but I'm not going to attempt to. What's the word I'm thinking of? Chizodia is still dangerous, so there's still a high likelihood if something goes awry that, we could die here, but that's probably not going to happen.
Oh, cool. Rock is in PB base. So yeah, as much as Chozoja is dangerous, if you are in a PB attempt, want to get like really good times, you kind of do not refill, do not save, do not do anything. You just go and do it damageless. And yeah, it's dangerous, but also not that hard to do damageless. Like, it is a matter of training. It's an excellent example of you get good by training more. You one day have to stop and think, okay, I will do Chozodia Sweetless section until I get it damageless, and then you learn. On the run, kind of harder than S-Dwarf skips though.
Yeah, Chizodia is not, at least Sulas, it's not the worst. It's just, it's easy to make mistakes. I don't think Mike shoots Roger. I don't know if he does. Yeah, he doesn't. So that space part up there, you can shoot him when you enter the room, and he will make a sound, but he won't actually sound the alarm. Kind of goofy. And we named him Roger.
I didn't know he had a name.
I think it was done at GDQ, just on a whim. I forget who named him. Probably John. Or Crunchy.
So yeah, through the entire of Victoria, the RNG we just saw happening was really above average. All three runners got good RNG apparently. Maybe I missed something, I don't know. Valkyrie is also going for the Zebetite. This trick is really hard, and the amount of time it saves is surprisingly small. You think, oh, I don't need to refill, it's a large amount of time, I don't need to go back. And like, if you get optimal RNG, you'll save like around 10 seconds, maybe less. I think less than 10 seconds with this trick. So it's necessary if you want to go like for world record, but necessary if you want to go for a world record, but at the same time, really not necessary for like, oh, I want to speedrun the game and get a good timing. Don't fret yourself over it.
This is the one room in Sulas that gives me, at least speaking personally, gives me the most trouble with refilling, because all the pirates are there's a lot of pirates, and you have to do a weird wall jump, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see if Mike's gonna waste his ammo or not on the cover blocks.
Oh, by the way,
And
we
you
ended up
save.
not really explaining what's happening during Sweetless. As you can see, Samus' pistol kinda charges. If you see the upper left corner, you see that her pistol is automatically charged. The good news is you don't need to press B, it just automatically charges, and you just press B once to actually shoot it. And if you fire an uncharged shot, while it can still break blocks, it cannot actually stun a pirate, while a charged shot stun a pirate for a few seconds.
Yeah, and additionally, the charge shots are the only thing that can I want to say damage, but I don't know if that's the right word. But
Do
basically,
literally anything against pirates, I think that's what you.
the charge
Uncharged
shot.
shots literally just break blocks. Charged shots at least stun a given part. Stun a part it hits. And if a part is stunned, you can like walk through it, walk past it, it doesn't see you, but it does not stun for a long time. So it is actually meant to be really scary for a casual player. I thought by the time you're playing for the thousandth time, you kind of know what to do.
Mm. And charge shots are the only thing that can actually hurt Charlie, who is the Chozo ghost or the tester or whatever his name is. I don't know the lore, but uh, yeah, if your beam isn't charged, you can really get into hot water really fast. But it looks like Mike is getting really good RNG. Well, that should probably also mention. This guy's RNG. He moves around the room and takes a completely random amount of time for the orb to turn into like a glyph, which is when you want to shoot him. Um, and like I said, Mike got really good RNG for Charlie. That went really fast. And Charlie gives you your powers back. And you'll notice that he has the Varia suit, even though we didn't actually collect it, and that's because the game just kind of gives you the Varia suit for free. And if you were to go back to where you collect Varia suit, it would just be gone. Which is kind of cool.
So now Mike is in the true end game. He's going to pick up a very free super missile here, because the final boss of this game has a very low amount of health. 6 super missiles just kill it.
Unless, of course,
So
Mike tanks one of his supers and he has to use missiles, which is always unfortunate.
it's unfortunate, but at the same time, the boss has less than exactly 6 super missiles worth of health.
Mm.
Each actually has 5 supers and 3 missiles, as opposed to 5 supers and 5 extra missiles, you know. So if you miss exactly 1 super missile, it's still not that bad at all. So yeah, as I said, this is the end game. Mike is going towards the final boss. He just needs to get there and smash it. Again, since he has exactly 6 supers and he won't refill on the way again, he now wants to completely preserve his super missiles. He's going to use missiles a lot, but no super missiles onto the final. There are some very funny strategies during the second part of Chozodia, where, to be fair, the first part too, where like pirates open the way to you or pirates shoot at each other. It's kind of funny how pirates have a friendly fire turned on. They can accidentally kill each other, and they actually do it all the time.
There's literally a strat in Suitless. I never got a chance to mention it, but there's a strat in Suitless that's literally called Friendly Fire, where you manipulate the pirates to shoot each other to turn off the alarm. Swag missile? A So missiles curve when you run, so they kind of have like a weird arc, um, where when you're standing motionless, the missile will just move straight, but if you're running while you fire, it'll kind of have an arc. And there's a small window where you can shoot that door from the bridge, and it determines whether or not your run finishes. And that's not true, but we like to joke that it does. And Mike's doing a
Okay,
strategy.
look at Mike's screen. He froze the pirates back there as it started to attack. Now he jumps, and the pirates open some of the blocks for him.
That strat is called helpful parrots, I think. Yeah, you can actually manipulate him to shoot all of the blocks, or at least most of them. I forget how you do it, but you do it in a similar way.
Rocky has his fully powered suit too. So Mike Food is right now in a room where technically you're supposed to use power bombs, but there's again dev intended shortcut up there, making power bombs completely optional too.
Yeah, huge shout out to R&D1 for making this game really speedrun accessible. There's a lot of shortcuts that you don't even see in this category. But like in 100%, there's a lot of like a little hidden rooms that connect the areas. Pretty neat.
And there's the final boss. It's not Ridley, it's just a robot that looks like Ridley. We call him Iron Ted, but I think the official name is Mecha Ridley. Mike Foot shot a singular missile, I honestly do not know why, but see, 6 Super Zenits already gone. Drop a bomb after 13 beeps, and the bomb automatically opens the door. Mike Foot is in the final scan.
Is it 13 or 14? I mean, I count to 14, but I might be wrong.
Well, I count to 13, I don't know, that works for me. The name of this Metroid game is Metroid Zero Mission.
Paulsmore says it's 13 seconds and 25 milliseconds.
It's also known as Metroid Zero Missiles, but the official name is Zero Mission.
Alright, hopefully Mike gets the escape spark. The escape spark is... Well,
Slight hard in my opinion. Well, he so far is very good. He managed to break the block and charge the spark at the same time. Got the final one and gone.
So, normally without a speed boost, you have to not kill. You have to go all the way around, and there's a work bot.
Mike Foot is in the final run of the game. And if you shoot the pirate as it's climbing, it shoots back in retaliation. Expect that it shoots at the opposite direction, so you can just do that, and the final run of the game is easy. GG, Mike Foot.
Yeah, Mike's done. GG. See if Rocky can close out the PB. That'll be hype.
So GG to Mike, and that's it. This is will come to the final remaining 2 runs, and shortly thereafter, C Scotty W. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Will enter the commentator run and start talking about Nestroid, which is the original version of the game we just played. See you guys.
Alright, looks like Rocky managed to kill Mecha. No problems. Can we get some pause chants in the chat? Some holds? Alright. Okay, let's see if Rocky can get the escape spark. Ooh. That looks like he's good. Taking it safe. And he's good. He's got it. Alright, looks like Rocky's gonna be getting a PB here. And GG.
Hello, Vicious.
Hi, Scotty.
I will be commentating for the NES Metroid portion. Looks like Aurora is just about to start here.
I'm gonna stick around for Valkyrie's run, and then I'll pop off when he's finished.
Sounds good to me. Alright, looks like Aurora is already started. He's coming down the golden shaft on his way to missiles. So this any percent classic, or excuse me, all bosses classic route, we will be grabbing missiles and then going up for bombs and ice. Because it's classic, the specific category, we will not be doing any block clipping or door wraps. So we will be forced to do a little bit more farming than normal. To alleviate this for the marathon, we've actually used a password. You didn't see it at the start, but Aurora has used a password. You can see that he has 10 missiles after picking up the first missile pack instead of 5, as one normally would have. That's to alleviate some of the farming between bombs and ice, because farming really is really bad in this game. It kills a lot of runs.
It's especially bad in Hundo, where you have to farm missiles before bombs.
Yeah, missiles before bombs, and in this category, yeah, you pretty much the same thing, except it's delayed until after. Since we get bombs first, we do it on the way to ice. It's a little bit better in classic because you have bombs to farm enemies, so you can farm things that are on the ground easier. And kind of group them together. But in general, we decided that it would be better to use a password to alleviate that as much as possible. After Brinstar, there's not as much worry with missile RNG, since we go down and kill Ridley, and Ridley will give us 75 missiles.
Mm-hmm. I don't mean to interrupt Scotty, but Valkyrie got a space boost, leading, got a space boost in lieu of the escape spark, which is really hard and really cool.
Yeah, it's Space Boost. It saves very little time, but it is very cool. Very good.
So, GG's for him, and I'm gonna leave you to Nestroid, Scotty.
Alright, enjoy your day.
I'll be back for Fusion, I believe, after Dread.
Right, and showing has begun. It doesn't look like anyone's used. Oh no! Showing is using the Zero Suit sprite. That's a. It would be a just slightly different password, but still completely legal. It's only cosmetic. But as I said before, you can't see it, but he does have. He is starting with 5 missiles as well. I believe you can shoot them even without it displaying, but he will not be doing that to conserve missiles for the 2 missile doors coming up. But Aurora has grabbed bombs and is now on his way to ice. And this is normally where we would be doing a ton of farming to try to get 3 missile drops, which is it's not something that you want to do in a marathon, because the time discrepancy that we would get in from how much certain players may need to farm is kind of crazy. Because this game, it does something really weird with missile drops. You can enter a room, and the game decides how many missile drops that you can get in that room, and you can run out of the number of missiles that you can get in a room, and that number that you can get can be 0. So you could be sat there farming for, however long, and you will never get a missile drop. You will have to leave the room and re-enter it, and that's something we don't want to do. You can't know how many missile drops you're going to get until you just kind of decide, oh well, I'm just going to leave and try to get better drops. So we did see the only glitch allowed in the classic category is mid-air jumps or unmorph jumps. And that you just saw from Aurora. He used a bomb to get a little bit of extra height. And then the game still allows you to jump as long as you remain in the neutral state if you don't press forwards or backwards to move left or right. You can get a jump out of an unmorph or from a bomb jump. And that we're going to be seeing that a lot. To answer the question if that's a glitch or movement tech, it's kind of hard to say. It's something that you can... It's really easy to have it happen just accidentally. But the classic category, it's kind of it's an old category rule set, I think, from SDA, maybe even Twin Galaxies, but it's just an old rule set, and that's just what we stuck with for this category. It's basically our equivalent of NMG. Another thing that we keep in mind a lot when running NES Metroid is enemy manipulation. So every enemy in this game spawns in a specific slot, and there are 6 slots that an enemy can fill, or can be put in. And if an enemy goes off screen or dies while going a certain direction, the next enemy that spawns in that slot will then spawn going that same direction if it can. So if an enemy despawns going to the left, the next enemy that comes in that slot will then be going left as well. And this is very useful in knowing what pattern you're going to get entering a certain room or entering a certain part of a room. Really makes it nice to either avoid damage or take damage intentionally, or just get a faster pattern in general. Showing just collecting bombs now. On his way to ice, and Tweak has now begun grabbing more fall. Getting a lot of lag there from Aurora's side. In this game, lag is something that we really have to deal with too, and that's another part of enemy manipulation that we can use to our advantage. If there are too many, let me start over with that. Oh gosh, how do I even explain that? Basically, in general, if there are too many enemies on screen, there will be a lot of lag generated. But if you manage how many enemies are on screen by killing enemies in specific parts of the room, it will either allow or prevent other enemies from spawning. And that's entirely determined by their slot number. Each enemy having a specific slot that will spawn in. So we have a big map that shows where every enemy will spawn in the game's memory. So we can use that as a reference to determine what exactly we want to do in order to manipulate enemies. To either prevent lag or just get a better pattern. Hopefully I explained that well enough, because that's a really... it's a little complicated, and it takes some getting used to. But it's just very, very integral to this game. So we've seen... Oh. Tweak has died. Please continue. Just hopefully starting again on the same password, please. Aurora now heading into Ridley. Ridley, with the pattern that Aurora has, the fireballs are just going straight over Samus's head and will not hit him at all. They're not going to change. Ridley cannot really do anything. And the pattern that Ridley gives is dependent on the console that you have, which is which is a very unique thing for NES speedrunning. A console can either give you a good pattern or a bad pattern, and that will be very consistent with the console that you have. But Aurora, I believe, is running on emulator, and the emulator that he's using will always give good pattern for Ridley. But it's known that, like, front loader NESs, I think, always give bad patterns. Any other official emulators, like the NES Classic console, NES Classic console and Wii Virtual Console, Wii U Virtual Console, Switch Virtual Console, those all give bad pattern, which really kind of limits accessibility a little bit, but you can still run the game. You can also reset to change a pattern as well, which I think is what we now allow and what we now recommend players do if they're running on something else. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say front loader gives bad pattern? No, I that was a mistake. Front loader can give good pattern, but it won't always give good pattern. So you kind of have to test out consoles and see if you have a good pattern console or not. The top loader, always gives bad pattern. At that point they had I think Nintendo had standardized their production in some way that they all work the same at that point. Yes, Zero Mission Asteroid as well, Prime and Asteroid, those both give that pattern. I don't know specifically what causes that. It's something about the memory not being fully reset when you reset. Or, yeah, not being fully reset at some point. I don't know the specifics. It's weird. But back to talking about the gameplay that we're seeing here. Aurora has finished Ridley, has left Ridley's lair. Xiaoling is now on his way to Ridley. And Tweak is, I believe, heading up to Ice. Or not Ice. Heading up to Bombs following his death. Very unfortunate. We have allowed for some safeties, or we are enforcing safeties for this run specifically, because there is a lot of risk in this game. Let me pull that up. Yeah, so in this game, we are picking up a minimum of 2 E-Tanks before killing Kraid. Our runners are doing a slightly suboptimal route for going through Ridley to pick up this E-Tank here. Normally the fastest route... What? Tweak? No! Normally the fastest route is going to the right after entering Ridley and approaching Ridley through a much more dangerous side. With a lot of enemies flying at you and the very deadly ballroom, which is usually a guaranteed hit if you have manipulated enemy patterns correctly. Yeah, very, starting this game, respawning with 30 health, it's very unfriendly, especially at the very start of the game. No, there is not a password that starts you at any higher health values. So we see Xiaoling, he's got the same pattern, because he knows that he has good pattern. And now we'll be leaving normally. So, NES Metroid, it also has up A's, which will... You press start, and then you press up A on a second controller, and it will basically kill you, and then puts you at the start of the area. That's not allowed in the classic category, just because of the rule set at the time. But it is much faster for the categories that do allow it. So all of this backtracking, this is the ballroom that I was talking about earlier, it's very dangerous to be going through. But with missiles, it's not too bad. Yeah, deaths are also not allowed with up A. Like we're allowing it in this marathon just to allow you to get through the game. But if you can avoid a death, don't take it. And also, it also takes a long time to die in this game if you have 2-3 E-Tanks. And you don't want to respawn with 30 health in a marathon. Yes, it is a very hard game if the deaths that we have seen so far is indicative of difficulty. All 3 of our runners, they are about the same PB time, all in the 25 range, if I remember right. So don't let the gameplay fool you. These are all very capable runners. And especially in a marathon setting, it's not easy. So here we've got Kraid. We're just gonna freeze his top spike and just hold left and B. And Kraid dies. Not too bad. Aurora's gonna pick up this E-Tank here for a little bit of extra safety. Xiaoling is taking a dip in the lava. Good use of Ice Beam to get back out. Tweak! Ah! So, unfortunately, going again. Or climbing the infamous pillar room. Not an easy climb at all. Very, very common to see runners fall all the way back down. But that was a pretty good climb from Aurora. Well, I should mention the route that we do, Ridley first, is not, I suppose, not the intended route. I suppose it is it is the faster route for sure. But Kraid first is significantly more difficult if you're going there before visiting Norfair for the first time. Kraid is a very difficult fight. Oh, Aurora! Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, take your time. Okay, you're up there. Get to the top. Alright, he's got the Ripper to rely on here. Okay. You do not want to fall down there. And making his way out. So Aurora will be now heading all the way up to Torian, with Showing appearing to be right behind Tweak, just on his second visit through this, or I guess third visit in this room, going back to Kraid. I believe Aurora got the ceiling tank coming in, so he's already got 4 tanks. I don't know if Showing is going to pick it up on the way in or the way out. It kind of depends on whether you want more health going into Kraid or more health coming out and going to Torian, because of the refill that the E-tank gives you. Seeing a little high five between Aurora and Showing. Aurora on his way up, Showing on his way down. Well, let's see if Showing is going to pick up this E-tank here. He's doing a little bit of movement to respawn this bat on the ceiling. It won't always spawn without proper enemy manipulation. So you kind of have to roll right and left to respawn it. And we do see that he does pick it up. Yes, it is huge safety for Mother Brain. Mother Brain is a very, very difficult fight. Alright. Tweak has gotten the E-tank. And hopefully will not die, please. You're doing great. Thank you for your determination in finishing this. It can be really... It's not something that you want to have happen for sure, but thank you very much for continuing. So let's talk about Rinkas in Torian. They are very annoying. That's my talk about Rinkas in Torian. But Aurora is doing a very nice job working with them here. This room in particular is where they are really, really annoying. They spawn with varying speeds and angles. They will always spawn trying to run towards you, or trying to fly towards you. But they they can be moving very fast and in a very bad direction. But it looks like the pattern he got there wasn't too bad. We're going to see him try to farm for some health here. As Shawing has picked up Kraid's E-Tank, having killed Kraid. And Tweak, now grabbing Ice. Doing a great job. Yes, Lord Mike, they do have... Yes, only 3 Rinkas at once. You're trapped. Showing on his way up the tower. Hopefully doing well. Mother Brain's room. Lots of different Rinka patterns that you can get here, and you kind of have to recognize what pattern you're getting and what you have to do with regards to that. A very, very, very difficult room to go through, especially dealing with all the lag, because there's a lot of projectiles, all the Rinkas and all the turrets shooting things makes for a lot of lag. We're going to be seeing a lot of unmorph jumping between these platforms to kind of stay as close to these Zebatites as possible. You need 8 to get through each one. 8 missiles to get through each one. And then Mother Brain will take 33 missiles to kill. And we're going to stand right up next to the glass to deal damage as quickly as possible, because we can only fire 1 missile we can only have 1 missile on screen at a time. Oh no! Oh no! Please! Do not! Okay! You're good. Oh. This is why we have the safety tanks. With these nerves going up this escape, it's very, very difficult. Your heart's pumping. You're doing precise platforming. We're doing all these kind of toe taps on these platforms to do straight jumps, because they are a little bit easier to control. But it's also just a very difficult climb to do at the very end of the run. And GG to Aurora. Gosh, that was stressful. Don't do that to me, please. Okay. Now, back to our other runners. Showing as left Kraid, also on his way to Torian. Please don't put me through what Aurora did. I don't think my heart could take it. Tweak is now on his way down to Ridley. Looks to be in a much better position health-wise. Gosh. Xiaoling doing the final climb in Brinstar. This is like the first room of the game. The first, not first room of the game, but the first vertical room. Will really put you to the test with your platforming abilities. I remember as a kid, I never made it past this room. It's hard. And I was bad. We coming through Ridley, going to the left to grab the E-Tank on the left side of Ridley. Taking the hidden bomb passage on the ground. You're gonna do great, Shawing. I believe in you. So the Metroids in Torian, they have special drops. Each Metroid will drop... I believe the health drops will give you 30 health, and the missile drops will give you 30 missiles, which is way more than anything outside of Torian. whereas the missile drops outside will only give you 5 missiles.
What's up, Scotty?
Hey, Rain. Welcome.
Guys. So, just as Zane is starting out, my name is Rain BT. I'll be the commentator for Metroid Dread, which is what Zane is running in the bottom corner right now. The first trick you're going to see in a little bit is going to be a pseudo wave. Basically, you're just going to shove your arm into the ceiling a little bit, and it somehow lets you shoot a blob over the ceiling. But what? I actually don't know anything about this Nestroid. This looks horrible.
It can be, for sure. Fortunately, we are going into Torian with a lot of missiles, so we don't have to do any farming. Oh, gosh, Justin, what did you do?
Okay, so that happens if that blob takes 4 shots to break. Usually you do 3 underneath, and then you go left and then shoot it. But I think he accidentally shot it while underneath. There is a chance for you to not die there by doing underneath, but
it's not a smart thing to try and do.
Yeah, that thing's a heavy block. But that's the Emmy skip, the Emmy tutorial skip. We call it lane. That goes to the right. We're skipping that entirely, which saves a minute. And
there you go.
The more notorious pseudo wave is the early Corpius, which lets you basically not spawn the white Emmy at all and get early cloak. This is not a fun pseudo wave to say the least.
Shawing has made it to Mother Brain's tank. He is making good use of the ice beam to keep these Rinkas frozen so that he doesn't have to deal with them. Looks like he's gonna have a pretty good... Oh, never mind, I shouldn't have said anything.
I can't tell. I think Zane is on rookie mode, so he has 30 missiles. Corpius has technically 2 phases, 12 for the first phase, and a total of 26 over the phase 2 and 3. On rookie mode, we can skip the 3rd phase entirely, which Zane did do. I don't think he got a head glitch, though.
Shawing leaving the Mother Brain fight with 27 health. Not quite as low as Aurora's 1 health, but you got close. Making his way up to the final elevator. Very nice. GG Shawing.
And all this toe tapping platforming looks molding, to say the least.
Yeah, the final climb it's hard, especially on pace.
Okay, so Zane chose not to go through with the item tutorial skip. There is a way to avoid that entirely with very specific movement throughout the run. It does save a little bit of time, but it's just very annoying.
Can you do that in Space Jump, early Space Jump route?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's just really annoying from what I recall. I don't do it. It's such a huge hassle for like a handful of seconds.
Yeah.
I just don't remember the number. This is the single wall jump. We call that the water skip, I believe. And he also got one of a fairly difficult trick called the Jehudi skip, where we basically abuse a slope boost mechanic for Samus and stopping her upward momentum, so we get a slightly higher respin. It looks a lot harder than it is. Yeah. Actually, no. It's a lot harder than it looks.
It's a pretty difficult trick. You gotta manage your where you do your coyote jump, when you cloak and uncloak. And cloak is usually not in a very nice place on the controller layout, usually bound to a stick.
Yeah.
And then
It's
you
with the
gotta.
cloak. Yeah, with the cloak, you can actually like buffer it and like do a lot of stuff, so it's a lot more manageable. On other categories like glitchless, if you want to do that without cloak, it's technically a triple frame perfect trick. It's very stupid.
Very, very stupid.
But that's not the worst trick in this run.
Oh, it's one of them.
That only saves 15 seconds. It's the trick that I'm almost sure they're going for short boost for early screw. That trick saves like 2.5 minutes.
Oh, is it harder though?
Oh, very much so.
With
I think
harder than
it's
cloakless?
also- Yes, you have a potential to die. The resets are like 20 to 30 seconds long or something like that, and I believe it's also technically frame perfect, triple frame perfect, with no real leeway.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
Yeah, it's very silly, but afterwards, it's pretty much smooth sailing. We'll see how many times Justin takes to get it. As well as the other runners. We're joined by Carter Freak now, doing the lane skip. 3, 4, perfect. 1. Have it. The second shot's always the hardest for seemingly no reason.
This angle it's so precise. It's a really hard angle to hit that.
Yeah,
And the
there is a
timing
way
depends
to,
on when you jump in your coyote jump or if you jump off the ground. It's different depending on any small change in your movement.
Yeah, the ceiling, where you do on the ceiling also matters. There is a way to cheat it a little with the right stick, because you can set your angle early. That's what I do. It makes that so much more bearable.
Yeah, Dread is pretty unique in the amount of rebinding that it allows you to do. You can basically rebind anything that isn't like you can't put your stick onto the D-pad, or I mean the like directional inputs onto the D-pad. But everything else you can pretty much change around to your liking. And duplicating the left stick onto the right stick allows you to hold a specific angle on the right stick while you're doing movement with the left stick, which is quite nice
Okay,
for
so
some of
let's
these
go for a
pseudos.
slide down. So Zane just killed the white enemy. That looked easier than it seems. Because of the routing that we do, this is technically our first encounter with the white enemy, which causes it to act very silly. Specifically, it goes like twice as fast as it's supposed to. So if there's like any pause in it or anything like that, or he misses any shots, the white enemy just kind of goes zooming, and it becomes very precarious very quickly. So Carter, I believe, is also going to Jehudi skip. He has cloak, so I have no doubt he'll get it in a few tries. While Justin Zane is making his way towards Cataris, which has his own silly trick in there. Third, fourth try for Carter. Oh, this is really interesting. This is the fly D boost. For some reason, with those parry animation attacks that enemies have and aim, it just launches you forward. So we manipulated the flies in a way where it just gets us over the little slope that you can't jump on instead of taking the rail the long way.
Yeah, you got to do some fairly precise enemy manipulation in order to
Yeah,
get in the
luckily
right
there's like
spot and charge at you at the right time. There's some good setups though.
yeah, there's quite a bit. Basically, every comfy, but the one Zane did is the fastest version. So this Atom room right here is going to be the very last Atom you'll see during the run. With a trick coming up called the Atom Skip. Atom works kind of like a line. If you skip any of the atoms in line, the rest kind of just go inert and just don't force you into the room anymore. Hopefully he doesn't take too many tries. The trick coming up, I'll tell you when. And explain more about it. Is technically, on a technicality, like 5 frame perfect inputs, but 4 of them we can actually buffer.
Do you know how many frames there are to get the buffer?
For the wall jumps?
Yeah.
No, but it's extremely generous. That's all I know. I don't know the specific amount of frames, but it's like anybody can do it. The melee though is silly.
That's frame perfect, right?
Yeah, there's no way about it. There is like 3 frames where it works for the wall jump, but the melee itself is frame perfect.
Mm-hmm. Not a fun trick at all. Takes a long time to learn and a long time to master.
Yeah, it's easy, but you'll go like 10 hours without your first success. That's how silly it is.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of runners will change their grip because you have to be able to hold jump and melee at the same time, or at least in very close succession. So a lot of people will use other fingers to hit buttons like claw grip or piano grip. Definitely something.
Kind of glossing over the Emmys. So Emmys, you'll tend to not see them be too much of a threat for runners. They have very specific spawns that they do once you enter an Emmy zone. Generally, each Emmy has one really bad spawn that we don't have movement for because they're just directly in the way. But the majority of the time, either we can ignore it or we just jump over them. Harder facing the white Emmy. I don't think he could do a planted kill here. Oh,
he greeted.
Shots.
Oh
no, missed the parries.
Those parries are very, very precise.
Yeah, the first one it has a lot of leeway for the parry, but the second one is basically you can't react to it. You have to anticipate it.
Mm-hmm. I think the first set of parries are more reactable, but you've got 3 different patterns that you can have to deal with it. Fast pattern, medium, and slow.
Oh no, that's another parry. Oh, he got grabbed again. But yeah, the first one I believe has 18 frames.
It cannot be that much. It cannot possibly be that much.
It's either 16 or 18, I don't remember. And then the second one is like 12.
Man, I've got bad reaction time. Yeah, the second one, I think it's a little bit more anticipatable because it's only got 2 different patterns, and I believe you can tell which one it is by the time you get grabbed.
Oh my god.
Carter, please stop going for that.
But just
fight the enemy.
Zane's side. He did get first try Atom Skip, which is huge. To explain more about Atom Skip, we basically made had him inert, which over the course of run saves like a minute and a half from this point. And because of the routing that it allows, we save a minute optimally through Caterus. So it's a 2.5 minute save for that simple, silly trick.
I apologize for shifting the focus, but we're going to look back at Tweak. He is trying to go through Mother Brain Room, and he's only got 3 E-Tanks compared to the other runner's 4 E-Tanks. And he's already down to 189 health. Really hoping to not see another death here. If he needs to, I hope he will go back and refill. He is not getting very kind patterns.
Oh my god, he got hit like twice.
Yeah, each enemy here is going to be doing 30 health. Every Rinka hit, every turret shot, everything doing 30 health. So 3 more hits and he's dead. 2 more hits and he's dead. Oh, this is not looking good. Not in this room, no.
Oh my god, why is Torian
Please leave. Please leave.
Oh, he's going for it.
Please don't do this.
Oh, no. Oh my god.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
going for it.
That's a really good freeze. Oh, 33 shots and he can rest for the night.
Oh, Rinka.
Oh, don't stand there. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. This is so stressful.
Oh my god. Waiting for another freeze. Oh my god, what is these Rinkas? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Just take it. Just take it and run. Okay. Okay.
Be like 12 missiles out.
I have no idea. Oh! Please tweak!
Oh my god. No! No! Oh my
alright,
god.
so that's gonna put him back to the start of Torian. He will have to farm back up to full. Or, well, not to full, but please continue. You got this!
This is not that far out.
Give Tweak your energy. The run must go on.
Where's the other runners? Oh, okay, so Carter is in Caterus now. And Zane will be seeing the yellow enemy first time. Ooh, got the D-boost. Nice. I see you guys figured out how to normalize that.
Yes, we did, and it all depends on whether or not you're holding a charge shot.
What?
That's what I heard, and when I don't hold the charge, I don't get it.
Okay. I do know if you go to the bottom, like the very bottom, you get it like all the time. The charge shot is new.
That's what I heard. Someone could have been lying to me though.
I know.
It is very consistent.
About a month. So Carter is seeing the green Emmy for the first time. Let's see what spawn. Ooh, no, that's an okay spawn. If Carter was a little bit faster, all that they would have to do would be to just like shift the head down a little bit. But that's not the worst spawn.
Patterns. Okay, no, don't die. Okay. Oh no, he died. Yep, the Rinkas can get you, or both the Rinkas can get you in the doors, and Metroids can grab onto you in the doors. So,
Why?
Took another death there. Because this game is incredible.
Oh, what? There's nowhere safe.
There is nowhere safe. Something I didn't mention earlier about this game's drops is that if you kill 2 or more enemies on the same frame, they will give you the same drop. So we will be usually grouping these Metroids together to kill them at the same time so that we get the same drops. Although Tweak is getting a little unfortunate RNG and only getting missile drops. I wish I could get this in any percent. Okay, there we go.
Okay, is that enough health? That does not seem like enough health.
Hopefully you can get through this door without taking damage. Those Rinkas will lock in on you as you're going through the door. And if you're not morphed and bouncing through the door, they will almost always hit you.
Harder at Adam Skip. That's a pretty bad one. Dane killing the green Emmy. That's also a bad one. Just too low, too far in. That one. That one's good. Nice. All right, that was like
Very
4
good.
seconds try. Anything under 10 tries is like okay.
Yeah, as we said before, Adam Skip it's very hard.
It's technically glitchless. It's like the equivalent of like Lakitu script. If anyone's like familiar with N64, it's just like jumping over a flag.
Yeah, but it is a very necessary trick. It is a route-defining trick.
It is silly. Ooh, wow, triple. That's neat.
Yep, since he killed all of those on the same frame, they all gave the same drop. Stop getting missiles! I am so jealous of your missile luck right now.
There's super missiles in Metroid or just missiles?
No, just normal missiles. Yes,
that's a good thing or bad
Lord
thing.
Mike, doors stay unlocked, the Zebatites stay dead. And I think the glass might stay broken. I can't remember on that one. We will find out.
Oh yeah, so speaking of super missiles, Dread is funny in that you get super missiles in this game, and it's actually a net loss. Like it does more damage per hit, but the DPS is like half as much or something like that. It is actually like the worst upgrade.
I thought my understanding was the DPS stayed the same because of the damage increase, but countered by the cooldown increase as well.
I don't know.
It may also depend on what enemy you're shooting.
I believe Robos. I don't know. The damage resistance in this game is very weird. Like Ravenbeak entirely has like 10 times beam resistance or something like that, and like the Robos have less missile resistance or something like that. It's very silly, but we don't have much use for super missiles.
Tweak has killed Mother Brain. Yay!
Oh, they can leave.
Let's go. You can stop playing the game now.
I mean, that's a huge release.
That's always the relief at the end of a Nestroid run, is you can stop playing the game. Thank you for your resilience.
I know Satora is itching to get into this run.
GG Tweak.
So you guys know Satora is a multiple world record holder for this game. So we'll see if we can catch up. I have no doubt he might make it close. But Zane has a substantial lead in that respect.
Everyone, please give our Nestroid runners a follow. We've got Shang, we've got Tweak, and we've got Aurora. I pulled up the command, but Aurora's already been changed out. Go follow all of them for Nestroid content. They are all very, very good, very capable runners. And with that, with all of our Nestroid runners being gone, I will be taking my leave. See you guys later. Enjoy your commentating, Rain and Dummy.
Yeah, I'm joined by Dummy.
My name is Dummy Dude. I'm going to be co-commentating Metroid Dread.
Yeah, I gotta give props to Tweak though. That is some resilience. Ooh, single wall jump from Zane. Oh, that first one's always a doozy. That first single wall jump for some reason is just significantly harder than just continuing the whole thing. But it's just a manipulation of the morph ball and a wall jump, basically making letting us get higher wall jumps on a single wall. It's kind of harder than it looks. A lot of Dread is harder than it looks, kind of thing. Or is Kraid an eagle? I can't answer that actually. Wait, does Kraid have wings? For some reason, I feel like Kraid has wings. Or am I just dreaming?
Alright, well, Tweaked Beacon just ended.
Well, he doesn't have wings. He also doesn't have legs. I pretty sure just short boost, right? For Zane, I don't think he wouldn't go for short boost. So he's going left instead of early grapple.
Well, looks like Sisora is already getting started, our current world record holder for any percent no major glitches category.
We'll find out if Zane goes short boost. He's gotta. Oh no, going for base pseudo. I think you can still get early grapple and short boost route, but I'm fairly certain. I know Zane's in the chat. I don't know if he's going for space pseudo, which would give Carter and Sator some extra time, because short boost route is about 2 minutes or so slower. I know, faster than space pseudo. He's spacing? All right, I respect it. I like space pseudo. Or going into Corpius. No doubt Corpius is gonna get demolished. Hopefully he gets head glitch too. To get head glitch on Corpius, you basically want to phase him into this phase during one of his attack. Specifically, the spit one is the one you want because it's the most generous. Getting blocked by the tail. He's gonna have to go to a phase 3. I bet he's hating it right now. On rookie mode, you can ignore phase 3 entirely.
Got Justin Zane returning from Grapple Beam.
Alright, Carter is headed to Varia. Is it considered Varia Escape? I get yeah, Varia Escape. I still think Varia Suit is like the best looking one in the game. Gravity Suit is a close second, but man, is that power suit ugly.
I got the amiibo the other day. It looks awful.
With the power suit?
Yeah, the power suit.
My god, I don't know how people like it. It's so ugly.
Oh, whatever. But I see why they went for the Varia suit in the intro. It is fire.
No, power suit's supposed to be the base form, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the blue one.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the base form, not a damaged suit. It's supposed to be a suit without any of the upgrades. Pretty good fairy escape on Carter's side. The power suit is healing. What? To be fair, every single start of any of the Metroids is always damaged. She gets smacked to the side once and she just loses everything. The torch is blazing through Ataria right now. Man on a mission. Good movement on Carter's side though. Oh, missing the door. Oh, commentator's curse. I'm sorry. Oh, if you guys noticed that enemy in the back that Zane just passed, we will never see them in this route. Sadly, that is like probably one of the coolest enemies in Dread.
I kind of feel sorry for the developers spending months trying to develop the game when speedrunners just beat it in an hour in like 10 minutes, skipping half the content.
It's definitely the prettiest 2D Metroid. Maybe the prettiest. I don't know. That's a hard statement to make because Prime Remastered is gorgeous.
I just got it recently, so Prime Remastered and Dread are really fighting for quality ranks.
Oh, you got Giga Weave? Man, you must have been putting the reps to get that. Carter going into crate. Doesn't look like anybody's using turbo. Wait, I don't remember we split off the categories yet. Yes, sprint. I believe they were. A nice single wall jumps. Those were clean, to be honest. Ooh, no setup. Maga skip. This is going to be really hard to commentate because there's 3 runs at 3 separate points.
Ooh. And they're pretty spaced out.
Yeah, Carter destroying Kraid though. Zane going for the IBJ backdoor flash,
And
missing it.
Satorha is going to go kill that white Emmy.
Second try, nice. I suck at this. If anybody knows me in Dread, like I am atrocious at IBJs. Oh man, look how fast that white Emmy is. It's disgusting.
But it's nothing for Satorha. He gets it first try.
I'm sure I didn't go for the plant kill. Well, actually, I think he's missed some shots. I couldn't tell. Going for the pseudo waves, nice. Wait, I thought left to right was faster. Wait. The right to left? I don't know. This room changed so much for the pseudo waves that I don't know anymore. Ooh, good flash movement though. Carter going for short boost, nice. So ooh, this is scary.
Ooh.
I think Carter was going for the Arcandy evade. Was a little bit too slow. So I don't remember what the arc anti-evade looked like. So this is gonna be interesting. We have a spacer and boosters. I have no doubt Satora is gonna go short boost. There's a good chance Carter is gonna be stonewalled at short boost though. That it's just that kind of trick. But I hope it doesn't happen.
We got Just Insane fighting that central unit, so to get speed boost.
Yeah, it is for speed enemy, right? Yeah. Speed enemy casually is the worst one, but for runners is the easiest if you don't miss your shots. If you miss your shots at all, it just gets really dicey. All right, no grapple.
Alright, Just Insane just acquired Speed Booster. Once you get Speed Booster, things really get heated up. The maneuvering starts to get really complicated.
It is definitely my favorite thing to add into the game. This really, God, speed boosting just feels so good. Oh no,
Ooh,
bonk the
just lost the
ledge.
trick.
Oh, we ball sparked there because there is a cinematic there that if you're not in ball and you spark, it's like tremendous. It was like 2 to 3 seconds slower. It's ridiculous, and it'll be there forever. So on some categories that come back, don't not ball spark there.
Carter just now arriving in Berenia. I think that's how you pronounce that.
Oh, Mike, we're current patch, non-legacy. We are back to suitless stuff. It is even crazier than what you remember. And yes, it's been patched. That invincibility.
Tora went for the pseudo.
Ooh, quiet rope. Oh, missed it. Oh, he's going for. I respect it. Oh, sad. So all that speed thing does is just to skip that grapple and to this flash gate. You want to explain how sparking the robo works, or sparking in general?
That is like the most fun maneuver ever. Once I learned that, pretty much you can just charge a speed boost and then launch yourself at the robot chosen soldier and then just take it out in 2 hits. It saves so much time and it's so much fun. And nowadays people use the damage to create invincibility so they don't have to wait longer for the robot to get out of the way.
I think that was 3rd try. Yeah, I don't skip for sat. Yeah, the way spark damage works is it has 3 damage values. Either 100, 50, or 0. So most times either they instantly die, you bonk, or you take 2 hits to kill a robo. If you parry an enemy and then spark it, you also parrying an enemy also makes it anything do like 40% less damage, or it does 40% damage. I don't know the wording on it. It just, we try not to parry much or go into the parry animation or cinematic. Unlike Sat going straight in there. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Just insane, heading for Barania while Carter is leaving with Flash Shift.
Sat
Torno's
is
struggling a little.
very sad right now. I can feel it. Carter going for E. Satora is making his way out towards Styron to wide beam, and Justin Zane is headed to Gavaran.
Yeah, I believe so.
Full speed keep? Yes? No? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. No. No one ever goes for it. You can actually keep that speed keep the entire way. Oh, going for the flash version. Okay. Justin is going for the fastest version of this. It is surprisingly hard to do it completely because flash shift does stop you when there's an enemy in the way. But Justin doing it smooth.
Is that making it to Darion now?
Now, for most, especially people starting out, where Zane is right now is probably the most precarious spot while learning, because the gold robo does quite a bit of damage for how much E-tanks you have. So it's... I have no doubt he won't die, but for most learning it, this is like, people die here a lot. For spark missiles, they attack, go into a deboost, because deboosting off the enemy does less damage than any one of their attacks. Also keeps you closer to him. Ooh, a coyote.
Pretty clean move.
Nice. I didn't think about using coyote there. Oh, okay. I just riding the elevator.
Set getting bombed while at the same time Justin Zane's getting super missile. Meanwhile, Carter leaving Dario.
I think super missiles are... We have it for maybe a single zone, and then we just get rid of it. It is the most unused item in this game, arguably. I guess plasma too. I don't know, it's hard to say.
Carter acquiring grapple beam.
I believe this is where Carter starts going to short boost. Having a... Yes, this should be where Carter goes to short boost. I don't remember that being there. What the...
The whole downward spark. Pretty good move.
Oh, that looked really trippy. So explain this trick coming up. This is short boost, early screw. Basically, we interrupt a flash shift going backwards. So this game really likes to continue any animation going. So once we interrupt it, if we don't do anything, Samus basically just like kind of boomerangs backwards. So we use that boomerang that Carter missed to basically gain a little bit more distance like that, so we can get speed spark here, letting us get screw early. Now this is very dangerous because this cold room does a lot of damage, and every single fail you have to farm health, and it makes this tricks just stupid. That one looks good? No, a little bit off. The short boost itself is not difficult, but this use of it is
almost got
horrendous.
it. Meanwhile, Sat got more fall, and Justin Zane is leaving Elune with plasma beam.
This grapple door is also timed, by the way, because we have to keep it open. Oh, got it. I think it was like 4th try. Nice. Got it. I think it was 4th try, 4th or 5th try. That's far off. It's really hard to tell how far off they are. So Zane about to do one of the cooler speed techs in this game. 2 flashes into speed booster. Going to gravity, and Carter is going
perfect speed movement.
are also doing a really cool speed techs here.
Justin Zane using the
Nice,
speed
perfect.
booster. And I think that was turbo.
No, that looks like regular mesh. I'm fairly certain it is manual. Did he do speed there? I wasn't looking. So this ice enemy, leaving the room, if you're fast enough underneath and you open that charge beam door, the ice enemy comes out, you can get up to that ledge and see the ice enemy immediately. It saves 6 seconds over the normal way if you're not fast enough. All you really have to do is just speed boost, just start speeding out of the room. But there is a flash shift version of it, which is a little bit finicky, but is also slightly faster than speed booster.
If I'm correct, Justin Zane should be heading to Perenia for the base jump pseudo.
When does Carter get gravity? Carter getting gravity now? Ah, man, I'm blanking on the short boost route.
There.
That quiet robe. Ooh, the quiet robe speed keep is... That saw is really silly, and it's really easy to lose that spark by accident. Oh yeah, screw attack. Screw attack does probably the most damage outside of spark. It's not the most DPS, but per hit does the most damage. That looks off. That's 4.
There we
Nice. He had one more shot before. No, that was his last shot before having to reset the room. So explain that trick a little bit. Technically, like, has a 3-frame leeway if you do it at a specific time, but technically frame perfect. You can't actually shoot that blob. What we're actually doing is using diffusion and the explosion from plasma shot to ricochet off that claw up top to break the blob for us. That blob takes 1 hit, thankfully. So we basically angled it in a way where we don't directly hit the blob.
We just barely get the hitbox for the enemy to explode and destroy the blob. It is very satisfying to get.
There's also a glitchless way to do it. It is 13 seconds slower optimally than the optimal space pseudo, but some find it easier. Also, it's just cooler. It is more difficult though. I'm still trying to figure out how far off Zane and Carter is. We'll find out after one of them, after Carter gets gravity, I believe.
Just insane. Now heading towards Arteria to go and do our screw attack shortcuts.
Ooh, going for the full speed. Missing it. That door into morph is a lot harder than it should be. Man, no one goes for the full speed keep. You can actually speed keep all the way to this grapple door. No one does it because no one does it. I don't even think it's faster, but I do it.
A week ago, I think Scotty made a little clip of a comparison between like the times for the speed keep and no speed keep in the Discord server. It turns out it's faster to just not keep speed and just flash shift the whole way through. Maybe what they're doing here.
The flash shift is faster out of that tunnel. But speed keeping's cool.
That's true. We could be going for style points.
It's like we make it seem like it's like really that much slower. Like we're talking like a handful of seconds at best. Carter's fighting Gold Robo. Those are underwater space jumps. Space jump can't go higher than where you started underwater, but we can use the ledge to. I'm not sure if we figure out if we interrupted the descent or we're just boosting ourselves higher. It's one or the other, but we're basically manipulating the initial starting height so we can get up to that ledge.
And there you did it again. It's just jumping just underneath the ledge and jumping back up lets us jump a little bit higher, letting us be able to get our screw attack way easier. You
can actually do it with one rub. It's not consistent. 2 rubs is very consistent, but the 1 rub is like really hard for no reason.
A lot of stuff going on.
Harder making it to a loon. I think this is where the run converges. No, it doesn't, because he doesn't go to screw anymore. They don't go to screw anymore. I did. Oh my god, I'm blanking on this route so hard. But Zane is headed to gravity right now. Orange teleporter.
Yep. That is trying to get flash shift right now.
The run converges now. It's a gravity. So I don't have a timer here, but we'll see once Carter gets gravity. Had that backdoor flash. First try? I don't know how you guys do it. I suck so much at it.
Probably a list of songs.
To speed keep?
Listen to Bon Jovi
no.
when you're playing Metroid Dread. Help them get that backwards flash shift pretty easily.
The Carter was going for a speed keep that you could take all the way to the door and spark the eye door. It is like a quarter of a second faster than just flash shifting through normally. So it's very much just really cool to do without actually losing time. One specific about it that I found though is if you don't farm the enough health and come into this door and come into this boss fight with like minimal HP, you actually lose time for that speed keep, because pairing the eye door gives you more resources, and sparking it gets you like a quarter of it.
Seems that is actually about to catch up. Trying to catch up, doing amazing times through Berenia.
Is speed right now? Yeah, about to get speed. Arter about to get doing the really cool speed keep. Hopefully gets all of it.
Close.
Missing the jump. I think was attempting the slide. Not getting the full one, but getting a decent spawn, so it's not really in the way. Good mashing on Justin's part. It is actually faster just to plasma both robos at the same time than just a screw attack, and better to one robo if your weaving is good. If you can't do any of that, just screw attack them, though it is kind of scary because of health. But if you're starting out, just jump into them with screw attack.
Zadora is just now getting speed booster. And Carter is going for ice missile. Just insane going for cross bombs. Using the speed feed.
Oh,
Ooh.
attempted to go for the when you get near the wall, you can actually jump and buffer the down input, so it makes it easier to get. But he anticipated early.
Carter on our way to gravity.
Going gravity and then cross bombs, right? Carter is actually not that far behind. If this is going to gravity and then cross bombs, I believe is like, I don't know, like 3-4 minutes. No, my timing has got to be off. It's got to be more than that.
Gravity plus both bosses. Whereas Just Insane's going to be finishing the game quite soon.
Now, cross bomb objectively is way better than a regular bomb because you have basically 3 bombs in 4 going in 4 directions. So that's like 12 bombs in one, right? If it works. Cross bomb usually doesn't work, so it is really annoying. But it does do some wonky stuff, and when it works, it is really nice though. It also lets us do some stuff, and it does crazy amounts of damage to Ravenbeak's first phase. That is kind of relevant, but it does do that.
Ooh, we're gonna get to see
short boost.
Thor how to do a short
True
boost.
first. Oh, no true first trip. Ooh, that is a scary second. Or technically first try. Technically, not true first try, but first try nonetheless. A little sketchy on the L's, but I respect it. Barreling through though. Carter is at double robos, keeping up on the first platform, which is optimal. The manipulation for these robos is a little bit difficult because all they want to do is knock you off the platform. So you have to both control the robos and stay on the platform and keep them relatively stationary on so you keep mashing both of them, so it's a bit difficult. Yo, Sat almost died. He was at 12 health. He was 1 tick away from death. Oh, and misses. Oh, and misses again. Two round? 2 round. You can, okay, so this SQ, I completely, okay, first Carter's at Gozuna, gonna try to get the quad spark. Nice. And I'll explain SQ when Carter gets there. SQ lasts like 16 seconds or something like that, or less. Nice, perfect Gozuna.
Great damage boost movement by Justin.
I'm appalled, no SQ speed, but sure. Oh, that was a weird storm missile. Nice, quick work on the robos. These robos are different from the Barenia twin robos too. I believe the Barenia ones are both gold, and this one is a gold and gray. The gray has 2,500 less HP than the gold, and the gold has like what, 9,000.
Well, it kind of makes sense because we're just skipping from one end of the game to the other.
Yeah, technically that robo was supposed to be before the Barenia ones.
Started arriving in Canubia.
For those of you who don't know the casual routing, we're supposed to have killed SQ way earlier. Like, that's a mid-game boss. A really stupidly hard mid-game boss, but you know. Going for a plant kill. Be a man. Throw some air in the chest. Just stand there. Don't jump over. That looks clean. Nice. Nice. I got that hair. Okay, so that kill is really scary. And if you mess up, you have very little leeway in getting out of it. The second version, which is like 2 seconds slower, involves going to the left a bit more. And if you just do the casual way, you lose like 4 seconds. It's not that bad for this boss. I mean, this point, just wave at me.
Looks like Set's
Okay, so Carter is the SQ.
Looks like Set's a good 30 minutes behind.
Ooh.
But catching up.
The comeback will be real. Okay, so just keep an eye on Carter's. SQ is going to die like immediately, and that was a really maybe not. That was a really weird setup. I think jumped too far, but you can set up in a way where it dies in six screw attack hits, like basically immediately, and then you can 2 round. It takes 3 screw attacks on this X core. It's very easy to get 2 rounds, and you can actually 1 round it. Sat flashing with a mission. Oh, I would not have expected Sat to miss some of those shots.
Justin Zane getting power bombs right on his way to the final boss. Carter mixing charge and screw attacks.
Ooh, missing the charge shots. Okay. Getting speed should. Okay. I hope we can get out. I hope Carter can get out. It's got no Aeon. Ooh, nice. Was a little
Clutch.
bit off from getting locked out because he had no Aeon. So Zane is in the very last boss rush of the game. Killing Gold Robo and then Ravenbeak.
Sora grabbing super missiles.
Now while Zane heads to Ravenbeak. Ravenbeak is a bit complicated. The fight doesn't look that complicated, but there is a lot of like tiny specifics to get it to that point. Specifically, the first phase, you can get a gold skip. You basically abuse the damage window that the parry animation gives you to skip this like 20-second long invulnerability that Ravenbeak has. There are ways to make it easier, but basically you skip that and then you abuse a lunge melee animation window. Carter, oh, this is okay.
Ooh.
Nice plant. You abuse some animations and some, and basically just shoot the crud out of Ravenbeak for phase 2. And third, we'll be using Void Cross, I believe. Basically damage boosting our way through almost every trick he has. I have no doubt Zane will get the ghost skip. He's got the hair. Nice gold skip. Ooh, oh my god, no lunge? Just taking these hits to the face. Hopefully, it's hard to tell where he is. I believe he's about 15-20 missiles off. It's about to end soon. Take one more hit. Don't die. Oh my god. Zane was actually about to die there. If he didn't phase it where he did, he would have actually died. Because that Gatling, even though it avoided most of it, would have hit him a second or third time and killed him. Okay, so we avoided melee cutscenes pretty much the entire game, but this one is actually worth it if it's early on in the phase.
And there we go.
And takes out like half his health. Ravenbeak's dead. That was a really good RB. A little bit dicey on the Gatling, but that comes with the hair. Casually, you would have like held it and just shot it early, but it actually pushes RB back a little bit if you do it early. So we wait for a specific timing.
Great movement by Satoru in this section.
Oh yeah, if you don't know during escape, we don't have flash shift. I'm not entirely sure why. We have speed booster, but no flash shift. Also, we're invulnerable during this. Like any enemies that hit you, they just die. I can't believe we don't have flash shift for this. It's silly.
Oh, let's be real. Samus is already overpowered enough.
I mean, why not? There is actually a cinematic spark cutscene there. Justin just jumped over it. You can also speed keep it all the way to the end, but this is faster.
And there you go. Team Omega can now move on to Metroid Fusion.
GG's to Zane. Be sure to give all 3 of these your follows. They are top tier runners.
With top tier movement as well.
Are also making their way to Ravenbeak. I have no doubt. Gold Skip and the like. Hopefully a less spicy fight than Zane's.
Satoru's going for gravity.
Samus, the planet destroyer. I don't know about you guys, but she's basically Doomsday.
Here goes Carter, Ravenbeak.
Samus, the Eater of Worlds. I'm telling you guys, she's Doomsday. She goes to a planet, gets stronger, and then kills it. And then leaves. Ooh,
Carter's
very
going.
solid fight. No melee yet. Not gonna break it. That's kind of a late. Good void crosses. See, this was pretty late in the phase, so that melee would not have been worth it. It would definitely would not have been worth it because Ravenbeak, any enemy in a melee cinematic does not die at 0 HP until the melee ends. All right, I guess that's it for me. Dummy, you stay until Sad finishes, I guess. But be sure to give these guys follows. GG. See you guys later.
And thank you for commentating. We have Carter starting with the escape sequence. Already has a good lead over Team Zeta. Satoru just coming back from Gravity Suit. Gonna go for cross bombs most likely. You get it? Oh, and he gets the extra speed boost. Oh, but he misses the second one. Still gets it. Carter almost done with the escape sequence. Team Omega is getting ready to welcome Ronald Rage to the show. But meanwhile, Carter finishes, letting Team Magma go on to Metroid Fusion. Torha now moving on to Hanubia. So far, Satora is a solid 20 minutes behind Justin Zane, but is starting to catch up quite nicely. Easily breezes through. And there you go. Team Omega is done. And Carter Freak is now going through the credits.
And with Dread done on one of them, I'm going to hop in for Fusion. Going to introduce, well, myself first. I'm Schmade. I've run Fusion for about 6 months, but I played it for a couple of years. And we've got Rage already in the first climb room, in fact. Straight into it, right off the bat. And it's... There we go. Okay, so first climb room for Rage. This room is deceptively hard. There's a lot of room for error. It's one of those rooms where it's like there's a bunch of different strats, but it's a lot of easy time loss. And it's right off the bat as well, so it's like you mess it up, you can just reset. And with main deck as well, we'll be seeing Adam quite a lot. So Rage very recently PB'd actually. Cut about 12 seconds off, 13 seconds off, something like that. And, oh, he's actually missed one of the Honored shots. So, quick double take. Gonna just clean it up. Hop back off to Adam once again, because he's got more sweet nothings to tell us.
And here goes Satorha with this Storm Missile Shine Spark. This is what Rain was talking about too. You can be able to knock him out.
Pin him
6
down,
seconds.
screw attack him. So I remember in my Dread playthrough, this boss gave me a lot of trouble. I skew for Storm Missiles, it took me a good while, but seeing that in the run, that's a really, really cool strat. Just pin it down, screw attack it. That's just so quick compared to what I remember doing with it.
Well, good thing
Rage
speedrunners
actually
have been
getting
able
hit by
to.
the researcher.
Speedrunners have been able to deduce it for boss rush. They've actually been able to whittle the time needed down. I think 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's quite a lot quicker than my
Something around
couple of
there.
hours it took me. So, was that the very first cutscene of the game? Cutscene in quotation marks, because there's not really anything in Fusion for cutscenes. But, bit of a short one. I'm not sure what Rage would get for a missile time. It's usually what he says. It's usually one of his slightly weaker segments, but generally still quite solid for him. And very shortly, there we go. First upgrade of the game. Rage has missiles. 20% chance of survival, by the way.
Meanwhile, Satorha, flash shifting right back out of our space jump room, heading straight for Wave.
So,
Good clean flash shifts.
Fusion, notorious for the text. There is a lot of text in this game, and it's not one of those things where you can just gloss over as well. There's a lot of time you can lose just for having not great text mash, especially like early game in the main deck. Text mash can be the difference from like sub 250 to mid 250s, even if you have a very good execution. And Rage, I've really been learning different text mash methods. Kind of feel he thinks it's one of his weaker parts. But let's see what Idol gives him. There's first beam. Okay, quick opening. I think he got the double. And a quick one beam. That's a good start for Rage. Very good way to kick off Fusion with a decent Idol. Will Erectus be as kind, though? Erectus notorious for being a bit of a troll. Can give you 2 rolls. Oh, fire rate's an instant roll. But another 4 attacks. You don't see that too often from Arachnus, actually. Meanwhile, Satara just evading the wave, Emmy.
Ooh, nice job. And there's Carter Freak done with the credits. Team
Yep,
Gamma
so
gets to
we'll
move on
be
to Fusion
getting
now.
our second Fusion runner, indeed. Varia Gravity, I believe it will be. Another fairly new runner, actually, for Fusion. But climbing up the leaderboards pretty rapidly. Not too far behind Rage's PB, in fact. So, we'll see his starting off very shortly. Rage for getting the door fix. And there is Varia.
So Zora immediately moving on from Wave Beam, going straight to Ravenbeak and Power Bomb.
Varia doing a bit of skewed climb up the first room. I think he probably slightly messed it up, so just did a bit of a backup strat. As Missile Tank number 3 of the run, I think we'll be seeing only 5 more for Rage in this run. I think he runs 45. Climbing the ledge, not getting the ledge hops for Varia, but probably see if he gets a cleaner pawn node, and he does. Quick 2-shot, and he's out. Oh my god, what is that? It's another Samus. So, we have the Sax. Sax is kind of funny in this game. We have something coming up a bit later in the run, the Sax skip. That I think 2 of these may be doing. I'm not too sure. We'll have to see when it comes to it. They might decide to back out of it when it comes to the run. Oh, have you seen Satoru's health?
Ooh, amazing clutch.
It's saying Satoru, it's Satora. Whoops. Clean climb from Varia. And there's power bombs for Satora.
Power Bomb's gonna go straight to Ravenbeak. After
Actually-
giving him the L, it's gonna go through the escape, and then Team Zeta will move on to Fusion.
Considering how far behind Dread started for him, it has had a very solid run and brought it back quite close, because this is only about the first 5-ish minutes of Fusion, 6 minutes. And with the runner coming up next, I feel like there's another runner who could bring it another minute back down. Perhaps. It is a relay race, it could go all wrong. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
Rage
Metroid
get
1
hit.
gave some pretty stressful gameplay for all teams involved.
Yeah, for sure, especially Fusion. The way Fusion can go with the RNG cost a lot of time. Rage getting lucky in the first door, but having a hit early could skew his drops here. Oh, and he gets hit again. He's gonna jump that just for safety. Getting 2 health drops there, drops his missiles down quite a bit. Just you do get 3 missile drop every time you kill a stabilizer. So you can so that's 6 missiles for free from each of the stabilizers, but this one you don't actually pick up. So take down this one and you only get 4. Going right in its face, just make sure it doesn't end up tanking anything. Especially with the resources, it's a pretty safe way to go about it.
Dora takes down the Golden Chozo with a solid mix of the beam and missiles. And now gets to take on Ravenbeak.
Rage having 2 pirates jumping in the climb. That's not great, but he does manage to clean them up, and Arya getting beamed right now. I think that's a second beam. Oh, I think that might have been a 2 beam. So, good luck all around so far for Fusion. We'll have to see how Paul's mod starts out. There's a 2. Okay. Oh, Rage getting... Brenda being kind. That's what Rage has named the idol. And it's kind of a name that's stuck. Oh, I think that was that a tink? Yeah, the first one was a tink. The second one definitely got that one. And 1 double with a good idol. Rage on decent pace. Arya's Arachnus going very smoothly. Already out of there, actually. While Rage was doing Charge Beam. Satoru on Ravenbeak.
Great Ravenbeak. So far, so good for him. Already on to phase 2.
So, Rage on the
taking
last
hits.
stabilizer already. As I said, good pace, just gonna missile that Hornet and take out that last stabilizer. As Vari's about to get his sped missile tank. So, decent gap it seems for Rage. Good sector 1 all around, I think. Even though the pirates did try to make it as bad as they could, still managed to clean it up pretty nicely as Vari is about to go down to the set of lift. And once again, I'm gonna see another Samus.
Meanwhile, Satoru had just now finishing Ravenbeak. Gets to start with Ravenbeak X in the escape sequence.
It's looking like another Dread run is going to be finishing. And in about however long Dread credits last, it's like a film's credits or something. It takes like 5 minutes or something, it seems. We'll be seeing the last Fusion run starting. So, a bit of a high five. Rage going up. Sector 1 as Vari is entering, and Kraid getting blasted in the face.
Yep. Is that on pace to finish Dread pretty quickly?
Definitely made up a lot of time, considering Rage has just got to Sector 2. That's about 10 minutes about into the run. And would say Satoru is about 20 behind.
Well, I'm not sure specifically how long the credits are.
Yeah,
so
that
it might
is
be a little
true.
bit before Team
So
Zeta can move on to Fusion.
Could have brought it back about 5-ish minutes, maybe. Although I do know Justin is also really good at this game, and Carter, of course.
Yep, all 3 runners are really good, top tier, like Rain said. So go follow them. Maybe
I'd
even give them a
assume
sub.
Sator would have had to have an immense run to bring back that kind of gap back. We'll have to see how it goes when Paulsmo starts Fusion off. We're getting much better luck going down that climb than Rage did. Still on
And there you go.
20 missiles.
Satoru finishing the game,
GG to
skipping to the credits.
Satoru.
And that is it for your Metroid Dread and the 2D Metroid Relays. I'm gonna
Means
pass it
I
off to Vicious.
think we'll
Delicious.
be welcoming Vicious along. Welcoming Vicious. How
Hi.
goes
What's
it?
up?
So,
So-
starting decent runs from these two. Vari already up to the. Oh no, I think a missile. Back up and then just spray the rest.
So we're here in Sector 2. We're the red enemies, the Zoros. They deal 45 damage. Or is it 40? I don't know. They deal 40
It's-
damage.
It's
They
about
hit really
45 to
hard.
44. And getting hit by one in here is pretty scary, but most of the time you likely won't hit enough of them for it to matter. Unless something goes really badly wrong with your doubles. So Varia making it to Brenda, getting the one beam. Getting oh no, he went for a double, but he tinks it. Brenda showing mercy, another one beam off of charge idol, and very merciful today. Rage nailing those doubles. Oh, one double on Varia. Two doubles, double, double. Love to see it. Didn't get the door doubles, but he gets it on the charge core. And makes it for his mistake on the door. Novari is on his way out of Sector 1. Nails the first stabilizer.
So you'll see our runners shooting when they land on platforms. That's what's called a shot cancel. Basically what that does is it extends Samus's hitbox such that she can land on the platform sooner, which allows her to jump off of the platform earlier. On the first frame.
It's because it takes her from the spin jump, and shooting immediately the first frame puts her into a standing or like straight up position. So it basically, as you said, it extends her hitbox downwards and puts her straight into a landed state.
And Rage is entering Zazubi, who is infamous for its
Being
jumps.
a bit of a troll. Two beams on the idol, which even the same amount as he started with, so even though that's two beams, still pretty decent look going into this. We'll have to see if Zazavi shows the same kind of
Zazubi
same
can
kind of look.
give you from anywhere from 6 to 15 jumps.
Depends on how you count it as well, because there is 3 jumps which are vulnerable, but right now that's a 6 jumps for Rage, 8 if you count the 2 guaranteed next round.
The RNG varies from each cycle.
That's 10.
So
Oh no, he's got that's 11 jumps from Sasabi. That's 1 from the worst possible. Vicious. Well, yeah, 1 from the worst possible. That would be 14. And it misses the double. Oh no, this Sasabi's not going too great. Just nail that one. Let's see about sweet spot. Good sweet spot.
So you'll see, yeah. So I was gonna say you'll see them sort of jumping around, moving in weird ways when they're fighting the core. That's because you want to manipulate the core to die at a certain point in the room. That's which is called the sweet spot. Basically, when the core is broken,
Wait,
it
just saving? You
yeah.
know what that means? That means he's going for the sex skip.
When the core is broken, basically the X has to pathfind to the center of the screen, and it's
It.
yeah, I'll finish talking after this.
That might be late. It was
Oh.
late.
Died.
It looked
That's
late. It's
unfortunate.
morphed too late. So the trick to sack skip to nailing it is you want to spin jump very slightly to delay your momentum, and then you want to morph just as you're about the bottom half of the blocks. It's around that sort of position. Any earlier, allies opting to not go for it, so failed it once,
Yeah.
and he's just going to let the sacks pass.
Hopefully,
So I just buy a little bit of time.
Only about six. Well, not 6 seconds, but well, Saxib saves 6 seconds, but
Yeah, but with the
I was
save, it would have been about.
yeah, way
I
way
don't
more
think it
than
would have
that.
saved any time. It'd just be showcasing it, if anything. Oh, Varia getting hugged by one of the Zoras, just like Rage did on the way in. And
But
very shortly, we'll be seeing our third fusion runner, another Zora going for a hug. And
yeah,
the room Varia is exiting, Rage is entering, and as you can see, the room state has changed. All the Zoras, they're all cocooned, and we'll see those again a bit later on.
anyway, as I was saying earlier, the X will pathfind to the center of the screen when you kill it, and basically, that's really slow, and sometimes it'll just kind of float there for a really long time, and you really don't want that because it loses a lot of time.
It can
So-
lose around 3 to 4 seconds, something a lot more substantial than you'd probably end up thinking. And another Zora going for a hug. That's 3 for Varia on entry of Sector 2.
Especially since you kill, what is it, 12 bosses in this game, so
It's around that many. And if you consider, well, you add that up, especially like RNG and things like that, you can lose a lot of time on bosses if you just end up forgetting to sweet spot. You end up with bad RNG, you don't really miss your doubles, that kind of thing. It can really add up, and it can properly skew a good segment if you miss your sweet spot.
something else I should note is that you'll see we're playing on the Japanese version, and that's important because Japanese text is way faster than English text. It saves like 2 minutes.
Close to a lot of damage. Varia's just making it up. He almost fell down, but it was a good recovery. So, Sector 4, Rage is on his way in. Osmo's entering the Horned and nails the 2 shots. Clean as you like, and he's out. So, there's one of the tanks for Varia, and no beams. Nice look there. Much better off than Rage already. The only way... I don't think it's possible this could be worse now. Even with a 12 jump. There's a 1. There's a 2. There's a 3. And a 4. Max jumps for the first round. So with Zazabi jumps go in a round in 3 different rounds of... Oh my god. I think that's another 3. It can go 3, 4, 5 as max jumps, equaling 12. Or if you count like the vulnerable jumps, that go up to 15. This is horrible, Zazabi look. Zazabi is not showing mercy tonight. That's
It's,
crazy.
The
I think
first
that was
cycle,
another 11.
the first cycle is if you count the vulnerable jumps, it's 1 to 4, and then 2 to 5, and then 3 to 6, and then when all the jumps are vulnerable.
Yeah. And as we were talking to about sweet spotting chords, Varia not really getting it, and ending up having to jump in Blaze like a couple of times, having to pick that car up. And
Here's everyone's
Up.
least favorite snake, Saros.
The speed. Oh no, there's a troll pattern for Rage.
So basically,
And he reacts really well though.
what a troll pattern is. So Saros has different patterns he can do.
He has 4 different
And-
patterns. Decent sweet spot, decent vertical sweet spot there. No sack skip for Varia, so it's gonna make up a little bit of time, I think.
So
Yeah, it's-
Saros has 4 different patterns he can do, and the pattern that follows, or the pattern that he does, always influences the one that he will follow up with an exception of 1, 2, or 2, yeah, 1 or yeah.
Because he has a pattern that goes out of the center, it can go left or right. And that doesn't have a follow-up. And then he can also arc from one of the left to the right gaps. And that also doesn't have a follow-up, but it's the same type of pattern as it does when it comes out from the left. Goes straight over the platforms. And his last pattern is he has a zigzag and goes really high over all the platforms. Those two are the ideal ones, where he comes out and goes straight across, or he zigzags across. The other two are really hard to deal with because you have to kind of react to the pattern he does afterwards, since it doesn't have a follow-up. And that's why no one likes Ceres, because he can do that one of those patterns with no follow-up multiple times in a row.
Rage had a good setup for that low height, but he messed it up.
Yeah, I just caught that as well. So no low height from Rage.
It looks like you got a good pattern from the golden crab as well.
Looks like everyone had pretty good Erectus RNG, because Pulsmo out of there already, getting the sweet spot on the core. Oh, but having a hard time with that one block. That one can be a bit awkward if you miss it. Trying to be fast to recover it, you can kind of do how you do it. So, Rage exiting 4 with the Adam text, Varia entering 4 with the Adam text. Bit of a high five right now as Pulsmo's about to talk to Adam. You do that a lot in Fusion. Adam has a lot to say.
Sadly, unlike Dread, we can't skip him.
And you can't relax when you're doing text, because you have to make sure your mash is good.
And you can't just press the button. You can't just mash the button aimlessly. You have to time your. You use two optimally you use two buttons to text mesh, and you have to time them such that you advance the text box and also advance the text that's on the text box. And the text will only advance when you're holding A. So you want to kind of be aware of how long each text is, and when how many there are. I'm good at talking. Jesus.
Don't worry about it, it's fine. I think everyone will understand what you're alluding to. So as well with text, you can't hold a button while you're starting off another text, otherwise it just doesn't input that button. It'll carry it over from the previous text, and you'll end up getting stuck. So you have to let go, repress, and it can make your text mesh pretty slow. Let's see how Ceres goes for Varia.
I don't think he got the flare. Oh, that's another thing we should probably mention. Charge Beam has 3 hitboxes. No, he got it.
We just about got it on that one. That was a slight bit early, but it just worked. And starts with a pretty good double.
So we can kill Ceres with 2 shots because Charge Beam has 2 hitboxes. It has, or not 2, 3. It has the 2 I want to say pellets, or they're beams. It has the 2 beams, but they look like pellets, so that's why I described them as pellets. But
Yeah.
and then the
Cross
flare, which also does damage. So we kind of shoot his entire head using the flare.
Ceres' weak sauce, he only has 50 health, and Charge Beam with all hits is 27. So total you can do about 54, which is plenty. That kills him in 2 hits. Oh, Varia missing the spring ball out there, and does a decent backup though, and he's on his way as looking at Pulsmo's going to go clean wall jump. Oh, tinking some missiles, and he's still tinking some missiles, but he recovers it. Here we go, a Rage on the way to box. This is a boss where, so he's going to do the pretty standard setup. You could do a really quick kill on this boss. You can you jump into its hitbox, fire 2 missiles down, and you spray 3 more, jump out, and then do that again. You can kill it in 2 phases like that, and it's about 5 or 6 seconds faster than doing it in the way Rage just showed. But that was a really clean box kill regardless with that method.
Yeah, the quick kill is kind of not race friendly.
No, you can
even
take a lot of damage.
Can even lose you time if you do it wrong.
Oh, Pulsemore getting that spring, morph through the gap. I love that, but I'm not really being able to get it. Let's see how Brenda treats Pulsemore then, because being kind for our first two runners, but oh no, it's a bit. There's two. I don't think that was a double. There's three. There's four. Brenda, you so mean. There's a fifth. And Pulsemore's getting kind of bullied by Brenda. But he's in. And he's got the charge core. We're going for spin doubles on the core. And then there's the wall jump. That's the strat I do. I do that wall jump strat. That's the one I managed to get consistent with. And who's the strange person that Rage is talking to? Or Adam is talking to for Rage? Kind of just shows up once, and then you never see him again. Strange silhouette man. Make up your own story about who that is. I don't have one right now. Someone's chat will come up with something good. So Pulsemore cleaning up Sector 1 on his way to the last stabilizer. Very solid movement as well, making up a fair bit of time. As Varia makes his way into 3. Rage is on his way into 6.
Sector 6 is the dark sector, and you'll see how dark it is in a minute.
Well, you won't see. If you get what I'm saying. Anyone? Okay. So, by the way, Pulsemore is cleaning up Sector 1, and I can't see a thing on Rage's screen. It is a very dark sector. Varia goes up into his speed boost. Varia lost his speed boost somewhere. That might be Ellie. No, I think he's gonna go all the way. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's strat's called a shine break, where basically you store a speed boost, like sort of in between a speed booster block and a normal block. It's a little tricky. And there's different setups you can do it.
Yeah, it only saves about a second as well, which means the risk reward is like it's there for like the top end, but it's not really the sort of strat that is mandatory in the room, because if you don't quite know the timing for it, there's like 2 little visual cues you can use on the way in and for starring, but it's not really the kind of strat you have to do, but it's still a pretty cool strat. We might see Pulsemore going for it. I don't think Rage did it, and Varia definitely didn't do it. Also, Varia's screen has gotten stuck.
He says his game
it'll be
froze.
back. Oh, his game froze. Interesting. Bizhawk is probably what he's on, but he seems to be back, maybe?
Yeah, Bizhawk is a goofy emulator. It's
Okay, Varia is back. I think he was doing a little bit of testing, and Rage bottom messing up the door fix. And we're on to Variacort. So the principle we had with Ceres, where you get right as close as you can to get max damage, applies to this boss as well. You want to get right into it to get all shots of charge. And ideally, you kill this boss in 4 shots. Rage doing it in 5. He did miss one of the full sweet spots. Varia doing, I think, a bit of technical difficulties on Varia's end, but I think that may end up clearing up. Could be worth him saving and then coming back, but gonna go into box. See how this goes. Getting the charge, not the missile though. Oh, missing one of the shots as well.
So you'll see these infamous puffers, who are the purple enemies. They can move diagonally in 4 different patterns, and there is absolutely no way to manipulate them or predict where they're going to be. So when we're escaping in this sector and we're gonna be coming back here pretty late in the run. You kind of have to play really reactively to be able to
This one
maneuver
right
around
here,
here.
Rage just deciding to run straight through it
Mhm.
and just go past it like that, not killing it or anything. And that's the other thing that's the most annoying about those enemies, is if you damage them, they puff out, which massively extends their hitbox, and
Mhm.
it can just, you get hit and it just slows you down, and they're really annoying. Nobody likes those enemies, they're the worst. But Rage making it out pretty cleanly, not really having to deal with too many of them. Just the one was in this way, but it didn't really do too much to him. Pulsemore, a bit early on that bomb, but
Big
realizing, backing it up.
shout out to Big Ohm with his obnoxious stream deck.
Everyone loves them, everyone hates them at the same time. It's very funny. But so far, this is a pretty good run from Rage, it seems. Already out of 6 of 6. Vari on his way into it. Oh, Pulsemore going for a second wall jump there. People usually just hop out and kill the putty things, but you can end up falling on top of them, and that does get a little bit annoying. So, off to Zazabi for Pulsemore. Threading the missile there is such a cool thing to do. Because, those enemies, ouches, are a bit weird in that, I don't think it's exclusive to ouches, but you can kind of just put a missile between the floor and the enemy hitbox, and it'll just go right past, and just like hit whatever's behind it. Like the enemy wasn't there, like the floor wasn't there. But 2 beams for Pulsemore. Let's see what Zazabi gives. I know we were 1. It's much There's much kinder than all the other runners got.
Oh, unfortunate. Vargar, I didn't even notice. He ran out of missiles, so he had to grab those early. It's faster to get those on the way out, but he had to grab them earlier to kill the Ghidorah.
Oh, max jumps for Pulsemore on the last round, but I think overall, much kinder RNG. To say an 8 jump.
Hopefully
Getting
Rage
the
doesn't get
double.
scammed. Oh, he's not gonna get scammed.
Yeah,
So
he's
normally-
backing all the way up to make sure it's safe.
So, we say getting scammed because, the way you're supposed to get through there is by using a speed boost, but optimally you know, don't go all the way back. So you can get your speed as soon as possible, but it's possible for that waiver to be in such a position where it'll hit you, and that will get rid of your speed, and that's not good.
You can deal with a pattern like that by charge shotting it, but there's like very rare patterns where you can't actually shoot it because the waiver and the blue X that you saw in the way would like almost perfectly overlap, so your charge shot would tink on the blue X and the waiver would hit you, and that loses about 10 seconds. It's quite substantial.
Mm-hmm.
And our last runner, Pulsemore, not opting for the sex skip. So we did have someone try for the sex skip, but was unsuccessful, and everyone else decided no. And Varia getting beamed in the meantime.
Hopefully we get to see the... Oh, Pulsemore doing a
Spring ball strat.
task
Cool
strat, yeah.
Yeah, old strat as well. Oh, and he's going this way. Another pretty old strat. I'm pretty certain it's just faster to run up. Or it might be faster to do that if your execution is good enough for it.
It breaks even.
Breaks even, I can see that. But that one's a bit more high risk. Oh, Varia missing a couple shots there. Having a bit of a rough time with Variacore. Despite his name. And there we'll go. No, I don't think there was a double, but I think it was still a 4-shot on the actual boss, so... Not the worst, but with the beams, it's a lot of time loss.
Yeah, the Idor is not only have a random number of beams they can give you, ranging from 1 to 4, they also take a random amount of time to open. So even if they don't give you beams, they can still take the idor 3 seconds to open.
Yeah, so it's like, even though, like, you can get bad RNG, like 3 beams, but that can still be slower than a 4 beam if the idor decides, I'm just not going to open. Which, it can definitely do that, and it's quite annoying, because it's a bit like salt in the wound. I've
Oh,
had
yeah.
some 2 beams which equate to a 4 beam because the idol is just napping. It's just not awake at all. And it's that segment, it's that time. Emergency. You know what to do. Chat. I want to say nothing but emergency and fantasy. You know what to do. So we'll have to see how this goes. So rage.
Perfect. Ugh. So you've heard us talking about door fixes, and if you're familiar with SM, you probably know what they are, but basically, so the doors scroll sometimes, and obviously that's not good, because we want to be out of the door as soon as possible. Basically, what a door fix is to manipulate the door in some way by changing the state Samus is in when she's entering, and that allows us to stop the door from scrolling. And in some cases, the time save is always worth it, because the door takes somewhere from like 30 frames to open, but if sometimes it's actually slower to door fix because you enter the room jumping, so you're not moving, and obviously not moving is bad.
And while you were explaining that as well, Paulsmore getting 4 beamed by the Ceres door, even with the pretty clean fight, still gonna hurt it. We're sort of having a bit of a skewed time with the core as well. Double for rage. Start off. Oh, he doesn't get the double though. However, getting the kill, and that's still a solid emergency time. 4:30, 43. Good stuff to rage. That is pretty good for an emergency.
Yeah, 4-2x it's pretty decent.
Alright, only just entering 5. I wonder what happened.
His game froze.
Like, again?
Well, that put him like super behind.
I don't think it would have quite been that behind, but, well, it is Fusion. Some people can really pick up pace.
Yeah, this game is pretty volatile. You can be really ahead, and then sometimes the game decides whether or not you're ahead or not.
Yeah, exactly. Also, more, let's see if he can low height here. Hey, nailing the low height. Ooh, Rage actually falling down during his stretchy climb. Doesn't get shot by any of the subsequent stretches, however. That's quite fortunate. So, with that room, that's actually a pretty hard room. The ideal way to do it is just freeze, I think it's 5 of the stretches, and you climb up, because it's just drastically faster than using the ladders. And there's not really an efficient way to wall jump up that would save time. So you gotta freeze the stretches, and there's a decent margin for error. And if you end up falling down, it can desync. I think it desyncs the room, and you can end up getting shot by a stretchy and just knocked all the way back down.
So the stretchies operate on a timer in the room, like within the room. So like when you load the room, they operate on a timer, and then what they do is will wait for like a proximity for that. There's a proximity around them where that when Samus goes into their that proximity, they will attack, and there's a lot of goofy timings where if you mess up, it really, yeah, like Schmade said, it really puts it out of sync.
And you will very likely get shot. Rage, even though he did mess the room up a little bit, he was quite fortunate to not end up getting hit by one of the stretches, and was able to still make it up pretty safely. Despite the slight issues, and Pulsmog going into 6-3 now. And Varia, he's just entered Emergency. Let's see how his segment goes, because this Emergency is one of the more fun segments in this game, because there's a lot of pretty cool movement, and it's just so quick. But there's also a huge margin for error. And Rage just opting for a pretty straightforward strat. There is a pretty crazy strat for this room. Vicious, I'll let you explain that one.
Yeah, so there's a strat called that we've dubbed the impossible strat, not because it's actually impossible, obviously, but it is quite difficult. So basically, you have to. So when enemies are forming into when an X forms into an enemy, they have no collision, so you can like jump through them and also freeze them. Like you can shoot a missile and freeze them as they're forming in such a way that it sort of zips Samus up into the stretchy, and then you can follow that up with a wall jump, and then shoot the second stretchy, and that will put you on the top of him, and then you can get through that room way faster than just waiting for them to extend. And I forget the exact how much time it saves, but it's not nearly as much as you think. That's a kind of a trend in this game. There's a lot of really dumb strats, but
And I just have to interrupt because Pulsmon nailing Data Spark.
yeah.
Imagine to nail that trick. So, was there anything else on Impossible Strat, or can I explain Data Spark?
You can explain Data Spark.
So, Data Spark, the way it works is you want to store the speed boost as late as possible on the pad. So ideally, it'd be the last sort of frame that the pad will trigger for you to pick up the item, and that'll store the speed boost longer throughout the animation, these little cutscene of getting the item. So when that text box clears, you have a little bit of more time to be able to press your input, and your speed booster will last a tiny bit longer for you to be able to spark once you've turned. The time is actually kind of specific because you have to do it as late on your storage as possible to get the item pad. So this kind of is quick to do, but it's not exactly the most mandatory trick you'd need. But there's not really a margin for error for going for it. There's not really any sort of risk for going for it. So if you do get it, there's a good bonus. If you get it every run and you don't get it, that ends up being time loss.
Mm-hmm.
So Varia finished off his emergency. I don't think he got a double on the wide core at all. And he is on the way to stretch climb, which we explained a little bit earlier. Ooh, he's just waiting a bit to get that one, and not too bad. Did a bit of hesitation, ended up missing a couple of missiles, but pretty good stretchy climb overall. So we're about to come to our second proper sex encounter. one is not too hard. You basically lay the power bomb, and then Sax will just try spraying you down, and it's pretty easy to avoid the shots. Doesn't get the red, but doesn't really matter too much. So yeah, that Sax encounter is really quick. Sax basically doesn't see you, sees the power bomb, and just starts spraying you down, and you can just get out. You can get out of the room before even one of the shots reaches you if you're fast enough. But half the time you'll end up jumping over one of the shots anyways, and that's the only shot that you really have to deal with.
With 3 tanks, there's a there's a room coming up. So when the power goes out, called Spitter Hallway, and the spitters are actually pretty dangerous. I've actually lost runs to them because I don't have enough health entering. They are also, like many things in this game, random, and they're called spitters because they spit a projectile that falls down, and it does 80 damage to Samus with Vari suit. So you can imagine that is extremely dangerous if you don't have a lot of health, but with 3 tanks it's not that much of an issue.
It's not the worst thing. If you end up getting shot, there is that red X that Bridge ended up not picking up that you can restock on, but he had so much health that it was just not really needed. Also, going a little bit late on shooting these sacks there. In this... Oh! So, Rage did the third one, this one's the second one. I don't know how I forgot about this one. Probably because it's just that easy. That was a weird interaction. Did you see how the charge acted? It completely missed the middle bug. And oh my goodness, Pulseball's RNG has not been good at all. He's been getting beamed to death.
I wasn't paying attention. I was actually looking at my second monitor.
Sorry, getting the animals. These things can go well, can go really badly. So the animals, like we said, with a lot of things in this game, are also RNG. It takes pretty much a random time for them to make it out of the door. And that's really annoying. You can kind of tell when... Oh, Pulsemo just flubbing the last shot a little bit, but there it is, just about clearing up. So, yeah, with the animals then, you can kind of see when they'll end up coming out of the door by looking through the window or when you're about to go to the pad. But they can be terrible and just sit there for ages. And they can come out in from like 5-ish seconds, or can take about 15. And that's completely random.
So there's another required safety that we're taking, that's saving at the ship, which is not something we normally do.
If you do save at the ship, it is a bit of a meme. People will laugh at it, but it's like it's not really too much of a time loss. It's like, ha, you saved at the ship by accident. But nope, can't do that here because it's we're requiring people, because it does get quite dangerous at endgame in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fourth E-Tank has been picked up by Rage. So that's him with his mandatory save and his mandatory E-Tanks.
So we're coming up on Yakuza here, who is sometimes considered the fan tune of this game if you're familiar with Super Metroid. Basically he can give you anywhere from 0 to 4 patterns, or I guess 1 to 4. I don't know why I said 0. 1 to 4 patterns where he moves around the room.
Rage getting 2, but okay, does get the missiles in. Oh, weird down-angled shot there.
And that goes from RNG to pretty much skill shooting this his third phase.
Yeah, you can get a really messed up pattern, and it can get really hard to actually shoot and deal with it. But Rage cleaning up pretty well. Second 2-round, 1 beam, decent RNG, and a pretty quick kill, it seems. Another double. Just got 1 to go, and there we go. 1 more shot left. Decent Yakuza. So, yeah, with Yakuza, 1 to 4 rounds, it's completely random. I think it said 4 rounds is a 50% chance, and I have like anything less, it's a bit lower of a chance. Someone will have to fact check that. But yeah, Yakuza can make or break a run. Like, 1 round to a 4 round can be about 20-ish seconds, 15-ish seconds, and then that can just completely body your run. I think Rage recently, his last PB was 0-1. I want to say 0 beam 1 round.
See,
There
I only ever get good RNG on really bad paces.
Yes, yeah, I've been blessed with good RNG on one of my recent paces, but I was not playing too good. But Rage onto Sex Chase number 4, and kind of missing the missile, but you got so much time to get that block that it doesn't matter too much. World's most determined counter.
Varia doing that powerbomb strat and the Zila climb. You don't see
Oh, did he
that
get the
too
powerbomb
often.
into the ice missile?
Yeah.
That's cool. I completely skipped over that, trying to talk about the sex encounter. So, Pulsmore. Ooh, the speed goes for pretty safe for speed boost as well, backing up quite a bit. And shoot that guy. Getting through that. On the way to yellow doors. And Barrier on the way to the ship, it seems. Yep. That text is literally just, Samus, go to the ship. There's almost nothing else to it. And Rage doing probably the easiest boss in the game, although there is room for error.
Yeah, like Ross was saying,
Only 2 missiles left.
the item count for the optimal item count for fusion can vary based on well, okay, so optimally it is 35 and 2 or 1, but it's extremely difficult to optimize a 35 tank run because of Notori, who we just kind of glossed over.
Rage made
you just-
pretty quick work at the main part, but ended up low on missiles, so the core gave him a bit of a hard time trying to farm it. But on his way out of here, gets the speed, Shine Spark. Going to the left side. Kind of slow because you can shot cancel on the platform.
Yeah, I see so many people go left side. I don't understand why. I don't know. It's
like, so left side is a bit slower because 1, you're going further with your speed boost when you can just Shine Spark immediately and then go to the right shot cancel. Also, you have to use extra jump height to get up to the platform or grab a ledge, which is also a slightly bit slower.
actually Winter.
Paul's not missing that shot on that block.
We use power bombs in the fight
Because Notori is technically the only vanilla boss that is vulnerable to bombs. Say vanilla because you don't... Oh, power bombs. Say vanilla because you don't have power bombs when you get to Arachnus, but if you played randomizer, you know that Arachnus takes power bomb damage. But since power bombs are pretty weak, they're not... It's just like a little... It's basically just an extra charge shot. Okay, waiting for the pirate to jump. And we have Paulsmore entering emergency. So, oh, Farry's actually forgotten to put the power bomb down here. So you place a power bomb when you're going through this room to break the blocks on the side to the door, which basically means you avoid having to place a bomb right below it. So a little bit timeless, but not the most substantial. And we're up to Yakuza. Actually missing getting grabbed by it. Now, we didn't really explain how to do the Yakuza fight. We kind of just explained that, oh no, that's not good. He tanked 2 missiles. No. He got no beams 2 rounds, but he takes his missiles. So, what you want to do against Yakuza, you want to get grabbed so you mash out to reset his cycle, so he doesn't go all the way around the room, and he's getting punished hard from tinking. That's a 6 round total. And with this game, you can't have more than 2 missiles on the screen.
Yeah,
Oh, this is
well,
looking rough. His health is really bad. Just gonna stay grounded, try and avoid getting hit anymore, I guess. So yeah, with Fusion, you can't have more than 2 missiles on the screen, even if they've tinked. So that's why Varia couldn't get the quick kill on that phase, because 2 missiles were still on screen. As Rage on the way into Nightmare. Osmo missing the jump across that other stretch. Varia getting that double. Pretty tough time of Yakuza. He almost died and had a second phase at Rage. Starting Nightmare pretty well. Oh, Posmo was late on the side hop, but he's got to recover. His best way is just to go all the way to the right. And he does so. Gets 0 range, but he has to farm. Nightmare's dropped really low. How has Ridge manipulated that? Just clean it up, because, well, Nightmare's easy. You can kind of just sit there and diagonal it for a bit. But, even with that error from Paulsmo, that's still a 4-8. Oh no! Ridge is his chat on. Someone's gonna have to tell him. So yeah. Aria forgot to shoot the ice missile, or either didn't shoot it in time. Almost getting shot by the what's it called? Sax. But making it through pretty quick, regardless of having to deal with Sax shooting. And getting hit by a pirate, but make it through.
ooh, didn't quite get the space boost.
Yeah, it just bonks the wall, so you can carry speed boost across. That's basically the same as every game.
Ooh, that might be.
I think.
That's too early. Yeah.
Oh, he placed it too
Unfortunate.
early.
I don't know why you could extra a power bomb. I mean, I guess that makes
Yeah,
sense.
to recover that, just place another bomb. And we're on Notori for Varia.
I guess a power bomb backup might be better because it actually kills the enemy. I didn't.
Oh, yeah, it
So
might
usually
do.
when I do that, I place a bomb because it's faster. But I guess a power bomb might be better. Could be.
Ooh, Varia's a missile shot to get the. Oh no! Okay, there was a missile there. Whereas a missile shot to get the pretty easy setup on the boss, but does get it anyways. He managed to farm the missile, and that's a double 5 shot. That's a 3 shot. That's how you want it for Notori Core to go. So not bad Notori for Varia. A couple of missed shots I saw, but otherwise, not really too big of a deal for him. Makes it through pretty decently. Oh, I missed his shrine storage. I saw the down left. And Varia going to the right side, trying the shot cancel, and
Good thing he didn't get wind spark though. That's when you spark instead of sparking vertically, you spark horizontally, and you go all the way
Yeah.
into the other room.
Yeah, you go through 2 rooms, end up smack bang in the side of the huge room. You don't want to be there. They're getting that space boost for the Kago. That's a cool strat. Bit of a. That's not a. So yeah, with space boost, this game has a few uses for it. In 90%, you save a lot of time for doing it through that Kago, and there's. Well, there's actually quite a lot more than a few uses, isn't there? Because there's a fair few entries into sectors where you want to space boost, and there's through the Kago that Rage demonstrated, and another one that I think he demonstrated a bit early was space boosting into the bomb blocks on the way down to red doors, which we'll probably see Varia do when he gets up to there, and Pulsmore, I'd assume. Ooh. Speaking of Pulsmore, gets that shine storage across the block on the way to animals. Let's see what his RNG is. I think I saw one run past the door. Everyone's on a pad.
Average.
Yeah, pretty average animals. So a real quick funny thing about animals that I want to bring up is you can get soft locked there. I think if you press A on the exact same frame that the text box goes automatically, Samus just gets stuck. She looks to the left and then she's just looking to the left endlessly. You can't do anything about it. You can't move, and she's just stuck. The game's just stuck. And I've actually seen it happen in a run before, and it's one of those things where it's like, it's just is that something that happens, and why is it something that happens? It's one of those very funny things, because this game doesn't really have soft locks per se. Ooh, Rage taking a safety save before box 2.
There's a way to soft lock yourself in Sector 2 if you do a stupid Shine Spark before Yakuza.
Oh yeah, that's a tropical trap. Or trap. That's probably not reliable for humans. And Varia Zero Beam on the door and into Nightmare. Oh, Puffer. Rage getting hit.
Excuse me.
Ooh, a bit late on the shot for Varia. Not sure how the pattern's gonna go here, because I usually shoot
Uh,
Nightmare straight away.
So what you do is when you enter the reactor silo, before Yakuza, you can store a Shine Spark by going into the save room and then Shine Sparking diagonally doing like a weird wall jump. I don't entirely understand how it works because I've never done it before and I have no reason to do it, so but basically you kind of get yourself, because there's crumble blocks, and yeah, I don't know. Just look up Tro Trap.
Ooh, Rage taking a couple missiles, Varia killing Nightmare. So we've got two bosses on at the same time. Again, happened a few times. So box 2, one of those bosses that can kind of snowball. Oh, he's going for the double setup actually. Doesn't quite get it, but him going for it is cool to see, because that's a strat that was pretty recently brought to light. Like, it was something that had been done in tasks before, but never really tried properly humanly. It was found to be actually a reliable way to double the call if you practice it, because that's the call that's notorious for not being doubleable. Like, even the absolute top end runners won't go for it because it's just not reliable. But recent strat was found where if you use the ceiling, get bonked, you knock the core ends up going high enough for you to be able to get you to have enough distance to be able to get two diffusions a bit more. There's a bit more leadway to doing it by jumping in the air and going for falling doubles. But it's also really hard because there's not a whole lot of room in the room. Room in the room? Yeah, let's go with that. So, pulse smoker on the way out of there. 5, pretty clean. In the background, we're just seeing who Varia and Rage have already killed. That is the Nightmare.
I like that synced door transition.
Almost again as well. But Varia not really having too many issues with lower 4. Yeah, pretty straightforward. I hope I haven't commented his cast, because he's doing the Kega speed boost. It's not the hardest strat, but there is a huge margin for error. Well, there's a huge risk to it. Not risk, huge punishment to it. And he manages to get it pretty cleanly. So, no curse.
I'm going to very quickly run to my bathroom because I've been holding in a pee for like an hour. So
I'll take it. I'll do a bit of solo from here. So, all the way to Ridley for Rage. I didn't see what time he got on his Metroid climb. So, Polesmore on his way to the ship. We've got Varia grabbing diffusion. I think that segment went pretty decently for him. I didn't see any sort of major mistakes, and we have a pretty awkward room. Gold Pirates, this is a room that, again, can pretty badly snowball. Like, you can mess up one of the kills and you gotta deal with both of them at once, or you end up just spawning the one. Like, spawning the one's fine, it's safe, but it's very slow because you gotta wait for the X's to travel slowly and spawn the next one. And the best singing voice in the world. He's very loud. Ridley. This boss melts to charge shots. Can take as few with missiles. It can take as few as 12 shots to kill this boss. I've done well. But I think Rage actually gets the 12 shots.
Alright, we're back. Ridley.
Well,
Okay,
that looked like a double, I think.
I don't know if it was. No, it wasn't.
That wasn't. That one was.
Well,
That one definitely was a double. And another double just to finish it off. Completely unnecessary. It was already on the 6th shot to kill, but Baltimore on his way to Yakuza. Rage with a pretty clean Ridley segment, and I actually think he's on a pretty good pace. I don't recall any sort of major errors, or any sort of like major bad RNG.
Yeah, Rage's run has been pretty decent so far. Nothing has really went wrong, which you love to see in a marathon setting. Just nothing really going terribly wrong.
So Baltimore getting hugged by the Yak, and another 2-round. What is this with the Yakuza? So I Varia ended up starting with a 2-round, but ended up messing it up. Rage with a 2-round, and now Baltimore with a 2-round. I didn't see the beams, but kind of funny. Ooh, just about missing the double. That was a bit of a low call, so it's not the easiest to get. There's a double. Maria with no entry, without authorization, doing the pretty new strat there as well. So usually you just stall your Shine Spark speed boost up, but recently it was found that you could freeze one of those flies in the corner. I think the actual name for those enemies is menus, but you could freeze one of those, and your jump height you can jump onto it and then just jump straight up to the platform with a pretty clean box there. The Varia. So Varia clean up box. Baltimore on his way to the sacks, and Rage is onto him on his way to a lot of text. This is the longest text in the game. Adam has a lot to say to you. And you actually chat back this time. Actually, you did on the way to Ridley, but that one's not quite as long. Oh, Polsma just about missing that missile, but making it through before the XX can even get close. And he's seeing the world's most Tamakina. I call it that because it goes from the right corner of the room down to the door. And it's kind of crazy. So while Rage is talking to Adam, we've got Varia finding another sex.
There's
And
actually 10 of them in the station, according to Adam.
supposedly. Ooh, I think I got bonked by a Metroid. Gotta go all the way around the side, but a 54-64, not too bad at all. Polsmore just throwing missiles at Notori, because that's how this boss fight goes. 45 missiles. Ooh, he's going to use a little bit extra, but he gets a missile drop early on. Wish that was me. And just one shot left. There you go, cleans it up. Good sweet spot as well, actually. Managing to pick that core while he's still in the air. So we got Varia on to the sex. Hex Ridley segment. He's gonna hear the beautiful voice of Ridley. Oh, Pulsemore going early, tried to the frame perfect, I think. He goes early on that, misses his speed boost. And gets kind of bodied by the Rios on the way up as well. So, on the way to Sex for Rage. We'll see how it goes for him. Now, Sex is a fight that can vary badly. Oh, he's taking a save as well, actually, just making it safe. Fair play to him is, yeah, Sax, as I was about to say, is the sort of boss that can quite badly snowball. Especially with nerves, especially with pressure of a run. With these, he does a lot of damage, and its pattern can go very awkward if you end up messing up the main shot. Varia, speaking of awkward, Varia is making these gold pirates quite difficult right now. 2 shots for both of them. Okay, let's see if he gets the diagonals. There's a okay, I think he's got the sub. And a 4 shot to boot. That's the optimal amount you can kill that, I think. Maybe
Yes.
past a 3 shot. Interesting. Uses a damage boost to make sure he doesn't get knocked off and go for the up shot. That's kind of interesting. I'm going to steal that. Thanks, Rage. Huh, interesting. So he had the 2 doubles, but he didn't opt to go for the 3rd one. And observation deck, time for the final countdown. Oh no, Pulsemore! What's he doing? Is he gonna go for something different? Because he misses the storage and space speed boost.
Oh, he's going for Nightmare
the
Space Boost.
Oh, he got so far, but not quite. He was 2 rooms away of that. That was a really good attempt. Nightmare Space Boost is one of those sick tricks that it's like, there's not much point to go for it, but it's so cool if you get it.
Pulsemore is notoriously good at that trick, though.
Yeah, and showed it as well. Even though I didn't complete it, getting really far up. Oh, just going a little bit low on his R shot there, though. Getting hit by the pirate, taking a bit of damage, and it slowed down a little bit, but Rage. Will he get the low height? Will he get the swag spark? No, a bit high.
Way too high.
Yep, that's center of the door. That's much too high. But at least he didn't drop this speed entirely. I don't have my glasses on. I thought Pulsemore had 55 missiles for a second. I was like, where the hell did that happen? But it didn't happen at all, so. On to Nightmare. Let's see how this goes. There's a couple of other tricks for the first shot on Nightmare. There's both a sound cue and a visual cue. So in the background with the sound, there's 12 sound effects that play. Like sort of screen sound effects. Rage going for the upshot and nailing it. That's a G for Rage. So real quick, I'll just explain this about Nightmare and then I'll head off. So as Fusion is finishing up, or should I head off at the end? Nah, don't think I'll do that. But yeah, so Nightmare. Nightmare's sound effects in the background, there are 12 of them. You can count those down before you do the last shot. And an extra little cue with that to make sure you get the shot timing right. On the 12th, Nightmare reels his arms in towards his body. Right at the top of the screen. So it moves in a pattern where it pushes his arm down and back into itself. You want to shoot as its arms are about to go, are reeled back in on itself. And that's like the earliest you can shoot it. And if you get that consistently, then you can understand what pattern it'll give you during the manipulation. But with that quick explanation, I think that will do for me with Fusion. GG to Rage, and with Varia very close to the end of the run as well. So, let me just see what's going on in Discord real quick.
By the way, Ivan,
Crunchylex.
yeah, Team Zeta is quite a bit behind. They had a bit of a trip up with Nestroid.
Yeah, Metroid and these two runners that have been trying to bring it back. But with that, I hope everyone enjoyed my commentary. I hope everyone enjoyed Vicious commentary. He's going to stay on for a little bit longer, and I am going out. GG to Rage and the rest of the runners. It's been fun. I'm Fred. See you later.
If anyone has any questions in chat, I'm open to answer. I'm just not the most talkative by myself. And it looks like M2 is starting with Hope Spell. Looks like Varia is going to go fight Sax. Another 4-shot. You'll love to see it. No double. No double. That wasn't a double either. Not a single double from Varia, looks like. And he does the door fix during Operations deck. I have no idea what that, what green palette Hope Spell's got going on here, but I mean, I guess I can see it. If there's anything good I have to say. Varia messing up the low height. And Varia finishing up the... I don't know what. Pretty clean box fight from Paulsmore. I guess I could say a few things about M2 since that's the game we're technically on right now. In Metroid 2, well, actually, no, that's not right. Never mind. You'll see they're gonna be in morph ball a lot, and that's because you actually move faster in morph ball than you do walking. So you'll see most of the ground movement will be done in morph ball. Ugh. A really clean escape from Pulsmore. It's possible to get a 56 there, but it's extremely difficult. I don't think we mentioned this in at all during the fusion segment, but you'll notice how we're able to get instant charges using when we enter doors, and that's because you can actually buffer charge shots through doors. That also includes the diffusion missiles. Hello, Hockey.
Hello, this is Delicious, and hello to the flagship station right here on Speed Gaming. This is Delicious. How about this fusion entry into this 2D Metroid Relay? And now we do have Team Omega and Team Gamma moving on to Metroid 2.
Yeah, this has been quite the relay. Oh, also messing up a charge shot on Ridley.
Ridley definitely blessing us with his shrieking rage. You love to hear it.
Oh, another property of the beam, what we never mentioned in the fusion segment, is that Plasma Beam does damage per frame. It does 1 damage, or no, not 1 damage. I forget the exact value, but it does, every frame it's in contact with an enemy, it does damage. So you want the beam to be in contact with the enemy that you're shooting for as long as possible.
For sure. That makes total sense. If it has armor-piercing capability like I know the Plasma Beam does, just do that damage very, very rapidly. So Pulsmore doesn't have far to go, do they, Vicious Delicious?
No. He pretty much only has to go to the main deck and talk to Adam one more time, and then he's done.
Right on. But Team Gamma, Flipside 208, Hope Spell on Team Omega. Right on track into Metroid 2. Incredible 8-bit soundtrack. Got that Spider Ball, Hope Spell, using its capabilities. I think the movement in Metroid 2 is underrated.
Absolutely, yeah, it definitely is. There's a technique known as spider throwing that you're going to see a lot in this run, where you kind of bounce and use your momentum to from the bounce to move really quickly in the air.
You love to see it. And I do believe we are joined by the one, the only, the indomitable Crunchy Legs. Crunchy, what's up?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just drinking my coffee. Y'all can keep going.
Coffee for you, tea for me, and Vicious Delicious, I believe, has jumped out. But Crunchy, we got the finale of Metroid Fusion on Team Zeta, and we've got 2 out of 3 teams into this classic. I spent many a Saturday afternoon with a Game Boy in my hand, never making any progress in this game.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the universal experience of Metroid 2. I know it certainly was mine as well. But thankfully, once you know what you're doing, once you know how to make Samus go the fast, it turns out it's actually a really cool speedrun. Although it's one that's not very showy. I think I heard you mentioning a bit about movement. And yeah, I actually, sometime back, I was having a conversation with Scotty, C. Scotty W, about Metroid 2 around the time he had first started running it, and he was of the opinion, and I kind of agree with this, that Metroid 2 is probably the 2D Metroid with the second highest execution floor, because there's a lot you're not seeing, little things. Super Metroid is the highest because, you know, more buttons and all that, but M2, since Samus's moveset hasn't really expanded yet, it's all about, you know, knowing when to morph, knowing, like, the number of tiles that... Like, how many tiles do I need to move across before it makes sense to morph? Like, when is running faster? What do other upgrades do to my movement speed? There's a whole lot you have to keep track of, and everything is just optimized down almost to the tile throughout the course of this run. Even every individual Metroid fight has its own specific strats because it depends on the room you're in. This entire run is just very, very complex, but it's oh so satisfying.
I completely agree, Crunchy Legs. It is indeed satisfying. I think one of my favorite aspects, you know, you talk about Samus's movement in space, is the damage boosting, as we see Flipside there going up a little vertical corridor there. Just the damage boosting in this game just seems so slick. But also, I believe our runners are going to be able to take advantage of a movement technique known as spider throwing. And I ain't talking about when you wake up in the middle of the night and you're covered in spiders and you throw them off of you, because that happens to everybody, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Hockey. Remind me never to room with you at anything. No reason, just, but yeah, no. Spider throwing, as it turns out, is one of the more interesting pieces of movement tech. Basically, once you get the, particularly once you get the ability to the spring ball, anytime Samus is in the air in Morph Ball with this, and activates the spider ball by tapping down, if you're moving to the left, she'll just rocket to the left. It's the fastest leftward movement you can do in the game by a lot. Only to the left for some reason. But this early on, without the spring ball, they're going to have to basically do it off of bounces. So it gets a lot, you'll see a lot more, and it gets a lot more interesting later, but it's definitely something that you have to get the hang of using to be fast in Metroid 2, because the amount of time you save by spider throwing is enormous.
That is so awesome. And I'm sorry for just causing so many people so much anxiety with my joke. I'm really sorry. And also, Crunchy, I totally understand not wanting to room with me. I do snore pretty loudly, so that has nothing to do with spiders. But,
how do you know it's not just all the spiders?
So if we kind of take stock of where we're at, I did see Flipside picking up the normal bombs, and Hopespell does have, I believe, the Spider Ball and Spring Ball. So she might be headed to Area 3 or already there. The color palette, Crunchy, I can't take it.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very vibrant color palette, and didn't have Spring Ball yet.
Okay.
Spring Ball, well, probably be able to tell here in a moment. Yeah, no. Still doing it off the bounces.
We haven't seen our good buddy Arachnus, so how could she possibly have Spring Ball, Hockey? Come on. Come on.
It's all good, Hockey. It's all good.
I'm just glad to be back in the booth with you, Crunchy. It doesn't happen as frequently as it might have back in the day, but it just makes every opportunity that much sweeter.
Yeah, it's always a treat. It's good to see you again, Hockey. Well, see quotation marks, but you know what I mean.
Oh my goodness! You see, flip side, yeah, it's just those unmorph. I don't know what you call them in this game, but you unmorph and you jump in midair, and it's just to make that screen transition is just so tidy. The movement of this game very tidy.
There's a lot of really cool things you can do, like unmorph jumping is useful. Like you mentioned, damage jumping. You can chain damage jumps. We're actually going to see an extremely important use of that momentarily from Hope Spell. And even just we saw it earlier, there's that energy tank that they grabbed in the ceiling. The game wants you to bomb jump or spider ball up there, but if you get caught when the block reforms, it damages you, and you can just jump up through it. And right there, flip side showing it off again, just taking damage off that wall chicken. I don't know what the heck that is. And just
the wall chicken.
Yeah, because that's the irony of the spider ball. It's useful, but its actual intended use is extremely slow. So we said, nay, we shan't slowly crawl along the walls. We shall hurtle it through the sky at tremendous velocity, but only to the left, for the right is right out.
The right is right out. We shan't. We positively shan't. And also, GG's to Pulsemore, just finished up Fusion, defeating the Omega Metroid with the help of Samus's good friend SAX. So GG's to Team Zeta and Pulsemore. We'll be seeing Gallon taken over for Metroid 2, but Hope Spell and Flipside off to a very, very strong start here in M2.
Yep. Hope Spell going so fast, we actually didn't get a chance to talk about that trick, but we'll mention it once Flipside gets to it. And here's Arachnus. Arachnus's interesting little detail is Arachnus is very good at turning into invincible ball form when you're trying to hit it. So the trick is you want to be dropping the bombs while it's floating through the air, so they explode after it becomes vulnerable. Because otherwise, Arachnus can give you a really hard time. You might see that Hope Spell's health is a bit on the lower side, and that's because of the trick that you use to climb this tower quickly. A trick called Skyscraper, which, again, we'll mention it when Flipside gets to it. It's actually quite a sight to behold.
I actually do. I recognize that reference. I remember the skyscraper. It's the one thing that I know about M2.
Yep. It's actually also one of the safeties that we decided that the runners should take. It's one of those things where skilled runners, like the ones we have here today, really realistically have no probability of dying to Arachnus, but at the same time, Metroid 2 is a game where things can go off the rails pretty quickly because the AI just really gets his jollies from messing with you. So we didn't want to take the chance that a death at Skyscraper meant starting the run over. So, a death at Arachnus meant, or after Skyscraper meant starting the run over. So we just take a quick save before Skyscraper, and that's what we've done.
Hopespell grabbing those fresh kicks, those Jordans, those LeBrons, Crunchy.
What number do you think they're up to at this point? I think they're up to, like, Jordan 900s?
Jordan 9000. My
Because,
goodness.
what? They've been out for what? Like, nearly 40 years now, and they're only at 26? I mean, how far in the future is Metroid, really?
It's an excellent question. Vote now on your phones, chat. But... nay, do not vote. Instead, continue to watch the 2D Metroid Relay. These are always such a great thing to get kind of like, you know, multidisciplinary community involvement. I mean, you absolutely love to see it.
Oh, absolutely. Because, yeah, there's definitely some overlap. I mean, you see some faces in multiple Metroid games, but you always get to see some folks who are kind of like, oh, there's a fresh name, and you watch them like, dang, really good at this game, and then you just you meet new people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chat pointing out Hopespell with the frame perfect spider throw. Like an absolute boss.
Yes. Love to see it. And we're on our way to another very important movement power up here. I'm of course talking about the Various Soup. I'm not too good about aerodynamics, but actually wait, no, I am getting my wires crossed. We are not going to Various Suit. Haha. Unfortunately, that is one thing that's a little bit unfortunate about Metroid 2 is that the rooms sometimes start to blend together, and I'm going to sit here in shame for a moment. Hockey. Holy. Help.
I got you, Crunchy. Because if there's anybody in commentary who's not afraid to embarrass themselves with their lack of information, it's definitely me. All I know is that Metroid 2 is a game that is a part of the 2D Metroid Relay.
Well, anyways,
however,
I was actually being facetious because Hope is on the way to the various suit.
Oh no!
Just not quite. Just they weren't in the room I thought they were in, but they are in fact on the way to Varia. No, I didn't. I tricked both of us, as it turns out.
E2, Crunchy. E2.
I think that means I need to stab myself 15 times.
Oh
It's a month late, but it's okay.
Oh my gosh. Well, all three teams within the confines of SR388. This is the second time in this relay that we've seen this planet, although we did get to see the unlicensed, unofficial version of it. I just think AM2R is an absolutely spectacular game, but we would not have an AM2R without this classic.
Absolutely not. And the coolest thing about it is, since AM2R does a very good job of kind of using the original as a framework, you can actually really see you can actually very much see how it kind of laid the outline for what would become AM2R. Like the areas are still generally divided about the same. You get the power-ups in the same places, and there it is, Various suit. So, Hockey, you probably know more about aerodynamics than I do. Why does the Various suit make Samus go faster?
It's got to be the shoulder pads.
Gotta be the shoulder pads.
They're contoured. They're more aerodynamic. They cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. It's got to be it. And look at this climb from Flipside here.
That's the skyscraper right there.
Oh,
got it though.
Got it.
That's what we were talking about. Those damage boost jumps. Skyscraper literally lets you climb this tower. Imagine having to do that entire climb using the spider ball. Actually, please don't. It might make you sad. And this is not a time for sad. This is a time for excitement and happy. Because we're spending an entire Saturday watching really good runners play Metroid Hockey.
What more could you ask for, Crunchy? I mean, it's not even a buy one get one free. I mean, we got 7 games on the docket. We're into the penultimate game of this relay. This is, of course, 2D Metroid Relay right here on Speed Gaming, featuring any percent. Now, a key little wrinkle here on the categories for Metroid 2 here. No out of bounds. So what is the out of bounds time compared to the no out of bounds?
Surprisingly, it's not that different, because it turns out that so in Metroid 2, if you just start spamming the select button, which is how you activate missiles, it does weird things to the the grid that the game is on. So it's actually one that you can actually do casually. If you just like sit there spamming the missile button just to pass the time, and you move, you might notice that, where'd this block in the ground come from? Where did this or that come from? It does that. So using the out of bounds is basically using that in a small number of spots that we've been able to figure out, where you can shift to gain access to areas early. Because as Shocky, I'm sure you mentioned this already, the big thing with Metroid 2 is that areas are sealed off by lava until you kill a certain number of Metroids.
That's right. I did not mention that, but I do know. It's one of the 3 things I know about this game. But it is an interesting mechanic, especially this early in kind of the Metroid pantheon, that they gated areas of the game that way. I thought that was a really interesting choice from a development standpoint.
Yeah, I get the impression it might be one of those things where possibly after Metroid 1 realizing, oh goodness, you can actually do some interesting stuff here. Well, that's kind of cool, but it's difficult to kind of design around that. So Metroid 2, they kind of try to find a middle ground, before in Super Metroid just kind of throwing up their arms and being like, okay, you want to go wherever you want? Fine. We'll even give you some secret tools to do it. Whatever happens, happens. And it turns out whatever happens is decades of people playing the pants off that game.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, just last year, I finally beat Metroid 1, and I thought, well, this is kind of odd, because I've been playing this game since I was 11 years old. So it's nice that they kind of hard-gated areas within Metroid 2. However, our speedrunners will take advantage of that, and that was a beautiful climb off those wall chickens.
Yeah, I will take a moment to mention that something that Galen's doing there. In that room, one of the other things about this game that's actually very important to mastering the movement is Samus's jump is kind of weird. The best way I've heard it described is non-granular, which
oh my goodness.
yeah, which I don't completely know what the word means, but what it means in this case is that Samus's jump does not depend on how long you hold the jump button. It only does up to a point. Like if you do a really short hop, it depends on how long you hold the button, but past a certain point, no matter how long you hold it, Samus is committed to the full height of the jump. And that can be a bit troublesome because Samus's jump is very slow. So, for example, climbing that vertical shaft with the stair steps, it's just high enough that you have to commit to the full height of the jump, but that would take forever because Samus floats very badly in this game. But you saw Galen doing was crouching before jumping. In certain spots, and that shaft is the best example of it, crouching before jumping reduces the maximum height of Samus's jump and makes it about equivalent to the height you want. So crouch jumping actually makes that climb several seconds faster.
Incredible. All due to non-granularity within the jumping mechanic in M2.
Yeah, and that's just kind of it. Metroid 2 is you can tell it's very much an early Metroid game because they're still kind of finding their footing. Things aren't, it feels nowhere near as tight as the later 2D Metroids do. And but that actually just adds the challenge of routing the movement in it, because you have to be aware of how Samus moves, not just like the positives, but also the drawbacks. You have to learn how to work around them, learn how to work them into your strategy. And so, learning this game is certainly a challenge, because like I mentioned, every single Metroid has its own specific strat. But mastering this run is a long process, because you have to get very, very good at moving Samus optimally through every single room.
And they string all those rooms together into that one perfect PB run. Or you just endlessly grind the rooms and just cry every night.
Yep. And flip side, going for this missile tank, which surprises me a little bit, because that's usually a tank you'd only get in 100%, because it is a little bit out of the way to get, but I guess flip side might just be opting to grab some missiles for safety, because in this game, save points do not refill your missiles and health. There are little energy balls and missiles, like units that refill. There's usually one or two we hit in specific spots because they're convenient and it's very, very useful. But for the most part, you just have to make do with whatever you have. So missile management becomes critical in this game, since you cannot kill Metroids without missiles.
Absolutely. It's the vital resource in pretty much the first three Metroid games, and probably extending way beyond that as well. But
actually, right there.
Do you agree, Crunchy, with this sentiment that in later Metroid games and more modern Metroid games, the beams become a little bit more important?
Yeah, this is the game that is the first introduction to the last few, for lack of a better term, I guess staple beams of the Metroid series. Because we only had Wave and Ice in Metroid 1. In this game, we introduced the Plasma and Spazer with their distinctive properties of multiple beams and go through enemies. And, oh boy, a clown wig!
My favorite wig! Just going total clown mode.
Yeah!
The space jump, OP.
Yeah.
OP
It lets you
in this
jump
game.
through the air, just like a real clown.
Oh, just juggle those space jumps, Hope Spell, incredible stuff. She's having a great run here. Just
Wonderful.
Damage jumping off of those spikes.
Yeah, this area is... You saw Hope Spell do it earlier. This area is the one where you start seeing the Gamma Metroids, which... Gamma Metroids... Well, we start seeing a lot of them. You see Gamma Metroids earlier, as you see Flipside fighting one of the first ones right there. But this area can definitely be rough, because you fight a lot of them, and so missile count becomes very... because missile count becomes very sketchy, and that's why this is one of the missile refills that we take. You saw Hope Spell do it, you'll see Flipside do it when he gets to the area. There's one hidden in the sand pit.
Very nice. That
Yeah,
seems
but
like
the
a really timely energy tank pickup for Hope Spell. Her HP was down into the double digits there.
Yeah, thankfully, despite the fact that you max out at 5 E-tanks, there are more than 5, so if you know where they are, you can sometimes do a detour if you desperately need an energy refill, although again, I forgot where I was going with that sentence. I need to pour myself another cup of coffee real quick.
Right on, Cruncher. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but the detours will cost you seconds, but could save the run. So in a relay, oh my gosh! Now I'm tongue-tied. Pour me some of that coffee too, Crunchy.
All right, I'll try pouring into the microphone. Let me know if you can taste
yes,
it.
Glug, 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 glug. Excellent. But in a relay setting, those safeties could become crucial to ensure that your team can finish ahead of the others.
Yes, but because this is Metroid 2 and Samus isn't the speediest just yet, you have to very carefully weigh them up. You have to ask yourself, do I feel confident enough to be able to do with what I've got, or do I really need to take this safety?
Kind of a risk-reward scenario, like so many things in speedrunning, not just in the Metroid series, but the speedrunning as a whole is something that our runners are always balancing.
I think I'm definitely going to be curious to some more damage boosting there from Hope Spell. Definitely curious to see what whether Flipside or Galen decided to maybe take fewer safeties for some of the more out of the way ones, just because Hope Spell undoubtedly knows she's in the lead, but Flipside and Galen just okay, we got to make up time. How do we make up time in a game where it's difficult to make up time?
Yes, that is a tall task, a very tall task.
And all you can really do is just, the best way you can do it is by executing your Metroid fights perfectly, because if the Metroids just get out of sorts, you're going to lose a lot of time, straight up.
For sure, they can be a little squirrely, and also Samus, at least in this game, is very limited in what direction she can shoot in. But
yes.
You said it was tile perfect, not only the movement, but I would say also the Metroid fights, too.
Some of them are, yeah. The Metroids have pretty sizable hitboxes, but the way they move around, you can try to predict what they'll do, and you can usually pull it off, but every so often they're just kind of like, nah. Like this room Hope Spell's in right now. Watch this fight. Go try to trap the Gamma under. Oh, this is not the setup I'm familiar with. Okay.
I like this setup.
The setup I'm familiar with is breaking out two of the blocks on the bottom and trapping the Gamma under the highest block on the right. So you can just quickly spam missiles into it. The hard part is, if you mess up that setup, it's pretty costly in terms of seconds to try to get it back in position. So I'm guessing that was one of those where it's more consistent, but not necessarily as fast, but it's a lot easier to get it, to just get that setup. So that's actually a pretty smart move considering, you know, the current standings in with Team Omega being in the lead. So Hope Spell's not going to be I don't think going to necessarily be doing any setups that are particularly risky. She doesn't have to.
Right. Took a little bit of a fall there against that Gamma, but nice recovery, finishes off. 22 Metroids left, but Flipside really making a strong comeback here with 26 to go.
Oh yeah, Flipside is a seasoned Metroid 2 runner. Definitely been keeping my eye on that top left screen to see how much ground, because Flipside already entering this area, the same area Hope Spell is in. This is the area I remember getting stuck in the longest as a kid, because there are a couple of hidden Metroids, and particularly the area that's not the non-temple area, like just the cavern area, is just very labyrinthine. Things just kind of blend together. And that's honestly the biggest danger of Metroid 2, is if you don't know where you're going to spend a lot of time being lost. And this is before the map was added to the series.
I had to get out my graph paper and hand draw it, and I wasn't much of an artist, even with a guide to guide me on the boxes I was drawing. But fortunately, like you said, in later games we did get a map. All right,
Galen showing us a very clean. All three of them just giving Arachnus the what for, just revenge for Arachnus Infusion, who's a bit of a jerk.
The revenge tour, Metroid 2 Electric Boogaloo, Crunchy. Get prepared. And there it is, another clown wig, Crunchy.
Well, didn't you know the SR and SR3D8 stands for Super Revenge?
Super Revenge Tour 2023 with representatives from Team Gamma, Zeta, and Omega.
Perfection. In case, so actually, it's probably as good time as any to mention. I don't know if you mentioned this, because I was having a little bit of
guarantee that I haven't.
Dang, Hockey, please! I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, trying to kind of build you up here a bit. You don't have to throw yourself under the bus like this, Hockey, please.
Not only did I throw myself under the bus, Crunchy, but I reached up and disengaged the parking brake, so it just back over me again.
God. What was I going to talk? Right, the team names. So.
Yeah.
So the other thing to know about Metroid 2 is this is also those names are actually significant. This is the game that introduced the Metroid evolutions. You've already seen we've already seen the obvious the larvas, which everyone calls just Metroids. We have the alphas, the little ones, the gammas, the big lightning boys, and we have Zeta and Omega. Those are the two big final evolutions that we're going to see a little bit later on. But yeah, they're all pretty different, and having to deal with them is. And they all actually have different AIs. Like Zetas are very aggressive. Gammas just swing that around like they discovered how to go around the world with a yo-yo. And Alpha's just kind of Alpha's. It's kind of funny because Alphas are considered not the babies anymore, but they still fly around like they're learning how to walk.
No, for sure. So your classic Metroid just kind of hovers around side to side, looking to latch on you and suck the life force from you. But those evolutions, they all have a unique fighting pattern and style.
Flipside's grabbing a lot of extra missiles, it looks like. I wonder if that's just
hedging his bets, perhaps.
Could be, yeah. But it's interesting though because like I said, this is the one where you grab the missile refill. So, at this point, Hopespell was having about, I think it was 110 missiles. Actually, I don't see we get the... Alright, no, Flipside's doing this setup as well. But I was curious. Hopespell had 110. Flipside's at over 150.
Yeah.
So I'm just, maybe Flipside's going to see about skipping a refill later, maybe?
Perhaps.
Interesting.
It'd be definitely an interesting choice.
Either that or there's been changes to the routes that are so fresh that I'm not aware of them. That's always a possibility.
That's the beautiful thing about speedrunning, I think, Crunchy, is that even games that are this older, you're still finding new techniques, new routing decisions, strategies, and tactics. It certainly keeps us commentators on our toes, but also makes for a fresh experience for newcomers to the speedrun.
Yeah, absolutely. And Metroid 2 is one that I always enjoy having other people getting to look at, 'cause it's one that I think a lot of people are kind of down on this game just as a casual experience, and I understand it. I like it, but I understand it. But as a speedrun, it is such a cool speedrun, but it's one that if you don't know what's going on, it's really easy to miss all the fine details of what makes it great.
No question. Speaking of course details, Hopespell just taking the damage through this caustic, just like acid bath lava mixed with ecto cooler. Gosh knows what else it could be in there, but comes out unscathed.
So that right there, my friends, is the only instance of skipping ahead. That's what we call lava dive. There's actually, so like we said before, areas are blocked off by lava so that you can't go ahead. If you try, you're just going to die in the lava. But that one, we have just enough health to make it to the other side of it. And the reason we do that is because what the game actually wants you to do is go further ahead and do something else in another area, which kill a Metroid there, and then come back to here, kill a Metroid here, and then advance. But that's detouring. Whereas it turns out, the game is really only checking that you kill a Metroid. So if you lava dive here, kill the Metroid here instead, it just drains both. It just drains the lava. So you don't have to you don't have to come back. You can just move forward and kill the Metroids out of order.
Absolutely brilliant. You love it. You love to see unintended consequences of the way the devs coded the game come back to haunt them. You love to see it.
And they're gracious enough to put a health refill right there, so all you have to do is survive the lava dive, deal with an alpha, oh no, and you get a health refill. Yeah. I mean, I'm sitting here talking as if I've never died to an alpha Metroid, which,
first time I ever picked up this game, and I went left. I definitely died to that first alpha that you encountered.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite have as many killed have as many kills as say the first Goomba in Super Mario Brothers 1, but definitely up there.
Actually, I think I may have had a potentially horrifying realization. I'm going to check something real quick here.
While CrunchyLex crunches the numbers on that thought, I'd like to remind you that our last game will be Super Metroid, and our commentary team will be CrunchyLex and myself, the Hockey Towner. So get excited. Team Omega in a commanding lead right now. Hope Spell with only, is that a 4 or a 9? It's impossible to tell with this font, but fewer than 20 Metroids to go. But Flipside, hot on her heels.
I believe, yeah, that's a 4, because the 9, the little thing doesn't extend to the right.
Oh.
Galen has a 9. You can see it right there.
Thank you, Crunchy.
I got you, Hockey. I got you.
I know you do, and I appreciate it so much.
Oh my god. So what do those things look like to you on Flipside screen, Hockey? Those little floating H's.
Couldn't be anything other than a floating H. Are you kidding me?
All right.
Oh my gosh.
This right here. This gamma right here is the one that eluded me for probably years of my childhood. Like, you fight an
stuck in a
alpha.
chain link fence.
Yeah, and that chain link fence eats missiles too, which just makes it extra obnoxious. But no, yeah, you have to go through this hole in the ceiling in a room where you fight an alpha, and then on the other side of that you have that shell, go through a hole in the shell to a secret room full of chain link fence that eats missiles to fight a gamma. Who hurt that developer? Like, what happened to that developers to make them not learn the true meaning of Space Christmas and put that gamma there?
Who hurt you, game dev? Who hurt you that day?
Also, a little bit more optimization there for on Hope Spell's screen. That room is particularly obnoxious to go through, so you just morph and just go through the acid. Or lava. It's lava, it's not acid. But actually, we're
for all we know, get the pH paper out. That was a really tidy gamma fight from Gallon. Really, really nice setup. Just leaving that one block, that one sand. It's a cubic sand, of course. It's just one cubic sand.
So the takeaway here is Samus was playing Minecraft before it was cool.
Crafting? Forget it. I'm just gonna shoot everything until it dies.
Flipside actually.
Rafting.
Flipside almost done with the caverns though. This after moving left and up from this gamma room, he's going to be on his way back up toward the temple. So.
Well, this gamma that Hopespell is fighting is just not playing very nice, but Hopespell does destroy it in short order.
Yeah, by this point in the game, with these missiles and health counts, gammas aren't particularly dangerous. The biggest problem with them is just, again, getting them where you want them and being able to attack them. Because the annoying thing about them is when they're swinging that lightning thing around, you can't actually hurt them.
Oh my
so
gosh, they've got invincibility frames when they're swinging that lightning yo-yo.
And they swing that a lot.
Oh yeah.
So. Alright, here we go. Lava dive from Flipside. Flipside opting to go for a 4th energy tank, but also started a lava dive with not full health, so he's got more than enough to make it through, but still definitely intrigued by the item grabbing decisions Flipside is making.
You know, I wanted to comment on that, Crunchy. I believe somebody in chat mentioned that Flipside is likely used to playing Hundo.
Yeah, no, because it feels like Hundo, but at the same time, it's one of those things where Flipside does know that this isn't Hundo, though.
That's true, but it might be Hundo in disguise.
Or it could just be one of those things where Flipside's just grabbing a few extra items, but skipping some of the more out of the way ones.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Grab everything you can that's more or less on the way or slightly out of the way.
Yeah.
Ignore the buried items that are deep within the confines of SR-388's cavern system.
Yeah, because I definitely know that Flipside did not grab the ceiling missile tank in Area 2, which is one of the more obnoxious items to get.
Oh my goodness.
And Flipside heard me saying things. I'm sorry, Flipside. Don't look at me like that.
No.
Oh, and another fun thing here. Hostfell, you saw just Neum right on by that Gamma. Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's actually faster to fight it on the way back. So we're just gonna fight it later. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And the answer to the age-old question in all of speedrunning: why do the runners do it that way? Because it's faster.
Uh-huh. So this is another fun area here that Hopespell is in right now. There's a boatload of gammas. I want to say it's for Zetas start showing up here. The thing about Zetas is they are super aggressive. They just constantly want to be in your face, which can be okay if they just fly directly at you like this. But if they start shooting fire or come at you from angles like this, they can get out of control real easily, and they hit hard.
For sure. The next evolution.
Yeah, Zetas are probably the most dangerous to the run because of their aggressiveness and just tendency to act out. But if you can get them locked flying directly into your face, they're not too bad if you can get them there. Yeah.
The third and final Clown Wig Crunchy. We can now open the door of time. Travel 7 years into the future.
And the only thing there is a small car.
But it has 100 of our clown brothers and sisters within it, Crunchy.
Well, of course
in
it
that
does!
Tiny car.
So a brief mention of this room that Hopespell is in. That vertical shaft actually has all the beams in it, which is kind of neat. So ice, waves, spacer, plasma, they're all there. But we only grab ice. And there's actually here's another fun fact for you. In 100%, we actually still only grab ice. We don't grab all the beams. And that's because the game doesn't actually keep track that you grab all the beams. It just keeps track that it keeps track that you grabbed a beam. So as long as you grab one beam, the game's like, yeah, okay, you got everything. So we just grab ice because it's the only one that you need.
The only one you need. Because there's a second, like a kind of a backup ice beam, if you will, right before the genetics lab.
There's actually 3 ice beams.
There's 3 ice beams. Oh my gosh, I lost count.
Yeah, no. That vertical shaft is the second time that those beams appear.
No kidding.
It's wild. Yeah, and then there's a third ice beam at the end because I guess they figured, yeah, if they get here and forgot to grab the ice beam, we could make them go all the way back. That's a bit mean. Yeah, the developers of this game looked at this game they had crafted, which makes you want to cry, and said, I think it might be being a bit mean. Let's give them a bonus ice beam. Thanks! I'm just gonna drag my battered body over to the ice beam.
Yeah, all the way back to the tower to grab the weapons laboratory for the Chozo. If my memory of the lore is accurate, someone in chat will correct me if I'm wrong. Love you, chat.
This is the I think the tower in AM2Rs with a classified this area as, because it is very much a vertical tower that. Hopespell's actually going for the tank in the ceiling. Interesting.
A good race safety, especially with the lead that Team Omega has.
Yeah, definitely.
I just thought too, like, I'm getting ahead of myself, I know, but like right before you reach kind of the lab where the Metroids were cloned, the broken Chozo statue that was holding that final ice beam is like so foreboding.
Yeah.
Really nice touch by the devs.
Although, Hockey,
sir.
Don't forget, on SR388, they don't need to be cloned.
Oh my gosh. They're indigenous.
Oh no!
Oh no! There must be dozens of them.
Hockey, didn't you know? When they tell you don't feed bread to the ducks, that's a long, centuries-long chain that ends with Metroids on SR388.
Don't feed the ducks, Crunchy, no!
Please! Think of the Metroids!
Think of the think of the children, will you? Somebody!
Oh my goodness, I lost track of where we're at.
I think Hopespell has got 10 Metroids left, so probably a Zeta, but gonna be approaching, I believe, the Omega Nest pretty soon.
Not yet. Got to finish this area first. And this, ooh, interesting. Opting to kill the Zeta first. This is actually a room where at least the strat was that I'm familiar with is actually to use that Zeta to bounce up to the hole in the ceiling.
Oh, interesting.
Because there's an item up there that you want. Actually, Hope Spell might be opting to skip that item. Yeah.
Oh,
interesting.
nice.
That's the screw attack up there.
Oh.
You don't need it, but it is useful.
I do love the screw attack. It just is probably the most OP item in Samus Aran's arsenal.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's perhaps not as broken as it is in some other games, but it does let you reposition Omegas, which is pretty handy. You can actually just bounce into them and be okay.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Well, we hope that Flipside comes back to us. We got him back for a brief moment. And Gallon with a really nice Gamma fight there.
All right. More Gammas. This Gamma that Hopespell is fighting has a very bizarre strat involving killing it from the bottom of the screen. I wish I could remember what the setup is. It's extremely convoluted, but it's kind of hilarious. You can almost kill it. You can almost... Oh, now I remember it was. You kill it so your missile hits it as you're transitioning off screen.
Oh my god.
So that way you don't have to stand around and watch it explode, but the downside is if you screw it up, you have to fight it again.
Wow. Talk about optimization, Crunchy. That's wild.
Right? This is what we're working with in this game. Like, Fusion is a game where you have to do a lot of optimization because of how linear it is. Metroid 2 is a game where, just because of how limited Samus's movement set is, you have to optimize. You have to optimize, or you're just going to lose like 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Sand Zeta!
Look at this. Just pumping that Zeta full of missiles. Really nice setup.
Yep. Thankfully, it did not move. It did not go out of sorts and start moving up or down. That's very, very bad in that room. That Zeta is very easy to lose track of in the sand.
Yeah, for sure. Look at this Zeta that now Flip is fighting. Flip really making up some time on Team Omega and Hope Spell.
Yeah, that's like something you might have seen there is Flip wasn't firing missiles at like the fastest speed, just kind of spacing them out just a tiny, tiny bit to give the Zeta a chance to kind of move forward a little bit so that it wouldn't get out of that range of fire. Like, the shot timing there can make a difference. If you start firing them too fast, it can actually start moving too far up or down.
Oh
Just
gosh.
little things like that.
Little things like that. Just optimize the shooting rhythm of the missiles to make sure
Yes.
you pin that Zeta in Samus's line of fire. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yep. And at the end, but you can't forget about the things that brought you here. Hopeswell showing off here now, spider throwing with the spring ball. You just get to keep doing it.
To left we go. More left.
And you can just chain things together. There was actually a room earlier that it happened so fast I didn't have a chance to mention it, where you basically fly into the room, you spider throw into a one-tile gap, roll out of it, then unmorph jump up, and it's just like that little sequence of movement tricks is so subtle, but it's so cool when you nail it.
That is wild. It's almost like a rhythmic gymnastics routine in this game.
It really is.
Look at this from Flip, over the spikes and everything. My goodness.
Yeah, and activating and deactivating the spider ball to control the speed of the spider throw, just so clean. Like, this game is so good, but again, it's so subtle. It's really easy to miss the details.
So I feel like within Metroid speedrunning, obviously a lot of people, including myself, like to make comparisons to Super Metroid. It is the anchor game of this relay, with good reason. But it's like, if you need a master's, a graduate level education to be great at Super Metroid, you need PhD dissertation completely defended to be good at M2.
Yeah, M2 is one that is... M2 is definitely a very challenging one.
And just like you said, just the subtlety of the movement, because like you said, Samus does have a very limited moveset in this game, but it's expanded upon by taking advantage of all these little physics, not quite glitches, but little tweaks and little exploits that the runners can do.
Yeah. And it occurs to me... we were talking about the aerodynamics of various... I I forgot to mention why I set you up for that, which is that.
Oh my god.
So you remember early on we were talking about how rolling around is faster than running.
Fast.
The various suit, for reasons we're not sure, makes Samus run at the same speed she rolls.
Oh my
So-
god.
So once you get the various suit, you can just run. Running is equally as fast as rolling.
No more morph ball required to just rolling all through SR388.
Yep,
But then-
and Hopesville just took out the first Omega. That's actually a section where it's one of those slightly backtracky sections. The game wants you to go in there, you fight an alpha, you run back out, there's an earthquake, you run back in, and suddenly there's an Omega. And that's the first Omega. There aren't actually that many in the game, but
There
Yeah.
certainly aren't a lot of Omegas, but that first
No.
one, very tough. And we were talking about kind of the relative difficulty of each of the Metroid evolutions within this game, but you said that the Zetas are very aggressive. Well, how do they stack up against the Omegas? I know the Omegas probably hit a lot harder.
they do. Omegas Omegas, if you fight them head on, can be extremely challenging because they're invincible for most of the time, like almost most of the time, honestly. If they're not moving, you can't hurt them.
Oh wow.
They shoot fireballs that really hurt, and they're really big, and they move with the screen. That's the wildest thing. So if they're parked at one spot, ooh, flip side, going up to get that screw attack using that damage boost. But sorry, but yeah, with the Omegas, if they're like in the top left corner of the screen and you try to run around and try to position, they just stick to that corner of the screen. Your only chance to reposition is to try to do it when they're moving.
Oh gosh.
They try to stay in the same relative position because the big trick with the Omegas is their weak spot's the back.
Right.
If you can get behind them and shoot them in the back when they're moving, they have a lengthy damage animation and it does triple damage.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And considering how many missiles to the back it takes to kill them, you don't want to fight them from the front.
No. You cannot go guns and blazing. You have to have a strategy, as Crunchy just elaborated, summarized so succinctly. But boy, it's hard to believe that Hopespell's almost done.
Yeah, there's still a few minutes left, though. Looks like Hopespell still has 3 Omegas left before heading into the final area to fight the big queen. Here's an Omega right here. We'll take a look, see what we're talking about.
Well, it's so nice that it spawns with its back to you. But wait,
Yeah.
it turns around
Yeah,
instantly.
So there we go. Stay down there, give it a chance to zoom over her, and then just hit it in the back. And you have to, once again, time the missiles, because the key... Omegas can be one of the easiest if you get them in a position where you can line up the back shots and get the timing right. Because you can lock them down, they're actually not bad at all. But if you mistime the missiles and they turn around, then you gotta do the setup again. And it can be real easy to get them out of position in that case. So an Omega is wholly dependent on your execution, how easy it is.
So at this point in the run, even if this is any percent, you're not really worried about dying necessarily in the Omega Nest. You're worried about losing time to the Omegas.
Yeah, or running out of missiles,
Or
potentially.
running out of missiles, sure. Ammo management, I believe, would become much more crucial at this juncture.
Yeah. But Hopespell's missile count is looking pretty solid here, so should be fine.
56 with 2 more Omegas to go?
Yeah.
Question mark?
Yes, 2 more Omegas.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah, because the game, because the
Very-
last one is, of course, the Queen.
That's right.
Another Omega here. Let's see if we can get that nice, clean setup again. Watch how it sticks to that corner, though. You try to run... there we go. Oh! Zoom around. But there we go. You can get 2 missiles per jump. You just have to kind of time it on the up and down. You don't want to jump too high. The non-granularity of the jump can bite you here.
Yeah, the non-granularity strikes again.
Dropping those $10 words like we're made of money, Hockey!
My goodness. Like, I would start calling you the money man, Crunchy, because you are made of money. the way you're
Oh,
dropping
God!
those
No,
$10.
I am not! No, I am not. I can't... I have to eat my ramen dry with the powder,
my
Hockey.
gosh. Your vocabulary is solid platinum, Crunchy. It's a
It makes
platinum
it when it
ingot.
comes out my mouth.
99.9999% purity.
Oh my god, beautiful spider thing from Flipside, just showing off the rolling movement optimization from Galen. Just we're getting all kinds of just different flavors of the movement of this game on screen at once. And again, oh, and there we go. This is there we go. Gotta be careful here though. Oh, it's going too far up.
No.
Okay.
No.
Hopesell's got it. Hopesell's got it. Oh no, it turned around.
Run.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. The Omegas,
Spectacular.
when you lock them down, they're not bad. But if they start getting away, you gotta be able to adapt.
Wow, talk about adapt and overcome from Hopespell there. That was incredible.
But with that, that was the last Omega. Now it's time to go into the final area. Meanwhile, Flipside fighting the last Alpha that spawns the first Omega. So Flipside not far behind here. Only 4 Omegas separating Flipside from Hopespell.
That's incredible. So pretty much the Omega Nest separates Flipside from Hopespell at this point. But Galen's
Pretty
still
much.
having a really tidy run as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the unfortunate thing about Metroid 2, is that I love this run, I really do, but it's very... Gaining and losing time is not really going to happen in dramatic chunks like it might in some other runs. Like it's been a very subtle game of runs of seconds.
For sure. Here's the first Omega here for Flipside. Hopespell making the long climb.
Oh, what a clean setup that was from Flipside.
You love to see it. Look at the rhythm. One up, one down.
Oh no!
No!
Accidentally held up!
Good recovery, though. Wow.
Excellent recovery.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, in case anyone actually may have noticed that during AM2R, that little shell opening in the back of the Omegas in AM2R, that was a direct throwback to the back weak spot of the Omegas in M2.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
All right, Hopespell. I want to mention this about the area Hopespell's moving through. This vertical area here, you might notice some tiles in the water look a little bit different. Those are holes. Those are invisible holes.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah,
Devs, what were you thinking?
Moving to the right is a bit tricky, but moving to the left, not so much. You can just kind of spider throw across those gaps, which we probably will see Hopespell do here. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Whoa-hey! Whoa-hey!
Hockey. I need you to dub over Banjo-Kazooie yesterday, please. I want Banjo to sound like Banjo and Kazooie just be you.
Incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness. And here we go. Galen's showing off once again. The Gamma can wait. It's faster later.
It's faster later.
But yeah, Hopespell moving up to the final save before the Queen here. There's actually 3 entrances. One of them is the way forward. One of them is the Ice Beam. This one is the refill, which very wisely taking the refill and... Yep.
You see this though, Crunchy? This is good game design. Put the save, the refill, and the item you need to beat the game right before you enter the last area.
Yeah, not forcing you to do horrific backtracking.
Especially in a game that predates fast travel by probably like 15 years.
Give or take.
Give or take. Who's
All right,
counting anyway?
I will also point out this is one of my favorite parts of, like, oh my goodness, like right here, this next room. So Metroid counter is at 1, right? Pass under the egg. Suddenly the Metroid counter. What's it doing? What?
What?
There's 8 more Metroids? There sure are. This is why you need the Ice Beam. Now you get to fight the larva again.
Get to fight the OG Metroid, the one we're all familiar with.
Yep, and in this game, if they latch onto you, just leave the room. Just do yourself a favor and leave the room.
No shirt, no shoes, no Metroid. I don't know.
If they made a shirt that fit a Metroid's, how would they wear it?
Oh, that's...
Would it have
Metroid wear a t-shirt like this? Or like this?
Yeah, would it have 4 sleeve holes and just, like, no head? Or would it just be dangling off the bottom? And, like, the thing that looks like an umbrella is the head.
The thing that looks like an umbrella is the head.
Look. I'm not saying that if Nintendo made a Metroid umbrella, I would buy 3, but I would.
But yes. Great for the kids, great stocking stuffers, for the holidays.
And the little plastic guards on the ends of the metal things would just be the little teeth.
Just be the little claw teeth.
Are they teeth or claws?
Teeth claws,
Chat,
of course.
vote on your phones now. Are they teeth or claws?
Vote on your phone. Oh my gosh, but Hopespell gonna be handing off the baton to Exact Science. Exact Science gonna be bringing it on in Super Metroid, but however, we got an Omega Metroid to contend with, or I should say a Queen Metroid to contend with now for Hopespell.
Yep. So the trick with the Queen is you can actually, it's not going to break through the walls like an AM2R. You just fight it in this room, and you can only hit it in the head. But if you hit it with the open mouth, it is stunned. And what you want to do is hit it with a bunch of missiles, and then before it retracts, go in there and drop some bombs. But the catch is, the more damage you do, the faster its face moves.
Oh my gosh.
So you have to count the number of missiles to make sure that you kill it with the bombs is what you want. Well, actually, yeah, there we go. And when the head drops to the ground, it's dead. So you really just want to optimize. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, this color palette makes it hard to tell how much health Samus has.
And Hopespell is out of missiles.
Ooh, and Galen's suffering with health. This area here with all the damage boosting up that shaft makes it pretty tricky. Oh no, Hopespell did run out of missiles. Thankfully, the game does give you that hole in the ground to drop out. That's actually where the ice beam is, but you can just go over here and get the health refill back.
Now, does that mean that the Queen Metroid's health resets as well?
Yes, it does.
Oh my goodness gracious. This is a huge opportunity for Team Gamma.
Yep, because Flipside, finishing off the Omegas, actually heading toward the Queen right now. So this could actually be a situation where Flipside grabbing the extra missiles with that 100% muscle memory could be a difference maker, but also depends on if Hopespell can pull this off on the second go, because she does not have to fight the baby Metroids again.
Well, at least she doesn't have to do that. I mean, once the Metroids are dead, they are dead. They will not respawn.
Correct.
But boy, that was a tough fight. But like you said, Flipside going in with a much higher missile count after collecting that refill. We'll just see how big that gap is.
I guess we'll see, because Flipside could also possibly have been opting to do this in order to be able to just skip the refills altogether. But that health is probably a little bit lower than I would personally like going into the Queen. And having to deal with those Metroids, there's 8 of them at 5 missiles a pop. That's 40 missiles, so 60 missiles going into the Queen. I guess it depends on how comfortable Flipside's feeling with about his Queen fight.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Chad pointing out that I sound distant. No, I'm just loosely connected, Chad. Don't worry.
Hockey, please.
All right, Hopespell, round 2. This isn't quite the Thrilla in Manila, but this is the Revenge Tour on SR388. Great opener, getting that morph and doing a little spelunking inside of that Queen Metroid.
Yeah, just go in there, drop some bombs. And it's an interesting thing is an AM2R, you can actually drop a power bomb in there, which gives you a unique death animation, but it's slower than just dropping bombs like you saw the runners do.
Does it really? There's a unique death animation.
Oh yeah, like the lights start coming out in a dramatic fashion. The screen fades to white, and then there's just guts everywhere. It's great.
Oh no!
It's so cool. And Hopespell finishing it off.
Popping off a few celebratory missiles there.
Firing the missiles into the black hole where the Queen was, and now, much like an AM2R, over here, and it's the baby, and it makes the cutest sounds.
It really does, and it's like the chillest escape song you could ever have. You're in absolutely no danger.
Yep.
You just gotta let the boy eat.
Your boy's hungry.
The boy's hungry. We're going to see he's going to grow up to be big and strong in the next game.
Oh, very big and very strong. There is, however, one last potential bit of time save here in the run, which is when you take the last leap to land on your ship, you want to try to line up with the ship, and there are a couple of tricks you can use to do so, because there really isn't... You can't really use the star background very well for that. So we're going to see... all of them try to land directly in the door of the ship.
Oh my gosh.
So let's hopefully get that. That'd be pretty cool.
Hope so with the space jump, trying to climb Mount SR-388 here.
All right, here we go.
This is
Oh.
it.
Galen taking care of the exit gamma here. Just you hang left, you go to the right, and boom.
Whoa!
Kobe!
Kobe, indeed. GG's to Hope Spell.
All right. Team Omega maintaining the lead heading into Super Metroid, but flip side already dealing with the last batch of baby Metroids over here if we're fighting the Queen, gaining some time back. And Galen not far behind, actually heading off to fight the last two Metroids before the Omega Nest.
That's wild. Galen has been playing extremely well.
Oh, definitely.
You get to hear this incredibly anxiety-inducing track.
Yeah, Metroid 2, the music is... Metroid 2 gets a lot of flack for the music, and I feel it's kind of well deserved because they go for more ambient tracks, for better or worse, and that's one of the ones that definitely makes you makes this. Oh, and the one right before you get into the Queen's room, just. Yes, it makes that sound every time you hit it. Indigestion! All right.
I think Team Omega Exact Science representing them gonna be starting Super Metroid any percent here. I'm curious if we're gonna see some route divergence, Frenchie.
Yeah, I was actually curious about that as well. I was going to ask you if you knew what routes our 3 SM runners are going to be taking, but it looks like we might have switched the feed a little bit too soon because we didn't get to the end of the credits, I didn't think, yet on Omega. So, oh, and just like that, the head is down, the Queen is done. And
Queen is dead. Long live the Queen.
that's right, Samus is Queen Metroid now.
It was regicide on SR-388.
It's true. SR stands for Super Regicide.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Galen going against this feisty Omega, but a great setup there. Flipside simply on the escape, but Exact starting off on Sirius Station.
Yep, Sirius Station is basically a high school science lab in space. At least that's kind of what I'm taking away here. Which pretty much just means that Ridley really is just that one Hollywood high school like football nerd who just beats up jock who beats up the nerds.
Exactly. Except this time just killing all the scientists on board this space station.
Society never told him no, and well, this is what happens.
This is what happens exactly. Just ground the entire Metroid Galaxy's scientific development to a halt, a complete halt.
It's interesting because if memory serves, the fact that Sirius Station had the Metroid was actually kind of illegal because like the Federation was kind of like, hey, yeah, no Metroid research, even though they were doing it themselves because you know how it is with these things.
It's a lot of red tape and a lot of loopholes. Federation is massively bureaucratic after all. Nice 44 from Exact.
Ooh, that was a very good series time.
Very, very nice. And GG's to Flipside finishing up M2. But Galen not far behind.
Certainly not. Galen on the way right now to the Omega Nest. Right there entering it. So only a few minutes away from the end of the game now for M2. Meanwhile, we're going through the jam on Team Gamma and heading to Planet Zebes to end things where we began them.
That's right.
Actually, no, we're not. We started things on SR-388 because of the order of the relay. Hockey! Help!
Oh, Crunchy, what have we done? What have we done?
I don't know, but I love the Metroid series, Hockey. I love all the games in the series to varying degrees, but I don't know about you. Super Metroid has always been my favorite.
It is something to behold. Exact Science into the parlor as Gallon faces off against yet another Omega Metroid. Look at that setup for that moonfall from Exact. That was very, very tidy.
All right, make it way through. Oh, no pitless, but that's a. Super Metroid is a game where I think really needs no introduction as to far how difficult it is, but it's definitely one of those ones where it's even things that look easy in SM are probably not easy.
Oh yeah. Everything that looks hard is hard. Everything that looks easy is also hard.
SX, yes, well put. Perfectly putting it.
If it exists in Super Metroid, it's hard. and if it doesn't exist, it just hasn't been found yet.
Yeah, if there's an easy trick, it's because we haven't found a harder one yet.
Yeah, precisely. So yeah, I don't know the official ruling. I do think you're right though, Crunchy. I think Team Omega did get a little bit of a head start with the credits.
I think that was just the switch, though. I think that was just the feed switch as opposed to the start, because Exact Science did sit on the title screen for a while.
Listen to me trying to like stir up controversy in the middle of this relay. Can someone pull this guy's mic? Are you kidding me?
5-minute penalty.
Yeah.
3 teams now on the power play.
It's a 5-minute major for sure. Crunchy's on the power play for sure.
No, please, Aki, come back. I can't do this
right,
alone.
I'll stay.
I was wrong.
Oh my goodness gracious.
All right, so let's see. Exact Science opting to do the right-hand climb, taking advantage of one of those hidden tricks I referenced earlier. Wall jumps. This is the first appearance.
You could have the animals teach you. You could have you could visit the Edicoons, but why bother if you already know?
I mean, just about the only thing that isn't hard in this game are the animals, because they're soft and they love you.
They really do, and we already saw them again in Metroid Fusion. And I will fight anybody who says that those are X-parasites.
Same. No, but Super Metroid. What can we really say about this game? This game didn't just codify an entire subgenre of games, but this is the game that basically laid out. This is the moveset. This is Samus Aran. This is how Samus Aran moves, and it's just so satisfying. Everything about how Samus moves in this game is so satisfying and feels so good.
Floaty jumping be damned.
Yes, but the floaty jumping is eminently controllable. If you know how to use it, you can make Samus do whatever you want.
You sure can. So Exact Science didn't quite avoid the decapitation animation. Boy, Crunchy, I've been waiting a long time to say that. But a really nice Bomb Chorizo fight. And shout-outs to MGA, Mr. Guy Average, with a hot series time. I think that was a 46:39.
Ooh, nice. We joke, we're actually being completely serious about series time. Series is a very, very common reset point just because everything in that station is trying to make you lose time. Not kill you, just lose time. And in a game as spicy and competitive as Super Metroid, seconds at the start of the run are hard to take.
No question. No question about it.
The pitless from Mr. Guy Average as well.
Hot pace so far, heading down to Retro Brinstar past Old Mother Brain to grab that Morph Ball, but Exact Science through the Mushroom Kingdom, heading down to Green Brinstar to execute the very first sequence break of this game.
Yeah, and just all that movement, all the clean things you want to see, just tight jumps, ledge grabs, arm pumping to give those extra pixels of movement forward.
That was the thing that really blew my mind about speedrunning, is that runners will actually tap L and R in a certain sequence to propel Samus 1 pixel forward for every tap. It's absolutely nuts.
And there it was. There was that sequence break right there. That was the Green Brinstar mock ball. What in the world is a mock ball? Is it insulting me? Hockey, please help.
It is, yes. So I've also seen it alternatively spelled M-A-C-H mock ball, like speed, like Mach 1, Mach 2. I don't know. Deep lore, deep cuts with the Hockey Town and Crunchy legend.
It's true. Hockey, I was setting you up to explain mock ball.
Oh, you were? Well, let me tell you something about mock ball. So our runners, they run through the wall, through the door, transition. They jump at the opportune moment. They're able to keep their run speed, their horizontal momentum if they soft morph. If they're able to morph without bouncing, and they keep their run speed in ball form. So we saw a lot of fast movement in ball form in M2, and we will see it at least for that sequence break to grab those early supers. Otherwise, our runners would need to get speed booster, and who's got time for that, Crunchy?
I mean, we do. They're all going to be getting speed booster later.
But they're not going to go back to get those supers. But by
No.
executing that sequence break, we cut out an entire mini-boss fight that is Spore Spawn, affectionately called Spo.
Or DLC boss, depending on who you ask.
Yes, that's right. It's so nice that even though this game came out almost 30 years ago, that somehow through some sort of 28.8 or 56K modem technology on the Super Nintendo, Nintendo is able to support DLC for this game.
I'm pretty sure at this point it was still 14.4.
Oh my gosh, 14.4.
It's the one that sounds like a clown show when it dials in. And we've gone back to the clowns again.
We have. The clowns are eternal. They're absolutely eternal.
But I will say though, here's your fun little lesson for the day. Would you like to try mock ball for yourself? It's actually real easy. Here's what we gotta do. You run, you somersault. The trick is you want to hold jump,
That's
and right as you land, you want to roll your thumb from down to forward, a quarter circle forward if you know a fighting game parlance. And if you do it right as Samus lands and she doesn't bounce, you will be zooming forward at run speed. That's how you do mock ball. It's actually that easy.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to hear it. But Exact Science, Exact Science is already into Kraid's warehouse. I wonder if she'll be stopping at the janitor's closet, Crunchy, to pick up that E-Tank.
I don't know, maybe. But I'm glad that name has stuck around because I don't
coined it after all.
I don't contribute much to the games I run, but a throwaway gag became a name, so I'll take it.
It's the best. I've also heard that room ardently referred to as the Frog Pocket, which is a great name.
That is a really good name.
But I still prefer Janitor's Closet and Kraid's Warehouse because they're like peanut butter and jelly. They just go together.
Yeah, because I mean, you gotta clean out warehouses too. Believe me, I know. I've worked in warehouses.
Big save. So Exact Science, you saw her get to the edge of Kraid's little platform.
Oh no!
Ooh, doesn't quite get the setup that she wanted.
Look
at
got the mouth
recovery,
position and
though,
got
Crunchy.
it!
Oh my God.
Nice!
Oh my goodness.
What a good backup that was.
That was incredible.
Didn't lose composure. Looked and said, you know what? I could just start spamming missiles now. No, I'm going to get myself that setup a second time. Did it. And hit that frame you want on the open mouth. That's the trick. The trick is you want to get Kraid when his mouth is almost all the way open, but not quite. Otherwise, he just gets up and wants to dance. And you know what? Exact Science don't got time for dancing.
No, definitely does not. Kraid is not going to prom. That is for sure.
Nope.
But yeah, fantastic backup. It's very difficult to hit that backup Kraid quick kill with, Kraid must have some sort of indigestion or something. All these rocks spilling forth from his mouth. But really nice execution. But MGA hot on Exact Science's heels, grabbing that essential charge beam in Pink Brinstar. And there it is, the aforementioned Janitor's Closet, and those frogs being really uncanny.
Yep. I feel like this is a very common energy tank to grab in any percent. It's just along the way. It's real quick to grab, and it gives you a health refill after a boss. So it's just really convenient timing. Now here's the burning question: are we going to see? Let's see what boss order we're going to get here. I'm curious to see.
I was curious too, but chat has revealed that all of these runners are indeed KPDR runners, so we are not going to see any divergence. But I do love the movement of the so-called old route.
Yeah, same. Not just because I run it, but because I just really enjoy the cool tricks you get to see. There's some things you get to see in this order that you just don't really get to see in New Route.
Absolutely. We will be seeing Space Jump, we will be seeing Plasma Beam, and Plasma Beam opens up all sorts of possibilities on the last two bosses. It's a wonderful route for new and old runners alike.
Yeah. And you can get a seriously competitive oh no, the baby!
No!
Baby, no!
Baby, no! No, baby!
And something else that you might not realize, it actually happened to Flipside. Right here, in fact. If you fall back down, those crystals respawn, so Flipside actually had finally cleared the crystals, but dropped a space jump and then had to clear the crystals again.
Oh my gosh. Just make sure that baby's well fed. That's good parenting right there.
You know, Sam is truly being a good parent, just letting the kids learn the lessons, just being there to make sure nothing. Oh no, that was a bit too open. Mr. Guy Average gonna have to dance.
It takes two to tango, Crunchy, and MGA will be dancing with Kraid here. Just needs to land, I think, a single super.
Yeah, looks Kraid's looking a little bit not great here. Oh no,
missile.
Out of supers. Just gonna have to. There we go. Good recovery. You hate to see Kraid stand up, but all you can really do is just try to salvage what you can, and that'll do it. That will absolutely do it.
And GG's to Gallon83 finishing up Metroid 2 for Team Zeta. So we will be seeing Ace Zero starting off Super Metroid shortly for a Team Zeta.
Ooh, and Exact Science having a little bit of trouble in Bubble Mountain here. King Attack doing the knockdown, but the king is dead. Long live the king.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So into the Bat Cave, a quick farm, and now going to be grabbing that speed booster.
Yep, jumping through that door to do a bit of a screen adjustment to save the time of having the game do it for you.
Oh, I love it. You want to talk about subtleties and optimization in speedrunning. How about door corrections in Super Metroid?
Oh, yeah.
The fact that it's necessary to do that still blows my mind.
My God, Mr. Guy Average, I loved that setup in the janitor's closet. Did you see that?
I did. Just flying in, instantly grabbing the tank, killing the frogs, and out. Just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. My goodness.
Gosh, I think this is one of the things I love so much about Super Metroid as a run. And I think you're the one who coined this, who taught me this term. That it's so no, I mean this in a good way. That Super Metroid is an incredibly expressive speed run.
Yes.
There are so many ways to go through this run, so many adjustments that are equally fast or minor differences that you could have a room full of 20 runners and no two of them will go through the entire run the same.
Absolutely. It's poetry in motion, as our good friend Professor School would put it. This game is just it has aesthetic value beyond just the technical skill required to run it. It is just, for me, there's nothing greater. It's just so exciting to watch, even, you know, in 2023.
And I've seen this game. I've played this game so many times. I've seen this game played so many times, and I still just get a smile on my face every time I get to watch someone do it again. I don't care if they're playing casually or if they're playing the speed. I'm just kind of like, oh boy, someone's gonna play my favorite game. I'm psyched. Sure. I'm excited.
Absolutely, crazy. I couldn't agree more. One of my favorite things is if you actually go on Twitch and you search the Super Metroid category, chances are you will find somebody playing this game for the first time, and it's just a really exciting watch.
It is.
To see somebody kind of problem solve through a game that really doesn't give you any instruction, at least not directly. A lot of the clues are very oblique.
Oh, getting some cool little damage boosts there going through Rising Tides from Mr. Guy Average. Have we talked about damage boost in this game yet?
We haven't, no. We did a little bit in M2, but the Super Metroid damage boosting is as essential a part of the speedrun as it is in M2.
It is, but it's a very different beast. You can't jump out of it the same way you can in M2, but it does propel you. Not terribly in like spider throwing, actually, but in both directions. So, Hockey, how exactly does the damage boosting work in this game?
Well, it's interesting in that when Samus takes damage, there's probably a group of frames where you can press, I think, the opposite direction that you want to go in. And also by using the jump button, you will damage boost. And it's nothing else feels like it. It's an incredible movement technique.
In fact, I think the best example of it is probably coming up here on Exact Science when you get up to the top of Red Tower.
To the Hellway.
Wait, we're about to get... Yes! Spark! Yeah!
The Alpha Spark by Exact Science.
Yes!
Can I get a hyper clap in chat? My goodness gracious.
Oh, I love it. This game's got such good movement tech. It makes me happy, Cocky. It makes me so happy.
It fills me with joy. The Alpha Spark. Now, this is a very difficult set of wall jumps that Exact is doing here. The Red Tower climb. Those rippers are so frustratingly placed. That block regenerates so quickly. Our other runners may opt to utilize a technique called the hero shot. Oh, just getting trolled by that stupid block. But great execution, great recovery there.
Yeah, that was definitely a more challenging setup there. Here, this room right here. Look at that damage boost. Another one right here off the side of the flower, and not quite. There we go.
The backup though,
The
Crunchy.
backup.
The backup.
And Ace Zero getting a pitless while we're at it. Just there's so much going on right now.
There's a lot going on. I love it. But Exact about to pick up her first and only pack of power bombs in this route. Power bombs absolutely.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Unintentional botany.
Unintentional botany falling into the appropriately named Samus Eater or Vile Plume if you must. But power bombs essential not only for exploration but also for special beam combinations.
Yes. And that's one of the things that I love about KPDR is the fact that we get to make good use of the beam combos, particularly on the next boss.
Oh yes. Because if for those of you that are not in the know what Crunchy and I are talking about, if you have power bombs and you charge beam and a single beam type selected, be it wave, ice, spacer, or plasma, if you charge up the charge beam and you select power bombs, you will execute a special beam attack or SBA. And the one that is most useful to our speedrunners is called the X Factor for obvious reasons that will reveal themselves momentarily. But that is utilizing the wave special beam attack.
Oh no! Exact Science trying to set up for a spark across the moat here, doing short charge, having a little bit of trouble because of the way the game actually. The input for horizontal shine sparks is a little bit fiddly, so it's very, very easy if you're trying to do a standing somersault to accidentally just shine spark horizontally into a.
No question about it. But I want to point out MGA with the impossible ledge grab, red tower climb into a flawless hellway, utilizing that wave beam across the screen.
Oh no! Exact Science accidentally diagonally shine sparking.
But great recovery, great short try. I think that was a 3-tap, keeping her out of the ocean. Very nice to get to that wrecked ship, but MGA hot on Exact Science's heels, already back to the surface of Criteria. A0 though, collecting normal bombs, gonna have himself a nice little bomb chorizo fight.
Man, I would crush a chorizo omelet right now.
My goodness, the hunger pangs. The
Hockey, next time I see you, we should go get some breakfast, get some chorizo. What do you say?
110% is the smartest thing I've ever heard anyone say. Hands down. Really nice fight from A0, avoids the decapitation animation.
Whoa!
Missile pickup.
Mr. Guy Average going for the ocean fly.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, he's gonna get it.
Yes.
Ocean fly. What a legend!
Goodness. Legendary movement. That is the trademark, the copyrighted ocean fly from MGA.
All right, Exact Science. Meanwhile, we don't got time, Hockey. Setting up for already time for Fantoon here.
Really
getting some Dopplers on the first round. Didn't quite get the setup for the X Factor. That's the problem with the X Factor is if you miss the setup.
Oh no!
Oh, that's bad. That's very bad.
Ghost.
That's really bad. Holy cow.
The ghost with the most reset any percent runs. Fantoon, another victim of Fantoon. Exact Science, unfortunately, taking a death there, having to start all the way back at the ship.
Oh, and oh gosh, that's really unfortunate because, especially in KPDR, Fantoon actually just stops being the hardest boss in the run. But you can't rest, you can't sleep on Fantoon. Fantoon's fire. Oh, that beautiful X Factor from Mr. Guy Average, hitting with all 4 particles.
And a fast pattern after that. Look at the air dop. Very nice.
Oh, almost getting this 2 cycle, but missing with the super.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Fantoon should be dead here. momentarily.
Expect the unexpected in Super Metroid, and yes, we do have a ghost busted here from Team Gamma MGA. But Exact Science showing great competitive spirit, dusting herself off to try again, down into Retro Brinstar to grab that Morph Ball and first missile pack.
Oh, absolutely. Because the one thing about Super Metroid is it is not over until Samus is entering the ship to leave the planet. This run, especially at any percent, can be very unforgiving. All it takes is 1 or 2 accidental missteps to cause another death. Not that I'm hoping we see any more deaths, make no mistake, but...
Make no mistake.
But this run, this run does not... You let your guard down, it will pull out the rug. It'll stare you dead in the eye and yank on the lever to open the trapdoor.
This is as bad as the trap set in Home Alone, only worse because they involve amorphous space ghosts. And I'm not talking about the Cartoon Network show.
I watched that for the first time in ages a couple weeks ago.
It's the greatest. It's the absolute greatest.
I unironically think the Phantom Cruiser is still really, really cool.
No question.
Although I wish Blip would talk less. Because seriously, who at Hanna-Barbera said, what does a monkey sound like? Oh, obviously it sounds like... I can't even do it, but it sounds nothing like a monkey, Hockey! It sounds like you're trying to use the world's tiniest squeegee.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I would like to now welcome...
I am so sorry.
No, don't apologize, Crunchy. I would like to now welcome into the commentary booth Dark Zoa. He's going to be taking over for me for just a few minutes, but Speed Gaming, don't worry. I will return momentarily.
Good luck, Hockey. I don't know what you're doing, but good luck.
Thank you, Crunchy.
Yeah, so Dark Zoa back again. I've been up for way too long, but it's cool. This is actually the game I'm way more familiar with, so hopefully I'll get to say something a lot more relevant this time.
Go for it. Start saying relevant things. Go.
Relevant things. So we've got MGA coming up on Gravity. Got some Bomb Chorizo going on with Exact Science. Not getting a very good pattern with there. We call that the BT Classic, with that terrible missile spread. You want to kind of just like hit have the drop spawn in such a way that they're spread out so you can grab just a few so that you leave some, because you want 6 missiles, and you'll cap out at 5. So you want to pick up 5 and then leave at least 1 missile drop there. We did get Ace Zero, heavy, really nice quick kill over there. So I think that's 2 for 3 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say though about Bomb Chorizo. Bomb Chorizo is not a hard fight by any stretch of the imagination, but doing it cleanly, like you said, optimizing, spacing out your shots to do damage and not waste shots during iframes, make sure you get that missile spread, getting everything just right, that's where the challenge in that fight lies.
It really is, because it's really easy to go too fast, as contradictory as that may seem, because this is a speed run. You can definitely go too fast on Bomb Chorizo and end up just like you said, wasting your missiles into some invincibility frames. So that's really unfortunate when that happens too.
And I love how Mr. Guy Average is inserting moonfalls in extra places. Like the most noticeable use of moonfall is the first time dropping down through the climb. But there's other spots you could add it in, just none of them save as much time as that first one does.
Right, you get, so the very first one is by far the biggest, and really like the only one that's really worth it to do for most people. And you get about 8 seconds off of that. The next best one I think is like you save 2 seconds in the Torian escape. So, and then from there it's like less than a second for most every other one. And that it is pretty easy to mess up. So the risk reward can be a little bit off balance, but if you're as high tier as someone like MGA, then you just go for it. You just balls to the wall all the time, because that's That's the kind of person he is.
And that's the kind of runner this game demands.
It
Speaking
really
of-
is.
Speaking of balls and walls, I want to point out that Ace Zero was the only one, I think, today to pull off mouth ball coming out of Kraid, which is a very, very challenging late super missile into last second jump to mock ball through the gap in the elevator room. Very challenging to do, very tight, and Ace Zero pulled it off smoothly. It's such a cool trick to pull off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been fun watching Ace push times down. I remember around this time last year we were hosting the GT Classic Heg tournament, GT Classic propaganda. There you go. For the people who were waiting for it. And yeah, he had never run it before at the beginning, and just ground down to a sub 40. And yeah, I think at that time he still wasn't even sub 50 for any percent, and now he's at like a 48, I think.
Oh wow,
So,
nice.
Yeah, no, he's great. Mostly a rando runner, I think, actually.
But you need to have
So-
good game knowledge and good technical skill to be good at randos. So
There is absolutely a lot of really weird stuff that you can do in rando, and he is good with a lot of them. So
I would like to take a quick moment to point out that Mr. Guy Average also showed us one of the most iconic of tricks, gave us a full happy.
absolutely.
And making great use of X Factor as well. It's a X Factor on Dragon is nowhere near as easy as X Factor on. Wow!
Got the 2 in blue. Can we turn it into a spike suit?
That was such a
Almost
good
just wasted it.
Dragon fight. Oh my gosh! Oh,
He got the yikes suit. So
I hate to
that
see
trick
it.
is double frame perfect, sort of. You've got 2 different times you need to press unmorph, and you can do that with up or jump. And then you need to press jump. So the first one is you get a 2-frame window. If you press it on the first, you get a 2-frame window on the second one. And if you press it on the second, you get a 1-frame window on the second one. So it's sort of like a 3-ish. But anyway, so
it's very challenging.
it's very challenging. And yeah, so if you get it 1 frame early, I think is how he just did it on the second input, and that turned it into a yikes suit, which just discharged that spark. So he lost the blue suit and didn't get his spike suit, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but,
the tragedy of that. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say he did pull it off a nice womple jump back up, which is one of my favorites. Womp womp.
Yeah, no, pulling off clean space jumps in SM is very challenging. I actually find the space jump in Super Metroid to be a little bit fiddly, but when you get to work just right, the flowiness of the jumps looks great.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
no,
wow!
it is. Oh yes, that was absolutely amazing shine spark, the plasma spark.
That's a really hard trick to get.
It's really hard. It's actually it's not even like most things that are really hard like that, where it's you got like a crazy tight window or something. It's just a lot of be good. You can get in there with, I think, like at most 14, 15 frames worth of your
really
shine
tight.
spark timer left. Yeah, so
No, Mr. Guy Average is showing us some incredibly good play. That I can't get over how good that Dragon fight was. And then just the movement we are seeing. This is anything but average. This is top-notch movement we are getting right now.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, did someone say top-notch movement?
Oh, buddy. Have you been seeing what we've been getting, Hockey?
Unfortunately, I wasn't because I had to be away from the keyboard. But my goodness, MGA on a hot pace here.
We got a full halfie. We got one of the fastest Dragons I've seen in at least a year. We got Wumple jumps. We got Plasma Spark.
Come on, but we also did get an Alpha Spark from A0 as well.
ACR gave us a mouth ball as well. You missed mouth ball.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Expect the unexpected in the 2D Metroid Relay.
And Exact Science having the second Bomb Chorizo fight, no headless BT, just giving us a clean fight. Just everyone playing so well right now. This is SM SM the way I like to see it.
Oh, for sure. We got a lot going on here as Guy Average going with the late ice that is faster than getting it the first time around.
Oh, interesting moving through that room. I'm a fan of just space boosting a ball through that room because I think it looks cool. But
No
Yeah,
again,
it's actually really hard to get it so that you get in there without ending up with blue, because you have enough run speed. Hey, there usually you would have blue, and then you would get stuck in this little moat before the door. So yeah, it's a lot more going on there to do that than it looks like too.
why am I not surprised that what we're seeing MGA do is somehow even harder than what I do, which is already hard?
Yeah.
That's Super Metroid in a nutshell. Honestly, we're about to get another Moonfall. Really? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Really?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
really. You love to see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and he's going southern route. There's two different ways you can go through here after ice, and this is the faster one by a little
Oh,
bit,
yes.
but the cooler
Give me that
one
space
by a
boost.
lot.
Give me that space boost. Yes.
Oh,
I love
so
that. I
good.
love that space
And we're
boost.
setting up for an ocean fly possibly on Ace Zero side. I'm not sure if this is good or not because it
Oh,
is.
yeah, it is.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a
double
few ways that you
ocean
can set
fly.
that up. Most people don't go for the super. It is faster, I think, but it is also a little bit tighter of a window because the missile accelerates and the super does not. It just starts out with a really just jacked speed.
Yeah, I feel like it's not that one is necessarily better than the other, but it's just whichever timing is easier for you to pull off.
Right, that could be the case too. I'm not quite as familiar with that particular trick.
I'm a little bit sad we didn't get a whatchamacallit, we didn't get a speed ball through that block. At least not that I saw. But all right, here we go. Time for another fan 2, and let's see. Are we? Oh, only one power bomb I just noticed. So I'm curious to see if Ace Zero is going to be opting. Ooh, only one super. Gonna have a really clean fight here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tough unless.
Oh, that ammo
Ace
count.
goes with kind of the X Factor Doppler 1-2 combination.
Right,
Yeah.
which that would be optimal. That is what Mr. Guy Average went for. So.
Looks at the X Factor. This is the X Factor setup. Oh no!
He
Yeah,
got flame lamed.
Oh gosh, that's actually my preferred X Factor setup as well.
Yeah, that flame was just in a really unfortunate spot and knocked him out of his jump. So.
Going for some Dopplers right there. Still maintaining good health, keeping that missile count good, hanging on to that super. This is looking good.
Come on, Ace. Bust that ghost.
Oh, this is looking really good.
Yes!
Oh,
All right.
nailed it! Hockey! I feel it coming on!
Feel
Hockey!
it! Let it
Hockey!
take over, Crunchy. Let it take over.
Bustin' makes me feel good!
It's tradition. It's tradition.
God,
Oh,
I'm
I
coming
love
off
it.
of being sick. That really hurt my throat.
Oh no! Crunchy,
Well,
no.
take care of yourself, man.
I can't help it though. The chance to watch this relay, this once-a-year relay, the chance to get to be in the booth with Hockey again. How could I miss this? I willed the sickness away.
Oh my god. Crunchy, you are one of a kind. You are a treasure.
So I'm glad
Battling
you're here for
through
joining us. The
illness.
more the merrier.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, I'm having a lot of fun. You're about to
So
see
thank
one
you for
hell of a
joining us,
Ridley
Noah.
fight coming up.
Oh God, yes. Give us that good charged plasma Ridley.
I do
So-
love this fight. 20 shots, right, Zoa?
20 shots. 20 shots. Easy way to count it. When you see Ridley turn red, you've done 11.
Yep.
So just count 9 more from there.
Yeah, Ridley is the thing. Ridley, I will actually argue this is still probably the most challenging form of Ridley in any of the 2D Metroids. Because even if you know what you're doing, Ridley does so much damage, and your health is low enough at any percent that it's still very easy to die.
For sure.
Someone showed me the other day a flowchart of Ridley's AI, and it is just absolutely just cosmic brain insane how much you have to think about, which is crazy because I'm not terrible at the fight either. I just wouldn't have thought there's that much to really like micromanage about his behavior.
Yeah, like is he flying up? Okay, is he going to be swooping down? Is he going to be lunging in? Okay, is this setting up
Oh,
for
yeah,
a
no.
bounce? Or there's a lot to keep track of, and if you know it,
Right. And it's a lot of it has to do with like what is Samus doing? Are you in spin jump? Did you just break spin? Are you like standing on the ground? Are you in ball? Like so much to think about. If you really wanted to get granular with it, you can. It's
oh,
a crazy
granularity. I love granularity.
So, you said the magic word.
That's her word of the day, I guess.
100%. 100%. MGA, though, having a really hot lower Norfair, but A0
Oh,
with an
wow.
Attic Spark, grabbing that swiggity-swaggity gravity suit, and Exact, about to exact her vengeance on Fantoon of the Red
Oh,
Ship.
God, yes,
Let's
I'm
see
ready.
it. Let's absolutely see it.
I will say I'm very happy that Ace Zero shut off the way that I go to bowling alleys as well.
you take your Chozo statue?
No, I just glowingly hurtle through the door and crash into a wall at my lane of choice.
Oh,
That's
man,
bowling with two hands right there.
my bumper sticker says my other car is a Chozo statue.
Oh, good lord.
Oh my god.
so ridiculous. Come
Oh.
on, Exact. Get that 3-tap. Yes!
There we go. Oh no!
Yeah!
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Getting in there. Health is
There's-
alarmingly a little bit low, but
Yeah.
we'll get it. We'll get it.
She's gonna push it to the absolute limit.
Oh, and Ace Zero giving shoutouts to Nevdi, who is a great runner, and absolutely loves those Nevdi plants, as I like to call them.
Oh my gosh. What did you say
Is-
earlier, Crunchy? Some accidental botany?
Yeah, unintentional botany. Yeah.
Unintentional
Oh,
botany,
okay.
yes.
That's good. I like that too.
No, it's just funny because most people I hear just call them Vileplumes, and when I think of Vileplume, I just think of the old Pokemon cartoon. Because James didn't have a Vileplume, but he had a victory bell, and every time it popped out, it would just go. so just imagine that every time Samus gets grabbed by something.
Every time.
Good
Every
grief.
time. All right, fast pattern for Exact Science. Health not looking so great. Did take a hit there. Didn't quite land the Doppler. Come on, Exact. The revenge tour.
This is fine. This is fine. Just gotta watch out. Those flames hurt. Those flames hurt. Just gotta be careful. Exact Science is no slouch. Knows a thing or two about busting ghosts. Come on, come on. Ooh.
The flames not being kind to her.
Oh God. I'm so
Still
nervous
48
right now.
energy though. Still
I
hanging
know.
in there.
I know, but I'm so nervous.
That large energy
Okay.
drop from that flame was so clutch right there.
Okay, I'm breathing easier now.
Come on.
So if you get down to health bomb range, which is where the alarm goes off, you can kind of manipulate it in this Fantoon fight because you get a bigger space where you get down to, I think it's 30 or below, and that puts you in health bomb range. You'll only get health drops, if anything.
Oh God.
And you stay. Ooh, that was yikes. But yeah,
That's
if you
spicy.
get down to health bomb, you can like farm a bunch of drops and keep them on screen. Because once you get back above 50 is where it starts dropping other things as well. And we got it.
Exact
Yeah.
Science. Bustin' makes me feel good.
Man, feeling good twice in one day. I need a cigarette.
Oh my gosh. My goodness gracious, Crunchy. Exact Science showing that she has ice water in her veins. Might want to go to a doctor to get that checked out, but still, having defeated Fantoon, way to go, Exact.
Not letting the first one, getting the revenge. Love to see it.
It looks like Ace did not quite get the full halfie or the halfie, having to contend with these Mocktroids, these inferior. These are like if you ordered Metroids off of Wish. This is what you'd get.
These are the Metroids we have at home.
We've got Metroids at home. Oh my gosh.
Metroids you order off. You know, I'm willing to bet that's exactly what the pirates did. Just kind of like, it's like, Ridley, we need to get Metroids. What do you think we are made of money?
Or like
this spaceship costs so many dollars. I'm still making payments. I saw Metroid 2 sail on Space Wish. It'll be fine.
Space Wish. Space
Oh, Jesus.
Alibaba.
Wow.
Space AliExpress.
Yeah, that's what I meant. AliExpress, yes. Oh my god.
Oh, the
I
X
don't
Factor from
believe it.
H-Zero, very good. X Factor on Dragon is not easy, but oh,
That's
unfortunate.
So lame, Dragon.
So the short charge here isn't the worst, but it's still definitely one that can be very tricky. Because Dragon's bearing down on you. You gotta get it fast.
I love how aggressively Ace has been playing this, going for sparks on swoops, not even waiting for a goop pattern. Love to see it.
Meanwhile,
Definitely has Dragon
MGA.
on the ropes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, MGA is coming up on the baby.
And that's it. Dragon's done like dinner.
Dude.
It's appropriate because shrimp sounds really good right about now.
Oh, heck yeah, it does. Heck yeah, it does, Crunchy. But that was clutch from H-Zero. The swoops were just... I mean, Dragon was swooping like there's no tomorrow, and because of H-Zero, there is no tomorrow for Dragon. Down goes Dragon. And yet another clown wig.
Wait, we're gonna get a baby skip?
Oh, my.
Uh,
Come
yeah.
on, MGA, push it.
Come on! Getting it!
Let's go.
Very
Let's
good.
go. Didn't see the Stashio skip, but that is so difficult to do, and it probably only saves optimally like a second or two.
So actually, in this particular case, there's another one that he also didn't do that is faster, but it is way harder, called the space jump skip. So instead of landing on that first one, you do a little tiny space jump and make it all the way over. But then it's really hard to get the baby into her like jump rope thing that you do at the end. So
I know there was a relatively recent development in Baby Skip that's actually like one of the most significant time saves discovered in years.
It is. It's mainly for new route because you don't have that space jump or spring ball. It's not the fastest method, but it's the fastest method for PRKD. And it is crazy. Stashio found it because he was memeing and just I'm not even kidding.
I love it.
He was just
I love
memeing.
it.
And it turns out it's also one of the easiest ones to learn. Like
That's wild.
it is really amazing that things can on that level things can still be like keep getting found in this 30-year-old game.
In this 30-year-old game that has so many people going over it with a fine-toothed comb, this is not like a game that no one plays. It's suddenly just
right.
No,
this is one of the largest speedrunning communities. So it is absolutely wild.
So if you loved our 20-shot Ridley fight, then you're also gonna love our 20-shot Mother Brain 2.
I know I do, because Mother Brain 2 is one of those things where it's scripted, right? Not exactly. If your health drops below, I think it's 300?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you need 300 with Varia suit because the game only checks for Varia here. Also at the baby, for that's different. But the game's only checking to see if you have Varia. If you don't have Varia, you're taking double damage and you need 6. But yeah, anything that puts you below that, you just died. Congratulations, it's over. Run has ended. So, and there's a lot of like little like health management that goes into that with like because you get hit by the first one, right? If you have too much health, Mother Brain won't actually initiate the second one where the baby saves you, and you could end up like taking an onion ring that's just you can accidentally get double hit by those sometimes, but you're stuck on the ground, so there's nothing you can do about it, and you just take too much damage from a double hit, and then your run's over really by no fault of your own. So
I think the wildest, yeah. Things are far from over. Oh, H-Zero showing off that trick I like. Here we go. Boom! You land in that last moat, but it's... I just love just rolling around at the speed of sounds. Like, Samus is the biggest Sonic the Hedgehog fan, but just rolls around like that.
There are some really cool speedballs in this game.
Yeah.
I love all of them.
Oh yeah,
I just love everything. I love all the movement in this game. Like, even the tricks that are hard, that are frustrating, I'm just like, this is such a cool trick. I hate that it's giving me trouble, but I love it anyway.
Yeah. It's why GT Classic is my favorite, because there's just so much you can do with a full loadout, and it is also why KPDR is much better than PRKD. Old route over new route for sure, because you just get so much more movement tech that you can pull off.
And this is also the era where we joked about the secret tricks, like the animals teach them to you. But the other thing, which I actually, not everyone realizes, there's actually the shot, whatchamacallit, the combos and other things, and Crystal Flash. The game shows them to you in a demo, but it's a demo that only plays once you've beaten the game. So if you're just sitting there just killing time after, waiting to play a game, I don't know, maybe you're waiting for your brother to get back from the bathroom, you're just like, I haven't seen these demos before. What's this? They're just little hidden things. The game's like, hey, here's just something you might be able to do. It doesn't tell you how. Just gotta figure it out.
Just gotta figure it out.
Shoutouts to old school tutorials, because we didn't see them this time, but the Edacoon's wall jump tutorial is the most amazing tutorial, in my opinion, because it deceives you with this like save station in front of this room slap full of spikes, and it just like, okay, yeah, no, I definitely need to save, but you can't go back, and now you're stuck. You got to learn to wall jump. That's all you can do because you saved. You're stuck in this place until you can figure out how to wall jump. And MGA bringing it in for Team Gamma.
MGA finishing for Team Gamma.
And what an amazing run! Holy cow, that was a smoking fast run.
I'll say. We still got 2 more runners though. Here we got Exact on the run back at Dragon as we speak.
Ace going through the worst room in the game.
Making it look like just another room in the game though with this item loadout. You love it.
God, everyone just doing these really good Dragon strats. I don't know about you, Hawk. For me personally, Dragon is actually probably the hardest boss in any percent.
Oh, no question.
Ooh, blue suit.
All right.
Really?
Okay, we just gave it away. So with the blue suit, if you run at all, the game like rechecks the run counter for getting a speed boost, and so you just like get rid of it there if you hold run at all. Which is why you saw Mr. Guy Average try and convert it into a spike suit, which he unfortunately didn't get. But with the spike suit, you can run with it again.
Yeah,
I do love the spike suit. A pretty modern development in this game too.
Yeah. I remember when that was discovered not too long ago, and like that was actually years ago. We got a sick Womple jump though.
Yes!
Ooh.
My favorite OG trick in the entire game, the Womple jump.
Love it.
You love it. Exact is really playing well. Shook off that first Fantoon death and came very close, but succeeded against Fantoon on the run back. And now just really putting up a hot time. But Ace going into Ridley, 20 shots. Choose your own adventure when it comes to Ridley's AI here.
Yeah, right.
If you want to turn around in Pogo, go to page 23.
Yeah. Good grief.
Look at Exact Ace not quite getting those plasma sparks, but Mr. Guy Average showing us how it's done earlier in his Meridius segment. That's got to be the tightest trick in the entire game, right? It's got to be.
It's very tight.
It's not even close, unfortunately. There are way worse things, which is really saying something though. Like
it's so hard though, almost nobody gets it.
Like jumping through the door when you first enter Meridia to go flying up through that room. That's a frame perfect jump on the last frame before you go through the door.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, just for a grab bag, like Ballistic Attic or Taco Tank or Moon Dance. Taco Tank. It's a triple frame perfect coin flip. I'll let you look it up. I don't need to describe it right now. But it's crazy. It's an RBO thing. So if you want to see it, go look at the beginning of Shiny Zinni's RBO world record. I almost guarantee he did it.
I'll go check that out. But now I just want an actual real life taco tank.
Yeah, me too.
Don't we
Crunchy,
all?
I'll meet you in the taco tank.
If I ever make a food cart, I'm calling it Taco Tank.
If I ever get an indoor hot tub and a catered event with tacos, I'm totally calling it the taco tank.
Oh, good grief!
Oh my god! The Wasteland Speedball from Ace. Yes. Oh god, I love tricks like that.
Wasteland Speedball is amazing, but how about that? I forget what those enemies are called, like the baby dragons.
They are
Evers?
Evirs.
Yeah. That Evir room strat to keep that speed jump, or I should say space jump with run speed, very, very hard. Good room though.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
no, how do you
it's nice and
pronounce that?
satisfying. Evir.
Okay, I also just called him Ever.
Evir. I think it's. I mean, is it Zebus, Zebes? You know, like
I gotta go Zebus on
just
this
pick
one.
your poison.
But
Just pick your poison.
also don't listen to me since I say dragon. So
Okay,
No,
okay.
I mean,
wait. Do you want me to
that's
go
fair.
let me go like super nerd for a moment here. I think
right,
I think it's Zebus only because if you look at the original translation for Metroid 1, they spell it Zebeth, which makes me think that it was originally supposed to be Zebes or th. So so it's you do look at it that way. Zebus makes the most sense in English.
oh my god.
All right.
Deep cuts
I
with
did-
crunchy legs.
I did not know you could weeb out on Super Metroid, but
Surprised.
you know, I'm learning things about this game every day.
Every
I mean, I
day.
could be wrong, but that's just what makes the most sense to me.
Y'all are basically Super Metroid scholars at this point. I'm just along for the ride. I'm just like the Super Metroid super fan.
You know, I can't put that on my CV, unfortunately.
Oh my god, the CV.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I definitely Zebus. That is the correct way to go. So we got Exact Science pulling up the southern route on the way to Lower Norfair.
With the
See if we can get some of
meatball.
these sick space jump hump strats.
I gotta have it.
I'm
Zoe,
a big fan
I
of
gotta have the space boost. Crunchy,
Give me
hold
them
me.
Okay, Hockey, I'm trying.
Oh! Just a little stumble on that one time.
I'm sorry, Hockey. I held too tight.
That's okay. I still enjoyed it.
Hold on loosely, guys. Don't let go.
Do not let go.
Oh
All
man,
right,
some
we got
38
the
special
second
up in
one
here.
Very nice movement.
I was kind of like caught up in you a little bit better, but
Wow.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, not sorry.
So So Diamond Punk in the chat is asking, speaking of Metroid lore, what happens to Samus's body when she's in Morph Ball? I like to think of it as like a hamster wheel, and she's just in there running.
Oh my gosh, the hamster wheel, that's genius.
I think I've heard like she turns into energy, but I like to think, yeah, like kind of like the hamster, just kind of like she turns into a super deformed version of herself, just big head, tiny body running inside of it.
There you go. There you go. Can we get someone to draw that?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. How about this fast pillars from Exact
Oh
Science?
wait. Oh god.
very
Hockey,
nice.
Hockey, are you about to get it?
Oh no! My favorite trick ever!
Oh
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
full stanchion.
Full stanchion. Team Zeta is fully stanched at this point. A0 with the stanchion.
Oh my god.
And worst room in the game rendered
this is-
another room in the game by Exact.
Just everybody.
This is Team Zeta redemption arc, I feel like.
It's like you know what? Team Gamma finished, but we can still put on the most amazing show, and by golly, I'm here for it.
No question about it. No question about it. Amphitheater for Exact Science, but G4 for Ace0. This has been a very, very tidy run for Ace.
I think that was an accidental PP discharge.
Uh-oh.
Accidental discharge. It happens. It happens
It
to the
does
best
happen,
of
but
us.
that is a felony offense on the planet Zebus. But fortunately for Samus, she does blow up the planet at the end, so all
Does she?
charges
Okay.
are dropped.
I got scared there for a second. I almost thought we were about to have to powerbomb of shame, but we still had it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is okay.
You know, on commentary, I'm known for my positivity. I always like to highlight the positives versus the negatives, and that's why I call them the power bombs of necessity. Because if you pick them up, you really need them.
Yeah,
alternatively, the power bombs of
doesn't have to be
opportunity, because it gives you chances to use them in more places.
More positive. I can't handle the positivity.
Oh.
I think was going for some grouping strats on these metal pirates, who I found incredibly vexing when I was a kid playing this.
Yeah, because by that point you have the screw attacks. You're just bouncing around at the top of the ceiling saying, turn yellow, not realizing you have to be on the ground for them to do it.
Yeah. My favorite is the my very own GT Classic strat, where you get to group them for one, but not only that, X-ray them and microwave them, as we like to call it.
Ooh,
it's super fancy and nobody does it. I wish more people would. It's actually not faster, but it's still cool.
Kids, please don't put metal in the microwave.
Yes, please.
Please don't.
Unless it's a pirate.
Unless it's not your microwave.
There you go.
If it's a work microwave, fine.
Just make sure the microwave's under a hood vent. You'll be fine.
Oh
That's what you get for putting fish in the microwave, Janet!
That's literally, I say that almost every time I commentate GT Classic when you microwave Dragon. I'm like, the best way to become the least popular employee at your workplace is microwaving shrimp in the cafeteria.
And we've got another baby skip. That's 2 for 2.
Way to go, A's.
Oh my goodness. That just goes to show these teams. We did who balanced the teams? They did a really good job, because these runners are
actually, hi, that was me. Thank you. Thank you.
You did a real good job. Unfortunately, Metroid good at Metroid, and just things happen. But
you can only plan for so much.
No, for sure. Zoa, you and Whale and everybody else has done a beautiful job. Always a pleasure to be a part of these relays.
Yeah, that was, and John and Rocky as well.
Right.
They don't get as much love because they're always in the background. But Rocky makes our beautiful layouts every year.
Layout, yeah.
And John is just great for general support whenever you need him. Huge thanks to Whale. Whale is always stressed out with these things, so.
Whale's been doing these since time immemorial. Yeah, Whale. Big shout outs to Whale, who's been doing these since time. Yeah, doing these for this is for years now, and still keeps doing it. And it's
incredible stuff. Incredible longevity, incredible mental stamina.
Absolutely. I don't know that I could do this for 7 years and still have my sanity. if it can be said that I had it to begin with,
Oh my gosh, so
I am a speedrunner. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I will not argue with that. I dipped my toes in the speedrunning water and I said, this is not water. This is sulfuric acid.
Also, before it goes away, nice health on A0.
Oh my gosh. Really?
There it is again. Nice health.
Nice health.
Strategic. Absolutely strategic.
Exact Science is giving me like crazy anxiety attacks with this low health and
giving you the agita. You got the agita.
Oh god, because you saw Three Musketeers coming up. I don't like it. I don't like
it.
it.
Just kill him. Kill the Musketeers.
Please.
Hopefully. Well, it's not PRKD, so it's not that bad. We have Plasma Beam, so as long as we just kill it.
I'm breathing into a bag as we speak.
Okay.
Safe strats. All right. I trust this is gonna go well.
I can dig it.
Oh, I love it.
I also just need the key hunters to not go diving down through those one-tile gaps, because I've seen them do it.
They do that, and it freaks me out. You're never ready for it.
Never, because they always do it when it's like, okay, just they're off screen for a moment, and then suddenly, hello.
Yeah.
You want to talk about mental stamina? Shoutouts to Exact for dusting herself off after that Fantoon death. And it's not that I don't think that she could get past Three Musketeers. It's just 71 energy going into that room with the acid and those stupid key hunters.
It's dangerous. They do a retarded
Dangerous
amount.
for
I'm sorry.
anybody.
They do a very like disrespectful amount of damage.
Yeah, they do 100, don't they?
I honestly I forget. It's
maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
I know they do 100 on Very. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think with full suits, I think they do 50 with full suits. So it's you're in 2-hit KO mode there with 71 energy.
Yeah, because I know in Fusion, the Key Hunters are one of the most dangerous enemies because they like the double fish will do 100 damage.
Oh my god.
In low percent, they will just end your run.
Now that is disrespectful right there.
Extremely.
Absolutely, and they are, like I said, a lot more dangerous in New Route because you come in there with no way to get rid of them. You have to just kind of juke around them. So it's definitely one of the most impressive things. You don't really have to know what's going on there to realize that was a sick moment that just happened when you see somebody juke through, just weave their way in and out of those key hunters.
No
Yeah,
question about it.
I know some people will also try to use the after images from Speed Boot from Shine Sparks to kill them sometimes. I mean, just you have to be creative.
Yeah.
Very creative. Very, very creative. But how about creativity here? A0 bringing it on home for Team Zeta. About to enter the reverse fall, aka the climb. Just one more Shine Spark. 2 more door transitions.
Here we are.
Whoa, hey! I gotta go to the well, Crunchy. I gotta draw more water.
It's okay. The spring is still works.
The natural aquifer of my overused humor.
I mean, if you pull from it anymore, the entire house is going to sink into the ground.
Oh my god. GG's Day 0 and Team Zeta.
Absolutely. We've got some real troopers this relay, and like huge props to all of them. This has been an amazing relay. So
It really
This has been a
has
joy.
so,
Wait, exact science. Are we going to get it?
let's see it. Let's see it.
Full stanchion.
full stanchion from Exact Science. And the speed
Oh,
Speedball.
that is a hard speedball, but it fixes
Relentless.
that door. It's such a small optimization, but it is so worth it.
Wait, would you go so far as to say it's an exact optimization?
Oh
It
my
is.
god.
It is. Look, if you're going for shit like that, then you are getting granular.
You are definitely sound the alarm, Crunchy. It's today's magic word.
Okay, I need you to understand. I just shouted at a frequency so high my microphone didn't pick it up.
Oh my god.
I
All
watched
the dogs
probably
in the
for the
neighborhood
best.
started barking.
I watched Discord just not light up at all. I'm just like, I'm not doing that again, or I will immediately lose my voice.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh, you are a treasure, Crunchy, and I'm so glad that I stepped away because then Zoa joined us, and then Zoa popped out, and I'm like, no, get back in here.
Yeah.
So we got to show speed gaming that 3 deep is possible, not only possible but recommended.
either recommended or we're actually going to get banned this time.
No, we'll be fine.
Look, we can never get rid of you guys. You're the goats of commentary, and to have you together in the same room is just like you can't turn that down.
Hockey, I still say, one of these days, if they ever let us have microphones in a live event, we need to get just like matching like tan jackets and just go full wide world of sports on it.
Tan jacket.
Tell me I'm wrong, Hockey.
I would never tell you you're wrong.
Tell me that wouldn't be awesome.
And I want the old school headsets with like the foam, like the foam wind cover on the microphone stretching around your face off the headset, like
oh God, yes.
multicolored. Like yours could be blue, mine could be red, like straight out of the late 70s, early 80s. We could make it happen.
That would make me so happy.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
lord. When are you guys going to a GDQ?
soon.
Are you going to SGDQ, Hockey?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, we're getting that breakfast, Hockey. We're getting that breakfast.
breakfast.
Yeah, we are.
Oh my gosh, it's revealing to the whole world our travel plans. That's okay.
Look, Hockey, I'm just throwing that out there. If you're cool with it, you are getting the biggest dang hug when I see you again. It's been too
Whoa.
long.
It's been a long time.
So we're seeing right here. This is the setup. We're seeing the
Oh,
brand
God.
new.
Oh,
Shout out to Stachio because this is
Here
the
we
bully
go.
skip.
Look at the
Oh.
bombs. Yes. No.
No! Oh, Stachio,
Great
why?
attempt. Great attempt, though. Oh my gosh.
Man,
all three
so
of
like
these runners-
usually, it's hard. It's when you see that first jump go right, you've got it.
For sure.
So that's super unfortunate, but
It makes me so
But-
happy that all three of these runners have just been showing us just a veritable feast of tricks and variety. It makes me so happy.
Oh, for no question, Crunchy, no question. I give Exact tons of props for even attempting that because it is so backwards. It is just so
it's
different.
mind bending.
It is mind bending. Like, what if
Thank you, Stachio, for being such a memer.
Shout out to Stachio with his patented Stachio skip. Like, Stachio thought, what if everything I told you about Metroid, baby Metroid skips, was wrong? It just
Well, it just
goes
goes to
in
show-
the opposite direction.
There's no wrong way to speedrun. If you want to meme. If you want to take it serious, take it serious. Just do it the way you want, because you never know. You might find some random
Super
trick.
Metroid and Super Metroid actually definitely has the memes if that's the way you want to bring it.
No question.
There's so many ridiculous categories that people have made up.
And at the end of the day, it's fun. That's the most important thing. It's fun.
It's just plain fun. A very fun speedrunning community and very inclusive, but also I gotta say that my favorite thing about the Stachio skip, yes, born out of memery, but then all the top any percent runners started incorporating it into their runs.
They have to. It's a
It's
full
faster.
sec. It's like 2 seconds faster in PRKD.
Oh my god.
That's optimal, and that's assuming you get the perfect original baby skip. And let's be fair,
Yeah.
sometimes you just don't.
Yeah. There's
So
even a
it's-
faster version of it that's actually really tight. And I think it's an extra second. So
I think Sloters referred to it as the sweatiest version of the
It-
Stachio skip.
it absolutely is.
Oh my
If any strat in this game is sweaty, that's definitely one.
It's like, hey, do you think you need a towel for speedrunning? Surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
This is my speed towel. It's microfiber, so it makes it 2 seconds faster than a standard towel. Thread count directly proportional to speed.
Red count. Speaking of count, Exact having to not only land those 20 shots, but I believe, according to chat, despawning a whole catch-up. That is a really nice mother brain too. Quote.
Love to see it.
It's great. It actually helps with lag. If only we could do it on purpose.
Well, it's only a matter of time. All it's going to
Yeah.
take is some other chat. Maybe you can be the meme lord who discovers how to despawn ketchup on purpose. Just saying.
Look, I feel like if anybody's gonna figure out, it's gonna be exact science. It's gonna take some sciencing.
Some exact sciencing.
Some exact science. Nobody can exact science quite like exact science.
It's true.
Science says so, and it's exact.
You can trust the science.
But only if it's exact. Okay, I'm done. I was done about an hour ago.
Because if it's not exact, then you're dealing with tolerances, and at that point you're in engineering.
That's right. And tolerances are witchcraft.
And since I'm an engineer, that makes me a witch. Heyo.
Heyo! You're my favorite witch, Crunchy.
Aw, thank you, Hockey.
You're welcome.
I'll need you to link. I need to link you the video of me going into a Starbucks wearing a big pointed hat and ordering potions from the barista.
I need your strongest potions.
I said that exact thing. In my defense, I wasn't memeing on a random. I knew the barista, but still, it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. I love it. Great shooting
I-
rhythm, up close and personal with Mother Brain 3. Only a single onion ring escaping from Mother Brain's stupid mouth.
Imagine
And then-
running a diner out of your mouth.
Why? Why?
Why not?
Don't ask me why. Ask Mother Brain why.
Oh
I'm
my
not
gosh,
doing it.
259.99. A
Oh,
hundredth of a second away from perfection.
Oh my gosh, I love this game. I love this community. I'm so glad that
I'm
I get
so
to be a
glad,
part of
too.
this relay today.
It's so good.
And anyone out there, if you want to learn any of these games, the 2D Metroid communities are actually all just a spectacular bunch. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of multiple games communities, and just some of the finest people I've met in all my time in speedrunning have been in 2D Metroid. So by all means, find us. We will help you out. We love to see more faces playing these games, even if it's just casually, just dipping your toes. By all means, we'll help you out. Or you stream it. Heck, more often than not, we find you.
We will
Absolutely.
find
If anyone in the chat is like looking to pick up a new game or a first game especially, there are lots of ones that have been showcased here tonight. And like that's exactly why we do this. We want to generate some interest, some intrigue, get some new runners. Maybe we'll see you in the next relay next year.
And GG's to Exact Science.
Jeez. Bringing it home for Team Omega is Exact Science. Oh my goodness. GG's to all three teams and all 21 runners representing 7 separate Metroid games in the 2D Metroid Relay 2023 edition. My goodness gracious. Zoa, Crunchy, what more can we say? What a relay.
What a relay! First time we ever get to see AM2R, and we get the top 3 runners of it, and 11 world records in it, to like leading up to the event.
Wow!
And just absolute great gameplay all around. We had some rough spots, but it's been great. I'm not sure. Are we going to get some runners in here for interviews? I'm not sure if
I'm not sure either, but I'm sure, judging by who's in the green room, I'm sure we're gonna want Whale and Rocky and everybody else to jump up here.
Oh,
absolutely.
As we let the amazing credits play out in this historic game.
Hang on, I'll go out into the green room and get them. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good, Crunchy. Thank you. Don't leave poor Zoe here alone with me.
It's not my first time.
Oh, I know. I'm just playing.
And we've got Ace Zero.
We do have
Ace.
Ace Zero.
How are you feeling?
Hello. Pretty good. This was a lot of fun. I'm really happy to be a part of it. Kind of fun to anchor it, even though this is my first time doing any kind of like marathon or relay or anything like this.
Look, you had me screaming at least 3 times. I think you did a pretty darn good job.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel
You were
like
you were like Team Zeta's redemption arc, I felt like, and it was fantastic to have you there.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I mean, we had a lot of really good runs. I mean, like even in the middle there, like Satora and Polsmore definitely like cut back some time with great runs. And I don't know anything about Metroid 2, so I don't know how Galen's actually went, but it seemed like he kept up really well or whatever. So
yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I definitely like I hit some good strats and had good movement. I had some big problems with the bosses, but that's okay. Played it safe and got through it.
It was great. You pulled off some great tricks. I saw an ocean fly, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
With the super missile strat, so the tight version. So huge props on that one.
Yeah, that's the only one I learned. I was told it was the easiest when I learned it, and I haven't learned anything else. So I guess
if it works, it works. That's all you can ask for.
We got some more people jumping in here.
All kinds of people.
Yeah, Whalerenth is here. Exact Science just joined the chat. Let's hear it. What do you guys think?
Well, I wish that I hadn't diagonal sparked in West Ocean and died to Fantoon, but other than that, I had a lot of fun.
Hey, you know what? You
after
were a
that,
trooper.
Yeah, for sure. Like after that, it's easy to let things collapse. Nah, you played darn well after that. Just everything after that, I would have been forgiven for thinking that something bad hadn't happened at all. That was real clean.
That second Fantoon fight was very, very reminiscent, at least from my perspective. I immediately thought back to that first relay when we saw Dragon Darch go through Norfair in the 100% relay, and I think he was on like 5 health for probably a good 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh my god.
You know, I don't remember. I don't know how many of you were watching that relay, but I still remember it. I think 4 years later, how terrifying that was to watch.
In flashbacks.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a lot of points where Exact Science just had me at the very least on the edge of my seat, going, "Oh, please, please!" That Laura Norfair escape was a little nerve-wracking.
Oh, God, what matters is that she got through it, right? We're here now. We are chatting about the relay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was like, Three Musketeers, I need you to not just dive through that little gap. Please
Yeah.
no. Please no.
Exact. Did you have the commentary up? Because I was like, please just kill them.
Yeah,
kill
I
the
did have-
Musketeers.
I
did
was
have
chatting with
briefly enough,
Zoa
but,
in the. I was chatting with Zoa in the setup channel before he joined you, Crunchy and Hockey. And what I was saying was, we were chatting about kind of new route versus old route, since all of our runners are running old route. And I was saying part of what makes new route interesting is how it handles lower Norfair and just how difficult maneuvering those key hunters are and how dangerous it is.
Yeah,
That room in particular is like make or break it, because what is that, 100, 200 damage just from one hit? Just the way you have to morph under them is incredible.
It's 50 with gravity, but it's still scary. Anytime I have like 2 or fewer hits from Musketeers left, I just do the safe hero shot strat.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some really cool like ways to go about grouping those two. If you like want to, there's I forget which one of you guys said it, but when you started out, you were talking about how you know, a group of 20 runners of this game, no two of them will do the game the same way. There's just like, and that room in particular, there's so many ways you can approach those key hunters. So it's definitely one of my favorite things about this game. The skill ceiling is so high, and there's just so much variety.
Oh yeah, and Hockey, but I don't know if you had stepped away at the moment, but I did get my first ever Yahtzee in a run, so...
Oh my gosh, you know, I did see it, but I didn't want to just shout into my co-com's ears just in the middle of their discussion.
I kind of figured, but...
I want you to know, though, that with my mic muted, I just went, Yahtzee.
That said, I'd like to apologize to my co-coms for multiple times just yelling into their ears.
Oh no, you did not. No,
you know,
did not.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm here for it. It was great. We're joined by Rocky, one of our zero mission runners, and Glitzy, our AM2R world record holder. What do you guys think about your runs and the relay in general? Did you have fun?
I think we should definitely start with Rocky, because Rocky set a personal best, and I think he said it was the first time in 2 years that he was able to beat this PB. So
awesome!
Oh, GG!
If he's able to get his mic working here,
Rocky, you gotta unmute your mic.
All right, he needs 5 minutes, so we'll be back to you later. All right, let's see. What have you to say about your run? It was fantastic to watch, let me tell you. Being able to see AM2R in this relay for the first time was incredible. The way these relays have progressed over the years is we originally started, actually, I'll give a short history. I think this was back in, 2017? It was just a GBA relay where we had, 4 different categories, where we was Metroid Zero Mission 100%, Metroid Zero Mission any percent, Fusion any percent, and Fusion 100%, which then evolved the next year into where it also contained the Zero Mission randomizer. From there, I was like, you know what? Let's see what we can make of a just a Metroid relay in general. and that's kind of how these 2D Metroid relays began. And then last year, after what was it? I think it was the third relay, we were able to add Dread, and then this year we were able to add AM2R, bringing our total from originally 2 games to 7. So it's really incredible to see these relays get enhanced as we add more and more games to it. But obviously, with more games becomes more difficulty in being able to schedule.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I actually don't know anything about this relay at all until Whale did an announcement in the Speedrun Discord. But yeah, I'm really happy to be able to showcase AM2R to tons of people here. Really glad that got to happen.
I will say part of what the struggles have been was at the start of this year, I wasn't even considering like reaching out to the AM2R Discord. I was like, it was actually EOD Tex who came to me and was like, "Hey, do you want to see if I can gather the people for AM2R?" And I'm like,
"Oh,
previously we haven't been able to. We've tried reaching out to the AM2R communities, to the Samus Returns communities, and we've never had the runners. So this year I was like, I'm not even going to bother. But obviously, this year was different between you and Tex.
I am so glad that I did it. I just bugged the crap out of so many discords for AM2R and for other games as well. But it was great. It was totally worth just being the annoying guy that keeps posting the same message over and over.
The fact that we were able to have Glitzy, Lyncher, and Tex pull off this incredible start to this relay was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, thanks.
And it just goes to show, I guess, never give up on trying to get games in the relay. But I do think, at least for Samus Returns, it's going to be far less likely to be able to get that in a relay. But that definitely is the goal, if we host one next year, is to figure out a way to get Samus Returns included, even if it isn't necessarily 100%. And we will have to make an exception on whatever can garner the people for Samus Returns.
So yeah, if you are or know a Samus Returns runner, hit them up. Tell them to seek out the 2D Relay Discord so that we can have them there for the next year. So that we can complete our roster of 2D Metroid games, because that other one doesn't exist.
What would you say spoke to you during that run, Glitzy? Was there any strats that you were looking to pull off that you had struggles with, or that you felt satisfaction with?
Okay. Well, there's a couple. I wasn't really looking for. I wasn't really like going for like really advanced strats. I was just looking for get the strats that you've practiced a lot, and while I missed some, there's actually some strats where I actually played it safe. Where the first Zeta that I fought in tower, I actually reload the room, so that way the Zeta starts all the way to the left, and that allows me to do this very safe strat that, for me at least, has worked 100%, and it allows me to not waste any supers. As for strats that I'm really proud that I was able to do, was that one really tight Shine Spark getting to Screw Attack. I was actually surprised I got that, because that was actually really tight. And it's also very interesting how, looking back, I wasn't able to do that kind of stuff months ago. And thanks to this relay, I was able to like push myself even further. And with Tex and I trading world records and stuff, we were able to push each other to get lower times. And I wouldn't imagine a year ago getting like 5404 for any percent. It's insane.
I must tell you, at least
considering
how
hard the run is. Yeah.
At least from my perspective, and I know from Zoa's perspective at all, it's been incredible this past month seeing you and Tex go back and forth and back and forth. What did you say, 11 times, Zoa? Is that how many world records were set?
11 is what I counted. There were days when EOD Tex hit the record twice, and then Glitzy like within a few hours had taken it back, or vice versa. It was just absolutely just mind-boggling how much it happened.
I still remember that time. Glitzy was like, "Ha! It's nighttime. Tex is asleep. Time to post world record."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I listen. It was really stressful having that kind of competition. I was really glad that I was finally able to experience the kind of competition that I could push myself even further towards, right? And one thing I learned is that it is really, really stressful because I had this one day where I got this world record. Like I'm like oh my god, world record, and then shit, right? And then EOD Tax started his stream a little bit after that, and then he got world record literally an hour later, and I was just so destroyed. I'm like, oh fuck.
That's how speedrunning works, though, especially in a game like AM2R where movement makes a serious impact. And just being able to practice 1 or 2 rooms can save you just a couple seconds, and just that slight confidence just can give you everything you need.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's still quite a bit of room to cut for you guys, and if I'm not mistaken, you did tell me the other day that after this relay, you plan to like cut out some of the safer strats and really start grinding down to what might be like the optimal time, or for humans, anyways.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a short break because playing AM2 a lot, I'm kind of burned out on it right now. But yeah,
Fair.
fun fact, the routes that I use is slower than Texas route, but I was able to get world record over him by just better movement. And Texas route isn't even technically the fastest. The fastest involves the hardest tricks AM2 could ever have. And it has the hardest Metroid setups, and I don't know if I'm really ready for that yet. I'm definitely going to try and get that though.
You're
I
ready,
think-
and I will be there to cheer you on.
I would definitely say use this to boost your confidence, but this also brings me to pointing out that this is something we heard from Crunchy and from Hockey in Metroid 2, is that some of the biggest time saves in all of Metroid 2 is just how well you're able to work those Metroids. Are you able to get them into the position you need? Are you able to control them? It's just a couple seconds on every Metroid, if not more. We saw just how well those runners were able to handle the Metroids, and when they messed up, how quickly they were able to recover.
Yeah.
I will invoke the name of the Holy Zost and quote him in it during his last world record grind on any percent. He literally just said, it's really nothing left. I'm just doing the same thing, but a little bit faster than I did it the last time. And that's really all you can do. Just be a little tighter. Like, grab this ledge a little bit sooner. The little things add up to so much in all of these games.
Yeah. Although I would say for AM2R, it's more about movement than Metroids. Metroids does play a lot of time saves, but especially at the level that I'm playing on right now, it's more of a movement kind of thing. Because there's a lot of shine spark chains in AM2R. It's very flexible. So if you mess one up, that's like 5 seconds lost.
Yeah, there are some really long ones that are insanely impressive when you pull off the whole thing, and you start to think about just how long have I been like hearing that shine spark noise.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think we've been given Rocky enough time. Are you ready to talk about your run now?
Yeah,
Rocky.
Should be able to.
What have you to say about your PB?
Well, I didn't expect PB. I guess in such a setting, you are kind of stressed all the time a bit. So that was kind of surprising that I actually was able to do so. Mainly because I was able to get the acid bomb skip first try, which like saves a minute over my current PB or my old PB. So when I actually was able to do it on the first try, I was shaking a bit,
because I didn't really expect to do that, and somehow I was able to keep the pace. Not entirely sure how I was able to do so. Yeah, but I was shaking like for the entire second half of the run. And
You pulled it through though. You finished. That's what matters.
Yeah.
And you gave your team an extra 40 seconds, if not more, because we certainly didn't count on you PBing.
Yeah,
But that's that advantage that you gave, that just be able to give MGA that lead he needs, right? All that time saved, all these little optimizations here and there can put your team in the lead.
Yeah, in the end it was 42 seconds, and that PB was almost 2 years old by now. So I wasn't really like on that peak like back then. So I didn't expect to PB. But yeah, it really helped out my team and gave them a confidence boost for the rest.
Well, let me tell you, since I've been commenting about what people have been saying in preparation, you told me you weren't even planning on doing AWS in the run. You were just gonna fight the acid worm. That's what you told me.
Yes.
What changed?
Well, I was doing a bit more attempts in the last 2 weeks, and it was getting better, and I was confident that I could do it like 3 or 4th try, which would more or less be equal to my PB. And yeah, acid worm skip is like the big trick in zero mission any percent, which can lose you a lot of time. So it was really depending on if I was able to pull it off in a couple of tries. And well, I did it in 1 try, but I was fine if I do it in 5 tries, basically. That was basically what changed my decision to actually do it in the relay.
Well, I'd say you did a fantastic job, and your PB is proof enough.
Yeah.
I guess this is where I asked, does anyone else have anything to say about any of the runs, any of the players, anything? Or am I ready to do some closing statements?
I'll just say real quick, Whale, I've been doing these with you for not for the full 7 years, but for the last couple, and I really appreciate that you do these, and your team that you put together, and you get so much interest and so much hype, and to be able to do commentary with Crunchy Lex and also now with Dark Zoa, it's really a privilege, because I don't know how much my IRL will allow for commentary in the future. I'm not retiring, but I hope that I can always find the time to be a part of your 2D Metroid Relay. So thank you very much for having me.
Well, Aki, I've known you for what, 3-4 years now?
It's been a minute. It's been probably about 4.
We met at AGDQ 2019?
2019, yeah.
That was a hell of a good time we had. And seeing you commentate all of these relays alongside Crunchy, alongside Professor School, Dark Zoa, it's been incredible. And I definitely can understand getting busier. That's part of why I'm not even sure that I'm going to be able to take full throttle on next year's relay, should we have one. But I'm going to see what I can do. Every relay, every year, I'm like, not so sure about another one. But every year it's happened again. So, but at least here, I have many people to thank for this particular relay. I can thank Dark Zoa in particular for taking a heavy leadership role and taking a huge amount of work off my shoulders, and I was able to mostly focus on my job and other things. I definitely have to thank Rocky, as always, for making a fantastic layout. Every year, I bug him for days and days. I bug him once a week at the very least to be like, just a reminder, and he always pulls it out in time. So I can thank John for always being support whenever I need something done. He's always willing to do it, whether it's reaching out to people, making sure everything's in good order. He's always there for me whenever I need him. And of
Even
course,
emergency commentary a couple of times.
Oh yeah, and obviously I want to thank everyone from SG, who Feasel, Mikan, sorry if I'm butchering your name, Bonsai, you all were super helpful and of course Keku as well for all of the work he did. Anyone else any impact on this relay today? All of you from SGU, just it's huge appreciation. But the biggest thanks from all goes to obviously the commentators who were able to give the commentary needed, and even more important than that are the runners. Without the runners, you've got nothing. I can sit here and try to organize all I want, but if no one wants to play, if there's no interest, we're not going to get anywhere. So the runners are the heart of this. They're the ones who get all of these exciting moments. They're the ones who put in the effort to learn their games, to practice their games, to put on a wonderful show.